Trust Me, a small-town single dad, contemporary Christian romance, written by Rose Fresquez, Chapel Cove Romances, narrated by Carmen Shantz. Chapter 1. Tucker Boudreau's second job normally ended on Friday afternoon when parents picked up their toddlers from his home. Anticipation coursed through him as he pulled down the dry finger paintings from the bulletin board and set them next to each child's backpack. 4:50. The last 10 minutes were crucial. But even if Penny sat with the kids while they ate their final snack, it didn't prevent unexpected incidents. A startling screech pierced the room. "He ate my crackers!" "Did not." "Okay, guys," Penny spoke in her gentle grandmotherly voice, but Charlotte wasn't listening. Since it was the toddler's first week in his home, Tucker and his assistant were still learning the 3-year-old's personality. Otherwise, he would have seen the wooden block coming when Charlotte hurled one across the room, then another. He raced to the red-haired girl before she picked up the third block from the red bin. Penny stood around the colorful picnic table bench and shielded the other 5 kids. "Hey now," Tucker crouched to the child's level and cradled her squirmy hands. "I'll get you more crackers." Okay, so that wasn't the best way to handle a tantrum, but with parents arriving soon, he needed things under control. The girl's lips folded into a pout as she jumped up and down a few times before she let out a frustrated scream. "Ah!" Tucker winced. "Lord, please help me." He was getting too old for this job. How many 40-year-old men were running daycare centers in their homes? Try to breathe in. Using the tactic that had worked for other kids, he inhaled and waited for Charlotte, praying she did as asked. She gasped before sucking in air to breathe. Tucker blew out a breath. Then, breathe out. Charlotte let out a shuddered breath. Soon the first parent showed up, Charlotte's dad, and thankfully things were back in order. As Tucker discussed the meltdown with the dad, the man relayed their morning tantrums, and compassion loosened Tucker's taut muscles. "Ever since my wife went back to work, Charlotte's been like this." The poor girl was seeking attention in the wrong way. Made sense. "I'm sure she'll adapt to the new routine," Tucker spoke from experience, since his son, Ace, went through milestones now and then. As he stood in the open front door, the sinking sun's reflection, glimmering off the ocean across the street, nearly blinded him. He breathed in the salty smell, letting the afternoon breeze refresh him as it rustled his hair. Little arms suddenly squeezed his leg. "Bye, Mr. Tucker." He ruffled Charlotte's red curls. "I'll see you on Monday, okay?" "Okay," she smiled sweetly, as if the last 10 minutes hadn't happened. As more parents filed in, Penny loaded the dishwasher with the kids' cups and plates, while Tucker spoke to the parents until only one child remained. 6 children was all he could handle in his home. Any more, and his job would get too complicated. "Slice!" That from his almost 4-year-old son, Ace. He tapped Tucker on the back with a plastic sword. Warmth radiated through Tucker as he spun around and flung his arm like a sword toward Ace. Happy squeals rocketed through the room as Ace bounded to the kitchen, and Tucker sprang toward him, shouting, "I'm gonna get you!" Giggling, his son ducked under the table. Tucker had designed it high, so it came in handy when they built a fort or now when he had to duck. Once he caught up, he drew Ace toward him, and the boy's little shoulders shook while Tucker tickled him. After months of playing superheroes together, Tucker had become good at using his arm as an imaginary sword, but mostly he loved tickling Ace and sought the sweet sound of his son's laugh like a junkie. Gabe, the other boy, came running with Duplos he had stacked and shaped like a gun. "You're under arrest!" "Oh, no!" Tucker lifted his hands in surrender, then glanced at the grinning Ace, who now had his small hand around Tucker's neck. his ash blonde hair as opposed to Tucker's brown, sweaty, and sticking to his forehead. "I have a plan," Ace whispered, and Tucker's heart felt light as his son shared their plan of escape. Ace was Tucker's full-time job and priority. Running a daycare in his home seemed like a joke, but life had taken him on an unexpected path after his wife left them. With that rejection 2.5 years ago, he quit his job to stay home full-time with Ace. Ace, having already been abandoned by his biological mom, shouldn't experience another rejection from his adoptive parents. When Gabe's mom arrived, she stayed longer than necessary while talking to Tucker in the doorway. Jackie, a single mom with wavy strawberry blonde hair, had started unloading her problems on Tucker lately. She caressed the ring on her thumb, moving it in slow circles. "How do you think I should go about it?" You're talking to me?" He blinked and met her hazel eyes. She batted her eyelashes. "About the promotion." He cleared his throat and rubbed his scraggly chin. "Yeah?" He was exhausted, and his feet hurt, yet he didn't want to invite her in. He needed to spare his energy for his son and their walk to the beach with their husky pup. Carving the chair would have to wait until tomorrow. He wanted to keep his passion alive, but taking on a big custom order wasn't the best way to do it. "Tucker?" "Oh," he blinked again. "Right." She was waiting for an answer. "You should, hang in there." Did that even make sense with what she had asked? All he knew was quitting wasn't in his nature. Jackie smiled, tilting her head to the side. "Thanks for always giving me wise counsel. Best not to lie by saying you're welcome." Their puppy, Cooper, let out a loud bark and barreled toward them at the door, saving Tucker. He grabbed the energetic critter by the collar so he didn't run out. "I gotta take this guy for a walk." He squatted and scratched the white spots on Cooper's neck, then rubbed behind his ears, letting soft black fur ripple past his fingertips. They had gotten him a month ago when the shelter had their pet adoption day. "If you guys aren't doing anything this weekend, maybe you and Ace can come over for a play date." The vacuum sounded and the boys squealed, chasing each other in some game of tag. Cooper bounded back toward the boys in the front room that adjoined the kitchen. Tucker raked a hand through his hair. "Not this weekend. Or ever. But thanks, anyway." Their kids were buddies. But last time she had initiated a play date, she had had the kids at a separate table while the two of them sat at a table with flowers, candles, wine, and all. He squirmed inside even now. He never wanted a repeat of that awkwardness. Ever. Even if he were to entertain the idea of dating again, Xena had taught him a lesson. Romance was temporary and overrated. Why waste his time pursuing a relationship only to have his heart crushed in no time? Once Jackie left with her son, Tucker walked back to the front room. A lemony disinfectant scent tinged the air, refreshing compared to the earlier stench of dirty diapers and old crayons. "You're such a blessing." He clapped Penny on the back while she wrapped the cord around the dust vacuum. Penny straightened her plump frame, turning to look at him. Streaks of gray shimmered in her golden bun. "Maybe because I want something from you?" "Okay." Crossing his arms, he leaned against the doorframe separating the kitchen from the living room. There'd been double French doors when he bought the house, but he had taken them out when he started watching Extra Kids. Even though he lived 10 miles away from his parents, Penny, being his neighbor, bailed him out more times than he could count. Whenever he needed to fulfill a carpentry order, she watched Ace for him. "You know I'd do anything for you." Bright blue eyes fixed on him, perhaps assessing if he meant it, even as she pressed her thin lips tight before huffing. "I've never asked for something like this before." How much worse could it be? He wagged a finger at her. "Whatever it is, I'm sure I'll say yes." After all, she always did. She braced her weight on the vacuum. "Either it was a glitch or I made a mistake on the Airbnb website." Her graying brows creased and her lips pressed tighter. "I have 3 guests this weekend." Wasn't like Miss Hospitality to get upset over having guests for the spare bedrooms she used as vacation rentals. And what that had to do with him, Tucker couldn't guess. So he raised a brow, waiting. 3. She held up 3 fingers on one hand, then wiggled 2 fingers on her other hand, instead of 2. Aha! Now he got it. She only rented 2 rooms. Just cancel the extra guest. If I cancel on such short notice, I'll get bad reviews. But she shook her head. That's where you come in. He touched the day's worth of scruff on his jaw as, in the kitchen, Ace fed Cooper more doggy treats than necessary. Tucker would deal with that after giving his friend his full attention. Let me get this straight. He straightened from the door jamb. You want me to host your overflow. Those blue eyes brightened with her tentative nod. He could do that, but will your guest be okay staying with a kid and a dog in the house? Don't forget how loud they can be sometimes. Penny shrugged. I'll give them a choice of your house with a bigger room or a refund. I don't see why they had turned down an upgrade. He rarely had house guests, and he should be wary of having strangers around his son, not to mention the daycare kids, so he'd have to ensure the guest was never alone with a child. But he could do that, too. Penny never said no to him when he needed help. He'd not be the one saying no now. What do you need me to do? She grimaced. Any chance we can use one of your bedrooms overlooking the ocean? That shouldn't be a problem. After all, 3 of his 4 bedrooms overlooked the ocean, and he'd bunk Ace in with him while they had a stranger in the house anyway. I'll pay you. While he had 2 vacant rooms, only one had a mattress. He had assumed he'd use it as a guest room someday, but he hadn't bought bedding for it since his parents moved back to their home. When should I expect your guest? He rubbed the kinks in the back of his neck, trying not to cringe. Please, not tonight. He was too spent. Tomorrow. Check in at 3:30. She lifted her 2 fingers. She's staying for 2 weeks. Tucker felt his muscles stiffen as panic crept through his heart. Penny must have noticed his fear because she continued, I'm sending you the one who is staying a week less. Tonight he needed to spend some time with Ace and Cooper, but I'll need to make a trip to the country store tomorrow for some bedding. Penny offered to pay any expenses, but really it was high time he bought extra blankets in case his siblings visited and didn't want to stay at their parents' house. I've got it covered. I can watch Ace and Cooper. While he loved keeping his son with him, taking Ace would turn a 30-minute trip into an hour. In the end, Tucker would pay more attention to Ace's spontaneous list than his own. I'll take you up on that offer. Thank you. As promised, the next afternoon, Penny watched Ace and Cooper while Tucker went shopping at the country store. After getting the bed sheets, pillows, and a navy and gray striped comforter, he wandered to the grocery section for milk and groceries. From what Penny had told him, she cooked for her guests, the meals being covered in the lodging fees. As long as their guest wasn't picky, he shouldn't have any trouble feeding one more person. On his way home with minimal traffic, he listened to a woodworking talk show on the radio. In a week or so, tourists would be flowing into town, and the road would be more congested. Low slanting rays of light caressed pine-covered hills, highlighting the vibrant green leaf buds, stretching out little furrows awakened by the late spring warmth. As he approached the hill, he stepped on the gas to make the climb. The ocean gleamed ahead, and his shoulders relaxed. He was almost home. Although born in Chapel Cove, he had moved to Portland to run his business. But God had different plans, better plans, that drove him back to his small town. When he stopped at the light, he rolled down the window and inhaled the sea air while the radio host went on about the history of wood carving. Not that Tucker needed to know those details, but listening to DIY shows always inspired him to delve into his hobby. A sudden jolt slammed the back of the truck. What was that? He gripped the steering wheel tighter and frowned at the white Maxima in his rearview mirror. Just great. If he were rear-ended, it'd be another 30 minutes or so before he got home. It was hard to see the other vehicle's driver to judge the nature of the incident. When the light turned green, just in case someone got injured from running into his F-150, he drove to the side of the road and parked. The Maxima followed him, and as the car drove past his truck, a distraught expression crumpled the woman's brown-skinned face. She parked a few feet in front of him. Was she okay? He'd check his fender later. He stepped out and shut the door. He needed to make sure she didn't get hurt. If anything, her car probably got the worst of it. Chapter 2. To say Kayla Jones felt stressed was an understatement. Falling apart was more like it, as she made one less productive call after another. That should have been her cue to focus on driving, but she had instead made work calls on the way to her supposed vacation. She put the car in park and took her foot off the brake. Her heart was racing and her head spinning. Slightly dizzy, she lifted a palm to her forehead. It wasn't hot, which didn't surprise her. She rarely got sick, but anything was possible after she had cost her design firm their star client. How could she give such a mediocre pitch 2 weeks ago? Ugh! She chided herself for not paying attention to the road. What if she had hurt someone? She had better go and assess the damage, apologize, and perhaps get some fresh air. A shiver ran through her, and she was suddenly cold. She should have worn jeans and a sweater rather than a summer dress. She expected Chapel Cove to be much sunnier than Seattle, unless the almost 5 hours of driving were getting to her. The pine-covered hills, brightened by the evening sun, offered a pleasant sight when she pushed open the door. A cool breeze blew through her long hair, sending her body shivering. She wrapped her arms around herself to keep warm. Cars whizzed past, and the man walked toward her, dressed in jeans and a red checkered shirt. He couldn't be much older than her 39. He was probably going to give her all the rules of the road and so forth, but she deserved it. As she stepped out of her car, the ocean breeze swept over and through her, chilling her to the core, and she tightened her arms around herself, then sucked in a deep breath. The man waved, the same breezing, tousling his brown hair. Ruggedly handsome, he looked like the guys on the fixer-upper TV shows. "Is everything okay?" His deep voice sounded genuine. When she returned his wave, her hands were trembling. Sorry about the, Her voice was unstable, and why were her legs weak? It had to be the heels. At an unexpected need to support herself, she leaned against her car. Yikes! Her legs were shaky as well. Oh no! What's happening to me? She needed to get in her car. I'm sorry. Let me get my insurance card. Do you need to go to the hospital? Drawn brows displayed his true concern. Shouldn't he be concerned about his truck, the one she had wrecked? She shook her head. Although she probably needed to get to the hospital, she was only a few miles from her Airbnb. Afraid to collapse in front of the handsome stranger, she turned her back to the man, held on to the car hood, and staggered for the door. She didn't realize she stumbled until strong hands supported her back, steadying her. Her heart thundered, and she reached for the handle, tightening her grip, willing her heartbeat to slow. Let's get you to the doctor. The man's warm hand was still strong on her shoulder. Maybe it was from the embarrassment of being in front of a stranger, but emotion welled in her throat. She slammed her eyes closed. I never cry. No, crying, please. Her shoulders shook as uncontrollable tears pooled, spilling down her cheeks. Her body was losing control, not good at all. Please, let's get you to doctor. As his gentle voice swirled around her, the words faded in and out, only half making sense. She wouldn't dare look at the man, and yet she wasn't pulling the door open either, and she had no idea what was happening to her. Is this what seizures feel like? Try to take a deep breath, he said. She did as asked, inhaling and holding her breath for a few seconds. Slowly breathe out. She shuddered as she exhaled. Do it again, he urged, his compassionate tone as comforting as his hand warming her shoulder. Her muscles started relaxing after the third exhale. Good. He took his hand off her. She almost felt cold now that he had taken his hand away, but then warm fabric draped over her shoulder. His shirt? A cedar or pine smell wafted through it. She twisted her neck to look at him now in his undershirt. Thanks. She pulled the cozy flannel closer to her chin. Instead of responding, he asked again if it was okay for him to take her to a doctor. She stared at him long enough to notice his warm eyes, the color of the ocean, and his light skin, a contrast to her brown. He looked trustworthy, but she couldn't leave her car on the roadside. If you point me in the direction to go, I can drive. He seemed to be thinking about it as he scratched the scruff dusting his jaw. Odd how much darker it was than his sun-kissed hair. He probably thought she was crazy, and maybe she was, given the circumstances. If you don't mind me following you there, I'd appreciate it. She had almost crushed him, probably wrecked his truck, and now she wanted him to sacrifice his afternoon to take her to a doctor. But he offered. After seeing her to her driver's seat and watching her buckle up, he closed the door and jogged back to his truck. As soon as he drove past, a forester drove by Kayla and separated her from the truck. She tried to keep her focus on her rescuer's silver truck until he pulled over and let the forester pass before he got back on the road. There really were kind people in this world. This man was one of them. Given her fast-paced Seattle lifestyle, would she have stopped and taken the time to help a stranger? Or would she have taken their insurance information over their collision and driven away? She had no idea if she would have offered to lead a stranger to the right place. As they drove over a hill, the ocean spread out before them, gleaming like broken glass with choppy little wavelets, and a small town clustered around the bay. A very small town, too small surely to have a hospital. His right blinker flickered, and he pulled into a parking lot with a squat white building marked Chapel Cove Urgent Care. Well, her question answered, she parked beside him before some newly planted saplings staked in the parking lot. Sparse flower pots appeared to be waiting for the plants to grow. Perhaps they too were new, or perhaps it was just spring. To the far side, 2 cranes stood by another building. Kayla stepped out of her car when he did. "We're here." He walked in front of her car. Broad shoulders stretched out his white T-shirt. Pulling the borrowed shirt closer to her chest, she savored the woodsy scent, her gaze drifting to the crane and the construction site. What are they building? That's the hospital. He then gestured to the square building. In the meantime, urgent care is all we have in town. Seeming more concerned about her health, he asked if she was ready to go in, so she nodded and fell in step with him. The building's glass doors whooshed aside, and an antiseptic tang and the freshness of a new building engulfed her. Then a man seated on one of the padded benches greeted him. "Tucker, where's the little man?" "I had a few errands to run." "Hi there, Tucker," a dark-haired woman in pink scrubs called out as she put a folder on the built-in wall shelf behind the counter. "What brings you in today?" "Is Hudson or Dr. Jeff around?" "You're in luck." The woman spun around, and her brown eyes zeroed in on Kayla like she had just noticed her presence. Tucker turned to Kayla, his brows crinkling. "Sorry we didn't get time for introductions." He offered his hand. Tucker Boudreau. What a cool last name. She shook his hand, the soft hollows of his palm a contrast to the ridge of calluses above it and the hardening on his fingertips. Kayla. The handshake ended too fast, but left her feeling warm when he sidestepped her to go behind her and ushered her toward the reception area. Kayla would like to see the doctor, or you. The woman smiled kindly, and her ponytail slinked over one shoulder as she offered her hand. I'm Juana, the nurse practitioner. Nice to meet you, Kayla said. Juana pointed out that Dr. Jeff was seeing another patient before she pulled out a clipboard and slid a piece of paper on it. She handed Kayla the clipboard. I assume you're new in town? Was it that obvious? I take it you guys all know each other? Oh, yeah, the man on the bench nodded. His scraggly beard could use a trim, but she wasn't here to offer sanitary counsel. Instead, she plucked one of the decorative pins from the holder, its massive plastic daisy weighing its back end down. What brings you into town? Tucker followed her to the brown padded chair. Let me guess. You know all the visitors in town, too. Oops, she was standing too close to him. She plopped into the chair. It's not a big enough town to hide in for longer than an hour. Except she intended to hide in her Airbnb, walk to the beach, and huddle up in her room to call clients, unless she ventured around in hopes of running into him. If Mandy was right and they offered food where she was staying, then Kayla would be accomplishing a lot of work in the next 2 weeks. Soon, Juana called the man who was waiting on the bench. She directed him to the back room and then sent Kayla back and said she'd be with her soon to take her vitals. Now that you're in good hands, Tucker took a step back. I'll pray you feel better. No, don't leave. Odd how she felt sad hearing him say farewell. He was the only person she knew in town. Thank you. She pulled her hair over her right shoulder and gathered it into a ponytail before letting it loose down her back again, trying not to show her disappointment. She then remembered crashing into him. I didn't give you my insurance. My truck runs perfectly. She stood to ease out of his shirt, but he lifted a hand to stop her. You'll need it more than I do. When he flashed a crooked grin, adrenaline rushed through her. He then gave a curt nod. It was nice to meet you, Kayla. It wasn't until he turned and left that she managed a response. Nice to meet you, too. He probably didn't hear her. What a nice guy. He had had such a calming presence. I hope I can see him again. She tried to shove him into the back of her mind when she went with Juana in a back room and stepped on the scale as asked. 121 pounds, still her normal weight. Juana took her temperature, breathing rate, and blood pressure. It's too high. The nurse settled on the chair and narrowed her eyes. Here would come a series of questions on mood and behavior patterns. Have you been sleeping well? Not as much, especially these last 2 weeks waiting to hear from the clients she had expected would hire their firm. How long are your daily work hours? 8, give or take. She worked way past office hours, and she told Juana. When Dr. Jeff joined her and she relayed her symptoms and the episode on the road, the silver-haired man rested his hands in his lap, his kind blue eyes intense against tan skin. We'll still run some tests, but I believe you had an anxiety attack. After another 40 minutes or so of blood work and tests for her thyroid and her heart to rule out a heart attack, the doctor went through the signs of anxiety and panic attack she'd need to keep an eye out for. He added plenty of precautions, but she'd never remember everything, so she was grateful when she was free to go with his promise to call her once the results came in. Before Kayla left the clinic, Juana emphasized her need to take it easy over the next few days. When Kayla got into the car, she brought up the map on her phone for her Airbnb. She wasn't too far away, thank goodness. As she drove, she pondered the doctor's words that most resonated with her. If you don't slow down, anxiety can go from mild to panic level. She had no idea what anxiety was capable of doing, but at 39 she wasn't ready to deal with panic episodes. She twisted her grip on the steering wheel. She never wanted to feel the way she had felt in front of Tucker again. Soon she was threading through streets of brightly painted clapboard buildings. The quaint shops along the boardwalk would make a perfect afternoon stroll if she didn't get tempted to work. No, the doctor had ordered her to slow down, and she intended to do her best to follow through. "Turn right," the phone navigation instructed, and she focused her full attention to the road. The sun was sinking lower on the horizon, a good thing since she was looking forward to taking a long shower and calling it a day. In a community of mixed-sized homes alongside the bay, she turned to the right and a row of homes facing the ocean. Lowering her window, she breathed in the salt-tanged air. When the navigation announced her arrival, she peered at the house numbers to confirm before pulling in and parking next to a blue sedan in the double driveway. Finally here. Just in case she had the wrong house, she left the luggage in her car and walked towards the 2-story house. Ceramic pots lined both sides of the stairs, spilling over with tall, showy crimson-red flowers on the right and cutesy shorter yellow and blue ones on the left. It looked homey, exactly where she needed to stay. As if she were expected, the front door swung open before she could climb the first stair. The short woman's cheeks crinkled up when she smiled. In her blue dress with her blonde bun, she matched those cute flowers. "You must be Kayla." The woman took one step at a time as she approached, then reached out her hand. "I'm Penny, the landlord." Good. Kayla was in the right place. "I'm so excited to be—" Penny held up a hand, shaking her head. "I overbooked the reservations." She didn't waste any time stating facts as she apologized and pointed out the computer glitch. Kayla's mind wandered to the route she had driven through town. She didn't remember seeing a hotel. No way was she staying in some mom-and-pop place. "The good news," Penny's voice had Kayla's attention, "I made arrangements with my neighbor, and there's a room ready for you." She let out a relieved breath. Having never stayed at an Airbnb, she had no idea how the operation ran. "I have a place to stay?" That's all she needed to know, because she didn't have the strength to wander off to the next town looking for hotels. The lady nodded as if relieved too. Wind tugged wispy white and white blonde hairs free from her bun as her eyes lit up. An upgrade. A big room with a balcony overlooking the ocean. A thrill ran through Kayla. She could already envision herself relaxing while sipping coffee on the balcony. That was considerate, and Kayla told her so. She pulled the shirt tighter against her when a light breeze stirred, seeping through her cotton dress. "Just point me where to go." "Next door." Penny tilted her head to the house, nearly twice the size of hers on her right, then thanked Kayla for being understanding. In a matter of minutes, Kayla was parking in the 2-car driveway of a limestone and blue siding house. She wheeled her luggage along an arched driveway flanked with green shrubs, the gravel in between them littered with toys. On the lowest porch step, a red plastic bin held small buckets and shovels, a kid-size helmet, and other kid things. Nothing against kids, but it wasn't the relaxing environment she had in mind. At the door, she set the luggage on the welcome mat and rang the bell. While she waited, a flock of seagulls winged above her as they squawked. The door jerked, and she turned in time for it to open. Her stomach somersaulted. Tucker. He blinked, looking her up and down, before his mouth curved into a smile when his gaze landed on the shirt she was still wearing. The back of her neck burned. Then barking interrupted her thoughts. A pup bounded past Tucker and leaped for her. "Ah!" She lurched back, stumbled to the step below, and stopped herself from falling by gripping the concrete. "Cooper, no!" Tucker's deep voice ordered as the pup continued barking and now tugged at her dress. He snagged the menace by the collar and hoisted it, then nestled it in the crook of his arm. "I'm so sorry," he said for the 5th or 6th time as he put out his free hand to help her up. With her heart racing, she stood and brushed dust from her hand. "Cooper!" A kid's voice sounded, and a blond-haired boy bounded out of the house. He must be 3 or 4, though it was hard to guess the kid's age since she never spent time in their company. He eyed her as he walked toward Tucker and slid his arm around Tucker's leg. Kayla waved, and the boy waved back before he darted to the shrubs. He was adorable, with wide cheeks and shaggy blonde hair that could use a haircut. But still, a dog and a kid, or however many kids, as much as she would have liked to get to know Tucker, he was probably married, given the dog and children, and no way was she staying in a loud house. Chapter 3. Was there a worse welcome than Cooper ambushing their guest? Kayla looked terrified, almost ready to flee as she glanced back to the driveway, and something about her made his heart quicken the way it hadn't in a long time. "I assume you're Penny's guest?" he asked, needing to say something, while Ace was engaged in the shrubs before he called Tucker for attention. "Our guest." Now if they could figure out what hosting meant. Kayla took a step back and fiddled with his shirt, hugging it tight to her chest. "She forgot to say you have a busy house." Penny better have revealed the daycare to Kayla. "We have plenty of room." He rubbed Cooper by the collar. The dog didn't deserve affection after his behavior, but keeping him calm was not optional. "He's harmless. He's just excited to have company." "Do you have hotels in town?" She freed a hand from her death grip on his shirt and swiped thick hair away from her face. Surely he wouldn't fail as a host before he even tried. "Not exactly hotels, but you might like it better here." When he tried to reach for her luggage, she did so at the same time. Their fingers brushed, and he ignored the slight reaction while getting a hold on the handle. He had felt the same tingle when they shook hands at the clinic earlier. He tilted his chin to the shrubs where Ace was piling rocks. "That's my son, Ace," Tucker called the boy, who bounced over with a handful of rocks he pocketed in his shorts. "This is our guest, Miss—" He checked her finger for a ring but didn't see one. "Kayla," she flashed a half smile, holding his gaze, and he felt something recognizably real. If only he knew what was real, he'd still be married, apparently. He dismissed whatever it was and looked down at the dog. It seemed Kayla had moved on, too, when she turned to Ace. "Hey, bud." "Hi," Ace waved with grubby fingers, then ducked his head. Kayla then lowered herself to Ace's level. "How old are you?" The tension seemed to dissolve from her shoulders as Ace struggled to keep up 3 fingers and a crooked pinky. 3, she urged. Ace shook his head. 3.5. Yep, his boy was mighty proud of that extra half year. Tucker winked at him. Then, since Kayla seemed to have overcome the dog attack, he ushered her in. "Welcome." He set the luggage in the front room and excused himself to take Cooper to the kennel in the family room beside the kitchen. "I'm sorry again," he said, brushing his hands on his jeans. She brushed him off with a wave of her hand, her cheeks lifting in a soft smile. "I survived." Even with her heels, she was only medium height. Long dark hair draped over her shoulders, and his shirt looked nice on her. He retrieved her luggage. "I'll show you to your room." "I'll show you." Ace scurried ahead, and the hardwood stairs squeaked when his little footsteps tapped them as he ran. With her heels clicking against the hardwood floors, she let Ace lead her. Tucker followed, taking one step at a time, leaving enough space between him and Kayla, and trying not to notice the graceful way her curve swayed beneath the floral summer dress. "Here's your room," Ace declared before she climbed the final step. "Thank you, Ace. I'm going to build my house now." "I wouldn't want to keep you from your—" Ace was off and running down the hall before she could finish her sentence. "Thanks, pal," Tucker spoke over Ace's head. Kayla turned to him as if needing confirmation about the room. When he nodded, she entered the room. The room was almost the size as his, with a full-sized bathroom in it. Staying at the door, he set her luggage down and looked up at the white walls. If he had known it'd be someone like her, he'd have bought some artwork to dress up the plain walls, for crying out loud. "This is it." Instead of leaving, he lingered, leaning against the door jamb and watching her walk toward the sliding door to the balcony. She peered over the water where the sun hovered low, still a few hours from sinking, yet casting orange and golden light over the choppy waves. The room already smelled different, a refreshing scent of spring rain and mint. "Wow," wonder whispered through her word as she raised a hand and let it hover over the glass as if trying to grasp the expanse of the sea. "You were right. This is better than a hotel." "Ace thinks so too." "Ace?" Tucker scratched his head. "I mean, yes, we like it." He hadn't felt this small around a woman in a long time. "I hope you like it." Is that what he was supposed to say? Great. He willed his foot to shift so he could leave. But when she surveyed the room, the queen bed with the bag containing the comforter on it, he couldn't tell if she was impressed or disappointed. He shrugged. "We rarely have company." "It's nice. Roomy. I like it." No doubt she meant it, but even if she didn't, it was too late to change anything. "We're making burgers for dinner, if you'd like to join us." She pulled at his plaid shirt and instead of responding about dinner, said, "I better get your shirt back to you." It looked nice on her, but despite her statement, she wasn't attempting to hand it over. "Keep it as long as you want." He patted the blue checkered shirt he was now wearing. "I have several." "Okay." Her chin dipped and hair slithered into her face as she fumbled with a button. Then she raised her head, dark eyes meeting his, widening in a smile. "Thanks." He wanted to ask how her doctor's visit went, but that could wait. A moment passed as they looked at each other, and awareness took up all the air between them. I can't be feeling things. They had just met, which was odd. Dinner was a better topic, but not wanting to repeat himself by asking, he saluted her. "I'll have dinner ready in 30 minutes. He made a fast escape without giving her time to accept or reject the invitation. Why was his heart racing as if he hadn't been around a beautiful woman before? Couldn't Penny have sensed someone he wasn't likely to get attracted to? He found Ace in his room, stacking wooden pieces to a log cabin Tucker had made him last year. "Would you like to help me make dinner?" "Are you going to let me cook?" Ace's wide eyes brightened as he tossed the piece across the room. "Your room is a disaster." Tucker crouched beside him, now more concerned about the toys littering the floor than any dinner plans. He patted the little man's hair. "After dinner, you get to clean your room." "But I'm going to sleep in your room." Tucker hoisted him to his shoulder, carrying him upside down as he walked back downstairs, with Ace squealing in delight. "You clean your room first, pal." Out in the backyard, Tucker cleaned off the grill, while Ace tossed a ball toward the swing set, and Cooper ran after it. At times he'd bring back the ball, but he preferred running around with it in his mouth. Their hard work to teach the dog fetch last week was almost sticking, but the guy sure loved to run. While Tucker had built a fence to keep the kids contained on days they played outside, it came in handy after they got the puppy. As he lit the grill and put on the meat, smoke billowed in the air and the smell of gas and meat permeated the yard. Cooper, too, could probably smell the savory scent, which explained why he was back at Tucker's heel, as if waiting for his share. Hopefully, Kayla liked burgers and corn on the cob. He was grilling more than he and Ace could eat. The sun was sinking lower when he walked through the sliding door, carrying a plate of grilled meat. Cooper was barking, then licking his chops. "Daddy, can we give Cooper a hamburger?" He already had his dinner. "Is our person coming to eat with us?" "I don't know." "Can I go get her?" "No." Ace was as intrigued as Tucker about their guest. Still assuming Kayla would show up and wanting her to join them, he got 3 plates from the cabinet and set them on the dining table. The black oak tabletop with a brass finish over iron legs was tall enough to keep Cooper from leaping for the food. "What do you want to drink, Ace?" Tucker swung open the fridge. Oops, he didn't have a variety of options and shouldn't have asked. "Orange soda." Ace ran toward him, sticking his head in the fridge. Tucker tried not to give him a lot of sugar beverages, but Mom had sent them a few sodas when they had visited her last week. With only 2 options of drinks, he ruffled the boy's hair, juice or root beer. Root beer. Ace reached for the can and pulled it out. At Cooper's bark, Tucker faced the stairs the dog was running to. His nerves tightened, a mix of anticipation and panic all at once, when Kayla stepped on the threshold. Oh, she was holding on to the railing, keeping her focus on the dog that was now jumping and barking. "Cooper!" Tucker closed the fridge and whistled, then crossed the hardwood floor in 2 long strides. He scooped up the rambunctious puppy and carried him to the kennel in the family room. He had better keep the door closed tonight so Cooper didn't escape to sneak into Kayla's room. By the time he finished washing his hands, Kayla was still standing, as if frozen on the stairs, still clinging to the railing. After setting silverware and plates on the table, he invited her to join them. "Cooper seems to like you," he said, as she took a seat across from him. Ace beamed. "Cooper likes me, too." "I'm not used to dogs." She folded her hands on the table, lowering her chin to her chest, her hair falling across her right cheek. "Never had one before." He had better keep an eye on Cooper so he didn't interfere with their guest. Tucker offered her a drink and she preferred water. He had the same while he opened the pop top on Ace's root beer. "My turn to pray." Ace clasped his hands together and as always closed his eyes. "Sorry." Tucker glanced at Kayla to apologize for their custom to pray before meals and at bedtime, but she smiled instead and bowed her head. "Dear God, bless this food and the hungry kids in the whole wide world. Amen." "Amen." Tucker and Kayla echoed the word. Then she leaned toward his son, and a soft smile brightened her face beneath the rustic wooden chandelier above the table. "That's such a beautiful prayer, Ace." "Oh." Ace poked a finger to the ketchup spilling through the side of his burger. "What do you say?" Tucker spoke to his son, reminding him to use his manners. "Please." Ace emphasized his answer, too confident for his own good. "You say, thank you," Tucker reminded him, while he forked a corn cob onto Ace's plate. "Thank you." Ace repeated the words twice before reaching for his burger. "Daddy taught me how to pray." "How sweet." Kayla's gaze flitted to him. Tucker busied himself by passing the plate of meat across the table to her. "I didn't know how you like your meat, so I just made medium rare and well done." She closed her eyes and breathed in deeply, then sighed. "I love hamburgers." Caught off guard, he put a napkin on his lap. "Me too. I like a slight pink in mine." "Medium rare always wins." She forked the slab of meat and set it on her plate before reaching for the bag of buns and pulling out one. It has just the right amount of juiciness. Tucker felt his cheeks lifting for no apparent reason. She liked hamburgers. Thanks for taking me to the clinic, by the way. She squeezed way more ketchup on her hamburger than he had put on Ace's. The doctor thought I'm stressed. Thankfully, it wasn't life-threatening. It could have been worse. If I don't do something about it, it could turn into anxiety and panic attacks. Did someone attack you? Ace asked with a mouthful, his brows creased. First, chew your food, Tucker whispered to his son, who needed constant reminders on such things. Nobody attacked me, Kayla leaned in again, addressing Ace seated next to Tucker. A panic attack is a disease you get from several factors, or if you work so hard and you don't rest. Like me and Daddy. He put the hamburger down, then picked up the corn cob before lifting it to his mouth and munching it like a squirrel. Kayla sliced through her hamburger in several pieces with a butter knife. I'm glad to know I'm not the only one who works hard. Tucker dabbed napkins on his mouth. Not exactly. He then elbowed Ace. Staring at his son was safer than looking at her while talking. If playing with this guy all day counts, then I'm the one working. Ace was more intent on munching his corn, so Tucker managed a glance at Kayla. With her mentioning stress, he knew the answer to the question he was about to ask, but he asked anyway. What about you? How busy do you keep yourself? She nodded. Work is my life. A workaholic. It's become more stressful lately. She talked about her marketing job for an interior design firm, the big client she had lost, and the 3 pending who hadn't called her back. I was busy making calls to clients when I ran into you at the stoplight. Sorry your car got a dented fender. He had checked on his way out of the clinic. Mine doesn't have a scratch. She put her hands on her cheeks, her face crumpling. I could have hurt you. But you didn't. He shrugged. He hadn't given a thought to the what-ifs, but such matters were in God's hands. Switching the subject, he asked where she lived. Seattle. I moved there for work. She said she had been born and raised in Arizona, but a project she had taken on in Seattle landed her a job at the most reputable firm in Washington. This was her first vacation in 15 years. When the client didn't hire us this time, my friend forced me to take this trip. She let out a mirthless laugh. If she hadn't already booked the house, I wouldn't have come. He'd better make sure she had a good vacation. If you need to figure out places to go, I'll be happy to help. Did he just throw himself on her vacation? Having her staring at him with those soft brown eyes didn't help. He ground his teeth, feeling like punching himself in the head. I meant I'll show you or direct you. I'm counting on it. She reached for her corn and scraped it off the cob with a butter knife. During a comfortable silence, her silverware tapped on the porcelain as she ate corn with a fork, then forked a piece of her hamburger. Ace was almost through polishing off the corn on his cob. It had been a long time since Tucker had a normal conversation with a woman as they shared a meal. Look how I cleaned my corn. Ace lifted the plain cob in front of Kayla. That's an epic skill. Her eyes gleamed in the light as she lifted her hands in question and acted surprised. How did you do that? Beaming, Ace tossed his cob on the plate. I'll show you. He then turned to Tucker. Daddy, can I have another corn? Tucker shook his head and passed his corn to Ace. Kayla's light purple-painted fingernails barely touched the ends of her half-scraped cob. She then imitated Ace to eat the corn in a straight row. As much as Tucker no doubt enjoyed Kayla's company, a workaholic was the last person he and Ace needed to get attached to. They couldn't risk another person walking away from them when things didn't work out. He had been in love once and didn't ever want to deal with the ugly reality of breakups. So his heart better get the memo. This is really good corn. She paused in between eating to look at him. How did you cook it? Was she serious? Simple, on the grill. It tastes so good. His chest puffed under her genuine praise. "Your skin is black," Ace said out of the blue, wiggling his little stomach up onto the table as he stretched across it to touch her arm. "Yes, and yours is white." She spoke with gentleness as she touched Ace's arm as well. When she looked at Tucker, he mouthed a sorry, hoping she understood kids blurted things out the way they saw them. "It's fine." It was another teaching moment as Tucker patted the boy's back. "Remember how we sing about God making a colorful world?" "Red, yellow, black, and white," Kayla answered for him, then tapped Ace's shoulder. "That's right." Tucker lifted Ace off the table and set him in the chair. "Now finish your dinner." "I like your house." Kayla snagged his attention. She looked up at the wooden frame around the pendant lights, then at the kitchen with its black tile backsplash, cherry cabinets, and marble countertops, and the island he had built to match them, before craning toward the front room by the daycare area. "How long have you lived here?" 2.5 years. He had moved closer to his family after Zena left. "Ace, do you have your school there?" She motioned to the dimly lit main room and the posters on the wall. "My friends come and play here with me." This would probably be where she'd leave for a hotel, but Tucker owed her the details. "I run a daycare center here." She blinked, then stared down at the uneaten pieces of her burger before nodding. "You have a bunch of kids here every day?" "My neighbor Penny helps out," he grimaced, thinking about the stress she had just mentioned. "I know you're supposed to rest and all, but don't worry. I'll be out of your way during the day." She moved her silverware on the plate. "I hope there's something to do in this quiet town." Ace asked to be excused. Surprised he remembered to ask, Tucker stood to help him down, then shifted his feet. Anxious with the two of them at the dining table, he remained standing. They had both finished eating anyway, hadn't they? "I'll be glad to jot a few things down for you to do." "I can always go to the beach, of course. I hope the weather stays decent." May was mostly cloudy, but if she was from Seattle, she knew Oregon temperatures already. They didn't have many sunny beach days to swim and relax by the ocean this time of the year. As he reached to stack Ace's plate on his, she glanced up with a squished face. "I want you to know I never cry." What was she talking about? His frown must have conveyed his confusion because she added, "About earlier, on the road." His eyes searched hers, and the innocence in her deep brows tugged at him. "It'll be our secret." Her eyes gave a gentle roll before she stood and lifted her plate off the table. "I'll get it. What kind of host would he be if he let her work? I should be doing the dishes since you cooked." Well, no sense in stopping her. After all, he savored her mint and flowery scent minutes later when he rinsed the dishes and she loaded them into the dishwasher. Cooper barked and Ace rattled around getting into the preschool toys. What was with this kid not remembering what he was and wasn't supposed to do? Right, he needed to clean his room. For their guest's sake, Tucker ignored Ace's mischief and handed Kayla a kitchen towel to dry her damp hands, thinking of his plans for the next day. "We're headed to church tomorrow. Would you like to join us?" "It's been a while since I went to church." She had been okay when Ace prayed, so curiosity niggled him. He wiped his dripping hands with another towel. "Why's that?" "Work." She moved across the kitchen and leaned against the island. He didn't want to impose church on her, but neither did he want to neglect to extend an invitation. "What time do you leave?" "Church starts at 10. We'll have breakfast at 8:30 to 8:45. He hung the towel on the oven handle. If she wanted to sleep in, they could eat later. "We can eat any time you want to, of course." "I'd love to go." With her back braced against the island, she hugged her arms around herself as a sincere smile softened her lips. "Thanks for dinner." "It was just hamburgers." "One of my favorite meals," she said again, then admitted it had been a while since she ate a hamburger. "Good night." Her sock feet patted across the hardwood floor as she crossed the kitchen. The stove clock showed 8, way past Ace's 7 o'clock bedtime. "Night," Tucker said while she was almost at the stairs. She called for Ace, who was still tinkering with blocks, and wished him a good night. "Oh, Tucker?" As his name rolled off her tongue, he could get used to listening to her melodious voice. He ambled to her, standing by the stairs. "Yes? Is it okay if you store my phone and laptop?" He shifted his foot, crossing it over the other for no particular reason, but not knowing how to respond to her odd request, he needed to do something. "I don't want to get tempted to browse social media and make work calls. I'll be glad to keep them for you." Instead of asking for how long or when she'd bring her gadgets, he told her he was going to get Ace into the shower, and she could always knock at his door. "Of course you can, leave it in the hallway," he added, after realizing how knocking on his door might not seem right. Another soft smile twisted her lips, and he swallowed. No doubt about it, he was attracted to her, and perhaps she was attracted to him too. He'd have to convince himself he wasn't interested in dating, and she wasn't the right woman for him and Ace. Otherwise, it was going to get complicated with her under his roof for 2 weeks. Chapter 4. Kayla woke to morning light reflecting off the ocean, bathing her room in a pink glow. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she stifled a yawn. She hadn't closed the slider's blinds, preferring to fall asleep to the silver-lined clouds and moonlit ocean. Now the white wall was too bright, too plain. Tucker obviously didn't have time to do anything else. Running a daycare and taking care of his son were 2 full-time jobs. Of all the jobs he could possibly do, a daycare? Her fingers strayed to the shirt next to her pillow. As if it was dangerous, she tossed it to the foot of the bed. Sitting up, she stretched her arms and let out a yawn. A pot clattered, a dog barked, and Ace's chatty voice drifted from downstairs. It was one loud house, a comforting kind of loud, not as stressful as she had envisioned. Well, as long as the jumpy puppy stayed away from her. Although she didn't know anything about kids, Ace was a sweet little guy. He had a great dad who spent time with him and taught him manners. Unlike Kayla's parents, who loved her in their own way, but worked nonstop. Little surprised she had been born in their restaurant. Speaking of Ace's dad, she wiggled back against the cushions, her gaze drifting to the cozy shirt her handsome host had lent her. And a dreamy sigh escaped. Handsome was right, and she had felt a pull of attraction between them. It could be just her feeling things she had never felt for anyone. After falling apart in front of him on the roadside, she assumed she had slept with his shirt next to her pillow because it had comforted her yesterday, and breathing in the woodsy scent still comforted her. If Mandy told her she had slept with a man's shirt next to her pillow, Kayla would call her creepy. But now Kayla was the creepy one. Before surrendering her phone and laptop to Tucker last night, she had called Mandy to share her nervous breakdown, the reservation mix-up, and the single dad she was now staying with. Yes, single dad. She had checked out his ring finger, almost studied it to know there hadn't been an indentation or tan line or other traces to indicate he wore a ring. "Is he cute?" Mandy had asked. "He invited me to church." "You didn't answer my question, which probably means yes." Mandy had started laughing at her. "Is he attractive?" Ignoring her friend, Kayla had redirected the conversation. "I only called to let you know I'll be out of reach." She had promised to text Mandy whenever she worked up the nerve to ask for Tucker's phone. "I'll be using his phone since I don't want distractions from mine." Before they hung up, Mandy emphasized that Kayla keep her up to date on how things were going with her handsome host. Without her phone or computer, she had no way to check the time, but with her internal clock, she couldn't have slept in too late. Still, she'd have to buy a clock for the nightstand. She reached to touch the wavy slab, the finish smooth under her fingers. What a unique piece of furniture! Pushing the covers aside, she flung her feet out and rubbed her toes against the soft carpet. If she were going downstairs, she had better shower first and brush her teeth, too. After ambling toward the bathroom, she opened the drawer against the wall in search of a towel. The white cabinet smelled of fresh paint as she opened and closed one empty drawer after another. Good thing she didn't just jump into the shower, assuming a towel would be laid out. She could go downstairs and ask Tucker for a towel, but how was she going to walk past that rowdy puppy? She shuddered, not knowing why the critter terrified her so much. As she walked toward the stairs, she cringed at the coolness of the hardwood floor, much different from the bedroom carpet. A glance down the hall to the 2 rooms with open doors, then to the closed door in between, sparked an idea. It had to be the linen closet. With the clattering utensils as Tucker talked to his son, and Ace imitating the dog now and then, surely no one could hear her muffled footsteps as she crossed the floor. Relief swept through her when she opened the door and discovered the linen closet. She grabbed one navy towel and ran back to her room. The shower didn't take long since she didn't have to wash her hair. She had washed it yesterday, right before she left for the trip. From her luggage, she retrieved an emerald green floral dress with a sash, then a white cardigan to keep her warm. Church hadn't been part of her plans when she came to town, but she had packed a few summer dresses to wear while relaxing by the beach. The dresses she rarely wore at work, but bought in hopes to wear on Sundays when she shopped. She always loved dresses, but never seemed comfortable wearing them at work. She couldn't remember when she had decided to replace Sunday service for Sunday shopping. Lately, Sunday was her shopping and planning day in preparation for the week ahead. The floorboards creaked as she took the first step down the stairs, and she stood there, frozen, uncertain with the next step forward. Was it time for church? Should she have helped make breakfast? The dog barked, and its nails clicked closer on the floor. Her muscles tensed, and she gripped the railing with one hand while tightening her other hand against the purse on her shoulder. "Cooper!" And footsteps scrambled as he chased the dog. At the bottom of the stairs he grabbed it by the collar. He then glanced up. "I'll lock him up." His apologetic expression before he walked away left her with a sense of unease. "You don't have to." Her voice squeaked a bit, but still, she didn't want them to change their plans on her account. She was already dressed and might as well just leave for church if he could direct her there. Since he had taken the dog away, she braved venturing downstairs, and her stomach rumbled at the smell of sausage and coffee. Ace's happy voice chirped from the room beyond the kitchen, but no one was in sight. "Daddy, can I take my sword to church?" "Not today, pal." Her belly flopped when Tucker emerged with Ace trotting behind him. "Hi!" Ace waved his sword her way. He was still dressed in pajamas, with a pattern of heroic dogs, and something warmed her as she relaxed with a smile. "Good morning, Ace." His teeth were so white as he beamed, "Daddy and I made breakfast." "You did?" She turned to meet Tucker's sheepish grin. With his hair still mussed, he had probably woken up and come down to fix breakfast right away. "It's not the best meal, but it will get us through church." He then took her in from head to toe, and her cheeks warmed when a smile lifted his cheeks. I like the red carnations on your dress." Kayla had to look down to see what flowers he was talking about. Carnations? She knew nothing about flowers. I like the design." "You're already dressed to go." He patted the white t-shirt stretched across his broad shoulders. "I haven't even showered." I didn't have my phone to check the time. Okay, so she had wanted to look decent when she presented herself. "I didn't want to make you late." "We still have an hour and a half." He motioned to the coffee brewing on the black marble counter. "Would you like some coffee or tea?" She hated that they had to lock up their dog, and she told him so since she could eat breakfast somewhere else. Otherwise, "Breakfast is served," he bowed, cutting her off. Then he winked. "Coffee or tea?" "Daddy made orange juice, too," Ace chimed in and bounded toward the fridge. How could she say no after Ace's declaration? The oatmeal, eggs, and sausage were refreshing. "You're a great cook," she said while they ate. Anyone could cook something this simple. Although he downplayed her praise, she had meant it. She was only confident in two things. "I'm good at fixing the grocery store's deli food." He chuckled, a deep laugh that reverberated and caused her stomach to curl. "You mean putting it on the plate?" "Exactly. I'm going to give this sausage to Cooper." Ace lifted the sausage link up to his dad. "We've already talked about this." Folding his arms on the table, Tucker leaned toward his son and explained why a dog should only eat dog food. Somehow the gentleness in his voice felt like coming home. Now and then, when Ace wasn't asking what toy to bring to church, Kayla asked Tucker random questions to get an idea about his personality. "Your favorite food?" "Anything with meat." He reached for his orange juice glass. "And to answer your question about church music, I prefer contemporary music, but I enjoy the hymns at church, too. What about you?" She listened mostly to K-Love in her car, and they only played one type of music. "I think it's contemporary." He grimaced. "That might be a problem. Our church leans toward the hymns for the morning service." "I can put up with hymns, too." She hadn't listened to any since she had visited Granny's church 5 years ago. Unlike last night when she had barely finished her hamburger, she polished off everything on her plate and scooped a couple of servings of fruit. She huffed when she caught him eyeing her across the table. "I usually don't eat this much." He chuckled again and slid a glass of orange juice toward her. "What can I say? I have a hungry guest." His light tone cleared the tension she had felt last night. When he offered her a ride to church with them, they left an hour later. She sat in the front passenger seat, Ace in the back, and her mind playing out a scene of her doing this often with them. Mere miles later, they rounded a curve in the road, and a nostalgic white-steepled church winked at them through the trees, high above the cove, glittering beyond it. Her whole body melted into the seat as she whispered, "Chapel Cove." Tucker nodded. "I was born here. Still, it takes my breath away sometimes." "We don't have church in the chapel. It's too small. There's a newer building in town." He kept driving into the center of town, where a timber-clad, more modern church, maybe 50 years old, awaited. As they entered, friendly people greeted them at the entrance. They called Tucker and Ace by name, while he introduced her as his guest, Kayla. "Nice to meet you." A perky woman shook her offered hand, something overwhelmingly kind in her approach, as the wind teased her short, silvery white hair. "I'm Ivy." "Nice to meet you," Kayla said. But the woman kept her grasp on Kayla's hand, her narrowed gaze seeming to read her like the proverbial book. "How long will you be in town?" Ivy covered Kayla's hand with her other one and patted it as if eager to take in a stray or stranger. "For 2 weeks." Soon Ivy was inviting her to stop by her bookstore on Spruce just off Main Street. "You can't miss it with the big spruce tree out front. That's if you like to read. If not, just stop by and the girls will get you a cup of coffee." She spoke about the coffee shop attached to her bookstore, her niece who managed the bookstore, and how every proper Chapel Cove vacation must include books for the beach. Tucker stood quietly, waiting with Ace, who squirmed as he pointed out 2 kids in one of the pews. Feeling at home, Kayla tried to match Ivy's enthusiasm. "Tucker confiscated my electronic devices." She glanced at him and caught his playful, arched brow. "I have no choice but to resort to paperbacks." "Tucker, you did not do that." Ivy cocked her head and crossed her arms. He shrugged and gave Kayla a secretive smile. "I have to teach her the town's slow-paced lifestyle." With a promise to see Kayla sometime this week, Ivy wished them a fun time at service. Kayla's heels patted on the soft red carpet as she followed Tucker toward the front, where he dropped off Ace near the other kids about his age and those between 6 and 10. The organ played in the background as people socialized. Kayla wouldn't remember half of the people Tucker introduced her to unless she ran into them again, yet everyone she greeted seemed genuinely happy to have her visiting. Touched, she blinked back a strange heat behind her eyes. Surely not another panic attack. Besides a few tan-skinned people in the room of about 100 or so, Kayla was the only one with brown skin. It was just easy to notice, but with everyone so nice, she didn't feel out of place. If she stayed in town, she could see herself coming back here just to be a part of such wonderful people who seemed so sincere and transparent. Stay in town? Where did that come from? Tucker, looking handsome in his jeans and a crisp white button-down, chose an empty pew 3 from the front. His breath tickled her ear as he bent slightly and his lips parted. "Is this okay?" When he placed his hand on her lower back, her whole body warmed, and she didn't mind where they sat as long as he was sitting next to her. "Of course." Then 4 singers stepped on the stage, and the organ stopped playing. The young worship pastor encouraged people to shake hands with one another while he made announcements about the marriage retreat and community events they wanted the church members to participate in and reach out to the town residents. The hymns took her back to church with Grandma, carrying a peacefulness about them, but more peaceful was listening to Tucker's deep voice. He must have realized she wasn't singing, because he inched the hymn book toward her. "Like I said, we sing some hymns here. I hope—" "I love hearing the songs." She put her hand down to touch the hymnal, and her fingers brushed his. A sensation made her arm tingle, and she tried to ignore it as she refocused onto "What a Friend We Have in Jesus." After 2 more songs from the hymnal, the band played 3 contemporary songs she had heard on K-Love. When the pastor stood behind the altar, a man and woman took the kids through the side door. Kayla leaned into Tucker and covered her mouth with her hand, whispering in his ear. Oh, he smelled like clean soap and natural wood. Where are they going? To the kids' church in the back room. The pastor talked about priorities, using the reference in Luke 4:42-44, while putting the focus on Jesus and how he knew his purpose and set his priorities to accomplish his mission. Somehow the man seemed to probe her heart when he asked, "Are you driven by things of this world, or is your goal to live for God and trust in his provision?" When was the last time she trusted God to take care of her? Didn't God help those who help themselves? Didn't that mean burning the midnight candle? She squirmed beneath the sudden weight on her chest as the pastor talked about Jesus' prayer life and ministry, then challenged the congregation to take the time to ask their neighbors if they needed help or support. Mandy always called to check on Kayla and prayed for her even. But Kayla hadn't been a good friend to Mandy. She had buried herself in work, barely taking the time to call her only friend. If Mandy called her or showed up at work and forced her to go to lunch, Kayla was willing to take the break. but she never initiated their get-togethers. Several minutes later, when the service ended, they picked up Ace from his class and then stepped out into the bright blue afternoon and walked side by side to the parking lot. Ace was skipping alongside Tucker when Tucker slowed and cocked his head her way. "Would you like to join us for a barbecue at my parents' place?" He asked it so casually, as if there were no need to make reservations. "Do you just invite last-minute guests to your parents' house?" He shrugged, matching her stroll. "Not always, but I'm making an exception for our guest." "It's my birthday today!" Ace jumped in front of them, showcasing his white baby teeth with a broad smile. "We're going to eat cake and candy." They had stopped walking, so she patted Ace's blonde hair, the baby-fine strands soft against her palm. "I love candy." She'd be a downer if she turned down the little guy's invitation. "I can't wait to eat cake and candy." When they resumed walking, she spoke under her breath for Tucker alone. "I don't have a present." She had had plenty of time before church to go shopping. "Why didn't you tell me last night?" He gave her a sideways glance, his smile as sunny as the bright sky. "It's not his real birthday." "A half birthday, perhaps? Plus, you were ready to bolt as soon as you arrived." He seemed relaxed, comfortable, and she found herself smiling. "I didn't want to scare you with invitations." If she were in control of her body, she'd be able to explain why she leaned into him and shoulder-bumped him. "It would take a lot to scare me." Yet she was terrified of him and how he was affecting her. She didn't do romance. She had no time for it. She'd be back in her boring life by the end of the first week in June. Meeting the parents shouldn't be terrifying, since she and Tucker weren't anything. They had only met yesterday and weren't even to a friendship level. Yet as they walked toward the manicured lawn, her heart was in her throat, despite his assurance that it was a small group. More than 10 adults hung out underneath a large oak, while others lingered around the tent. "There's Grandma!" Ace sprinted ahead when a woman with brown bobbed hair started toward them. A wide smile crinkled up her cheeks as she spread out her arms, lowered herself, and swept Ace in an embrace. "Is that your mom?" Kayla asked Tucker. "Yep." His hand touched her shoulder. Then he pointed toward the people across the lawn. "There's a few of their neighbors and some people from church." Since she hadn't seen his parents at church, she asked why. "They go to another church." The char-broiled barbecue scent tinged the air, and 2 men hung out beyond the tent where smoke billowed from the grill. Soon, people made their way over to greet them, and Tucker introduced her to his parents' neighbors and a couple of familiar faces she had seen at church. They lingered to ask what she thought of their town, but she had to confess that the church and Tucker's home had been the only places she had been so far. Someone called out for help to carry the tables, and most people left. "This is my dad," Tucker introduced a man with twinkly gray eyes. He offered Kayla his hand, then clasped hers in a strong handshake. "You must be new in town." "I arrived yesterday." At this point, she may just wear a sign that declared her the newcomer. Tucker's dad seemed to have brewing questions as his gaze flitted between her and Tucker. "She's staying at our house." Tucker pocketed his hands in his jean pockets as his mom ambled toward them, beaming in her white capri pants and blue floral shirt. His dad excused himself to find kites to put out for the activities. "I'm Sonia." She extended her hand, holding back her bobbed hair as the wind batted it into her warm blue eyes. Exuding Tucker's vibrancy, the woman winked at him as if they had a secret to share. "Tucker's mom." "Kayla." She then surveyed the ranch-style house with its gray siding and 2-car garage. "I like your house." Sonia dismissed her compliment with a wave of her hand. "One of these days I'll be happy in a camper." She chattered about her plans to sell their house and buy a camper so she and her husband could travel around the country. "Mom, that's not a realistic goal." Tucker shook his head, tender protectiveness in his tone. "You need a place to come back to when you get tired of the road." Sonia lifted her hands with a shrug. "These kids are always shutting down my dream." "Are you still talking about the camper thingy?" They all turned to the brunette walking toward them. She had layered 2 tank tops over her jean shorts. Wasn't she cold with the temperatures barely 70? "See what I mean?" Sonia pointed toward the house. "I have to go and make a salad." "Isla, I thought you were bringing salad." Tucker's brows drew together as he frowned at the brunette. The whole point was to not have Mom do any work. Isla planted a hand on her hip. "I decided to bring cake. You didn't think of catering to the gluten-free people." "Seriously?" Tucker waved a hand in the air as he and the brunette argued about her suddenly being on a no-gluten diet. "What guy is doing this to you?" Sonia lifted her clasped hands as if needing divine intervention before tapping Kayla's shoulder and whispering, "Enjoy the show, but I'll see you in a few." She then strolled toward the house. As uncomfortable as it should be listening to Tucker and his sister tease, or was it banter with each other, Kayla relaxed and concluded his family was transparent and didn't treat her like she was a guest. Instead, they were acting normal, the way they did when she wasn't around. "I have a piñata to stuff, Mr. Ungrateful." Isla eyed Kayla as if just realizing she was there. She blinked, her eyes widening as she let out a breath. "Oh, are you Mom's new neighbor?" "Kayla, I'm sorry I forgot to introduce my sister." Tucker gripped the back of his neck, wincing. "Don't tell me you were arguing in front of your date." Isla stuck out her hand to introduce herself. "I love your dress." Instead of saying thank you, Kayla attempted to explain her relationship with Tucker. "I'm just staying at his house." "Even better," Isla grinned, mischief hinted at in her blue eyes as she eyed Tucker. His face blotched a bit red. "Shut up," he whispered to his sister, loud enough for Kayla to hear. Isla leaned toward Kayla and whispered loudly as well. "See how he abuses the big brother privileges?" Without leaving enough time for them to explain why Kayla was staying at his house, Isla held up a hand. "Kayla, I'm looking forward to visiting with you later. But right now, I need to stuff candy into a piñata and refill the lemonade in the tent." Then she walked away. "I like your sister," Kayla said while they shuffled through the moist grass toward the tent. He gaped at her. "As you witnessed, she was put in this world to terrorize me." Stifling a chuckle, Kayla covered her mouth. If Isla had mistaken her to be her parents' neighbor, she probably didn't know everyone in town. "Does she live in Chapel Cove?" "Portland, close enough to show up and harass me whenever she pleases." Would she have liked bantering with a sister? Obviously. Ace hustled about at the edge of the yard, stacking and unstacking orange cones with one of the guys. "Looks like Ace is having fun over there." "That's his uncle, my brother." Was this what a normal family looked like? Celebrating half-birthdays and having friends show up for a Sunday gathering? She had always been alone. Memories of her childhood were in a restaurant with a heavy smell of fried food. The bright blue sky vanished as the afternoon continued. Cloudy and breezy, but not cold. A perfect afternoon with steaks, hamburgers, salads, and all kinds of food. Kayla didn't mind burning off the extra calories when they played some outdoor games. Unlike Tucker's house, situated right next to the water, his parents' home didn't have an ocean view. Here, the expansive front yard offered plenty of space when they played bocce, ladder toss, beanbag toss, and croquet, most of which Ace was able to play as he soaked up the adult attention. Tucker claimed they didn't want the occasion to seem like a birthday. so they just invited close friends and family. As the games progressed, more people showed up. Kayla stood under a small deciduous tree with 2 other people when it was time for the piñata. Other people around the yard watched Ace blindfolded with a red bandana. They chanted while he struggled to hit the candy-stuffed zebra dangling from the leafing-out oak in the middle of the yard. After 5 times of him swinging the stick and missing, Tucker went to help him. He took the blindfold from his face, but even when Ace struck the zebra with the stick, he wasn't strong enough to bust the papier-mâché animal. "Go, Ace!" the woman next to her chanted, and when Kayla turned, she thought she had seen the woman before. Chanting and clapping continued louder until Kayla felt compelled to clap, especially when Tucker took over the stick. Taking the task seriously, he stripped off his button-down shirt to his white undershirt. Kayla swallowed, trying not to notice the easy way his muscles flexed when he whirled the stick, and in one swing hit the zebra and burst it open. Candy sprinkled like rain, and, beaming, Ace picked one up and unwrapped it, then shoved it in his mouth before reaching for another. His grandma continued to snap photos on her phone. "Daycare is in for a week of candy," the woman next to her whispered, and Kayla turned to her again. "Sorry I came late," the woman said. "We met yesterday at my house." "Oh, you're Tucker's neighbor." She nodded, adjusting her crochet shawl. "How are you liking the house so far?" Kayla wouldn't mention her panic with the dog, but instead watched the grinning Tucker pick up the zebra remnants and toss them in the black trash bag. "Tucker and Ace invited me to church, and here. They are wonderful hosts. I didn't know he ran a daycare in his home." Penny should have disclosed that detail. Penny stared at Tucker, then nodded. "He's a wonderful man, an amazing dad, too." Kayla couldn't agree more. He had not said anything about a wife, but he would no doubt be a great husband, too. The fact that he celebrates his son's half-birthdays, it's not Ace's half-birthday. Penny leaned toward Kayla, a gleam in her wise, aged eyes. Today is the anniversary of the day he was adopted. "It is?" Kayla's skin tingled. The way Tucker treated Ace gave no indication he was adopted. "Like I said, he's a good man. His main passion isn't running a daycare. Apparently this woman cared about him. He does it to spend time with his son." Kayla's heart squeezed. Tucker was even nicer than she had expected. Not only did he help strangers who rear-ended him, but he also fathered kids who had no parents. Hopefully she didn't sound burdened when she had pointed out the daycare. How did he adopt a child while he was single? Was that allowed? She bit down the question before it could reveal her interest in Tucker's life. Instead, she peeked at Tucker, who was carrying the black bag toward the trash can. Perhaps he noticed her watching him. When he turned, his gaze found hers, and her breath caught as he smiled. She should look away, but her eyes didn't seem to get the memo. She waved instead, and he waved back, winking. She felt an adrenaline rush. She had learned something new about Tucker and Ace. They ate cake an hour later, and after the guests left, his mom asked if Kayla would like to stay and play charades. "She needs to get home," Tucker shrugged as if letting Kayla make the call. His whole family had been sincerely sweet. "As long as you teach me how it goes." She still had 2 weeks of alone time. She might as well enjoy the company. Several minutes later, the house and table resounded with laughter whenever someone made a silly act. Kayla had been nervous at first, but since she wasn't the only one with terrible acting skills, she laughed and realized she was better at guessing other people's acts than performing. "You did great," Tucker encouraged, touching her shoulder after one of her acts. "You're a fast learner." "Thanks." Ace was watching Winnie the Pooh a few feet away in the same room. During the game, the family argued over plans for a summer road trip. "Let's give it some more thought," Tucker said. Evidently, he had a lot of say in things as the oldest of the three. "We don't have to make a decision tonight." They then started laughing when they shared odd encounters from their previous road trips. She doubted Ace could hear anything from the TV with the voices behind him so loud. Yet, in the midst of their fun memories, they asked about Kayla's family and what they did together. "We love to work," she said, and a brief silence passed. Then Tucker winked. "Without work, we can't pay the bills." Nice of him to recognize her discomfort. By the time they said goodbye, she didn't want to leave. His mom embraced her before handing her a tote bag with leftovers. Their salads and cookies. She mentioned all the sides and treats she had added in the bag for Ace. "You're here for another 2 weeks, right?" Kayla nodded. "Come back and visit us next Sunday." "Mom, she has things to do." Tucker held the front door. "I might come back." Why wouldn't she after such a warm welcome? Sonia patted Kayla's back. Before Kayla left, she thanked Sonia again for her food. Then Isla stepped forward to hug her, and so did Tucker's brother. They were huggers, apparently, or they had become comfortable around her during their game of charades. The colors in the sky were fading into a murky purple as they walked toward the driveway. Ace was humming as he skipped ahead. She was holding the bag in one hand, and Tucker was holding a bag too as they walked a whisper apart. Crickets and frogs thrummed and croaked in the distance. "I had a good time with your family." Tucker moved the bag to his other hand and slid his hand into hers, then squeezed it. Her insides were as warm as her hand in his. "I think they had way more fun with you. Your presence didn't stop them from arguing." "It didn't stop you from arguing either." He unclasped his hand from hers. "Did she say something wrong?" "Maybe, because I'm comfortable around you too." Heat flushed behind her neck, and a silence passed as they watched Ace climb on the running board and try to open the truck door. "You're a wonderful father." Oops, she hadn't meant to say that. "I have no idea what I'm doing, but Ace is a blessing to me." Wow! What was it like to be a part of this man's world? He seemed to invest himself in those he loved. She still wanted to know how he had adopted a child by himself and what led him to entertain the idea. While she had had both parents growing up, even combined, they never spent a quarter of the time with her Tucker invested in Ace. So today is Ace's adoption day? Perhaps the light question could get her the answers she needed. "I know it's not a big deal," Tucker slowed as they approached the truck, "but I want him to always know his adoption is a special reminder of how much he's loved." She stopped walking to look at him. The porch light illuminated his brown hair and the passion and affection in his expression as he spoke. "Ace reminds me how I've been adopted into God's family, too." Not knowing what to say, she twisted her fingers into the cloth bag's handles. She didn't want to fall in love with Tucker, but standing there, looking into his soft blue eyes, she was starting to feel things, emotions and desires. Problem was, she didn't have the time or a clue what it took to be a parent. Plus, she wouldn't be quitting her job to move to a small town. Not a chance. Chapter 5. When a coincidence seemed too convenient, Tucker considered it God's intervention. That could only explain why he had gone to bed last night thinking of Kayla. Her heart-shaped face and spotless brown skin, an eager smile kept invading his mind while he tossed and turned through the night. Her hanging out with his family last night and hesitating when it was time to leave seemed like she had wanted to stay longer. His family was loud, but if she didn't mind them, then he'd have to initiate Mom's invitation for her to go back and visit. The digital clock projected red light into the darkness, almost 5 a.m. He slid out of bed, careful not to wake Ace nearby. Usually Tucker woke at 5:30 and read his Bible while he sipped his coffee. He had then let out Cooper for his bathroom break, but today he got things done earlier. Even showered, he still had spare time to cook oatmeal and dice the last apples and grapes to add to it. He should have shopped for extra groceries while he was at the country store. Good thing he had pasta and chicken in the freezer. He could grill for their dinner if he couldn't make it to the store at the end of the day. In preparation for the 8 o'clock drop-off, he pulled out the colorful Disney-themed cups and plastic plates and set them on the counter. The shower running upstairs had to be Kayla. Last night she had asked him to suggest things she could do today, and he had given her a paper he had grabbed from his parents' house with a list of things to do in town. Less than 15 minutes later, while he was filling sippy cups with water, footsteps sounded on the stairs. His body tightened and his heart quickened. Although he wanted to peek toward the stairs, he kept the water running in the sink and willed himself to keep his gaze on his task. "Good morning." With her voice like a morning lullaby, he shut off the water to look at her. Her thick hair cascaded down her shoulders, where its blunt-cut edges swept over her pink top. "Hello." Maybe he managed to keep his voice normal. "I made some coffee and oatmeal." She tapped her chin as if thinking about it as she looked at the coffee pot he had kept on so it stayed hot. She was dressed and ready to leave for the day. Her hands tightened on the straps of the navy handbag on her shoulder. "Shouldn't you be getting ready for your daycare?" "I still have time." He walked to the hooks above the sink where he kept his coffee mugs and grabbed one of them. "You don't have to leave this early if you don't have a reason to." "Worried I'll run out of things to do in your town?" Her light-hearted tone perked him up like the inviting coffee aroma, and he relaxed even further when she tossed her purse on the table and walked toward him. "If you're headed to Main Street, you'll run out of things to do." Remembering she added cream yesterday, he pulled out the creamer from the fridge and splashed a dollop, then poured the coffee in the mug. Instead of handing her the cup, he slid it down the marble counter toward her, afraid he'd spill coffee in case their hands brushed while he handed it to her. The kitchen already felt small with her in it, let alone having contact. "In that case, I'll have some oatmeal." She lifted the coffee and took a sip, then leaned against the island, wrapping her fingers around the steaming cup. "How did you learn to cook?" "I mostly grill." He reached for 2 bowls from the cabinet and scooped oatmeal in each one. "If I had to eat out every day, that would get old." Instead of carrying the bowls to the dining room, he set them on the island where 2 tall chairs waited, one on each end. He pulled out the fruit toppings he had cut up and a packet of dried cranberries and brown sugar. He then prayed for their breakfast, and they said a collective amen. "Ace is still sleeping?" She gazed around, obviously looking for Cooper. "I let him sleep in before the kids show up." Tucker mixed his spoon in the steaming oatmeal. He prefers eating breakfast with his friends anyway. The kids' parents sent them with food, so Tucker only provided snacks. Finding the food each child favored would be a full-time job in itself. "What do you do with a bunch of kids all day?" She scooped the apples and grapes, adding them to her oatmeal. Tucker pointed to the board where he hung the daily routine. "There's music, crafts, learning, and a nap in there somewhere." "If I were in your place, nap time would be my favorite." "Trust me," he stirred apples into his cereal. "By 2 o'clock, I'm so ready for that break." Whenever the kids took their nap, he felt like napping too, but he couldn't afford to. She took her first bite and made a sound as if oatmeal was the best thing she had ever eaten. This is the most flavorful oatmeal I've ever had." His chest rose at her praise. "Keep the compliments coming and you'll never go hungry." "If that's all it takes to get a nice home-cooked meal, then it's a deal." It felt like a promise as he considered it a deal. "How many kids did you say you watch?" "6, including Ace. I'd offer to help, but I don't know anything about kids." He appreciated her offer despite her inexperience. She had done fine around Ace, and Tucker told her so. "The thing with kids is just be yourself." He told her the sweet moments he enjoyed with the kids and the challenges when they had tantrums. He also shared his appreciation for Penny, who changed diapers for the 2 kids who weren't potty trained and the ones who forgot to use the bathroom and decided to potty in their pants. Kayla squished her face, shuddering as she wrapped her arm around herself. "Too much information?" His cheeks stretched at her breathtaking smile. "You just lost a helper." She playfully pointed a spoon at him. "You should have ended on the part where you sing songs and kids give you hugs." "My bad." He lifted his hands, light-hearted as they spoke across the island. His mind teased him with the idea of having her company at the table every morning. What wishful thinking. He wasn't moving, and she wasn't staying in town. Okay, maybe she made him want to reconsider the possibility of dating again. He liked how she made adrenaline rush his blood, how he felt warm in her presence. When they finished eating, she insisted on putting away the bowls and loading them in the dishwasher. She then asked for his cell number. She jotted it on the notepad he gave her. Another smile parted her lips, dark eyes gleaming, and perfect white teeth flashing as she waved the pen at him. "In case I get lost in town." "I'm sure you'll get lost in Ivy's bookstore," she had teased him when Ivy invited her to visit her bookstore. "It wouldn't be bad if I sit and read an entire book in one day." She tucked the pen back in the holder with the others. "Can I borrow your phone to text my friend?" He pointed to the microwave where he had left it earlier. "If it's okay, I'm going to call the doctor's office to give them your number too, in case they have my results back." She spoke as her fingers tapped on the phone. "If my friend texts you, just ignore. But I need to give her a contact to reach me in case she wants to." Amazing how she was holding to her determination to steer away from her phone and computer. "I'm impressed by how disciplined you are with your digital fast." She shrugged. "If I can be disciplined at my job, why not when it concerns my health?" "That's true." She asked if he needed anything when she was out and about. "We'll be fine." He needed fruit, but it wasn't urgent. He'd be in town soon enough to buy more goldfish crackers and kid snacks. But before she got to town and had to wait, she needed to know. "Stores aren't open this early, though." She tilted her head and her hair fell to one side. "I'll go for a drive and check things out." She reached for her handbag. "Good luck today." He always needed it, mostly God's blessings and patience as he manned the toddlers. They were energetic and fun, and most of the time, like 2 hours after they arrived, they were eager to learn that morning. Tucker taught letters and numbers. Penny assisted the kids during their craft time. His crafts were more hands-on, not adequate for toddlers who weren't Ace. A kid might end up injuring themselves with a nail or hammer, but again, he only worked with Ace in his workshop. Between lunch, fine motor skills, outside play, diaper changes, and an afternoon nap, the day went fast, and Tucker felt more energetic than he usually was by the time the parents picked their kids up. Thankfully, Gabe's mom had a physical and hadn't lingered to chat. He had energy, but not for chatting with Jackie while his mind was consumed with the brown-skinned woman he had no right thinking about. While Penny finished wiping the toys, he loaded the plates and cups in the dishwasher with the dishes the kids had used. "You've been whistling all day," Penny said from the main room, tossing a used wipe in the trash can. "It has nothing to do with our guest, does it?" I haven't been whistling." Had he? He closed the dishwasher with a snap and tried to think about the day's pattern. He had been in a positive mood, but couldn't remember if he had whistled. "I did my share of singing, 'Who Built the Ark?'" Like he did every day. As Penny ambled toward the kitchen, her long dress almost swept against the floor. "Kayla said you and Ace are great hosts." A knowing smile curved the dear woman's lips as she peered through the sliding door where Ace was chasing Cooper in the backyard. She was just being nice. He had no idea why he cared about what Kayla thought of him. She was leaving. She probably didn't want kids, and he hadn't asked her where she stood with her faith in God. "I better make dinner before she gets home." He wiped his hands with a towel and pulled out the chicken he had thawed. "I'll bring you guys dinner one of these days." Penny tipped her head this way, perhaps feeling sorry for him having to cook. "Don't worry about it." Once she left, Tucker walked toward the back door to get Ace, but he paused when the door jerked and opened as Penny returned. "Forget something?" He peered at the door. It wasn't Penny. His heart jolted when Kayla emerged carrying a pizza box. He managed a hello and walked to meet her in the kitchen. "It doesn't look like you had kids here." She nodded to the nicely wiped marble counters. "I'd be lost without Penny. If it weren't for her, his house would be a mess every night." The savory scent from the box Kayla was carrying replaced the disinfectant odor. Good thing Cooper was outside. He'd be losing his mind as he attempted to leap for the box. "I see you got yourself some pizza." She set the box on the island and her handbag on a chair. "I hope you didn't cook dinner already." "I was waiting for you to return before I grilled the chicken." "Well then." She crossed over to the counter and swung open a cabinet, which revealed 4 ceramic bowls. "I hope you and Ace are hungry." Tucker opened the cabinet with plates and pulled out 2 ceramic plates and a plastic one for Ace. "You didn't have to buy us dinner." "Just like you didn't have to feed me or let me stay at your house." It wasn't like she had had a choice where to stay when Penny had no room for her. "I hope you don't have food allergies." He chuckled as he set the plates on the dining table. "You saw how I fell apart when my sister teased me after changing the cake to gluten-free. When they were supposed to cut the cake, Isla brought out her gluten-free cake, claiming she hadn't picked up the cake he had paid for." "I didn't see anything." A smile twitched at the corners of Kayla's lips as she rummaged through the drawers and retrieved the silverware. Silverware? Huh. It had been strange when she used a fork to eat her burger. "You use silverware to eat your pizza?" "You don't?" She jerked her head back, clearly surprised. Tucker shook his head. "Do you have any salad dressing?" "Yes, but I don't have salad." He had given up on buying it. It ended up going bad before he finished it. "I bought some. It's still in the car." When she left for the car and returned with 2 tote bags full, he hurried to help her and carried the bags to the island. "I see why you stayed in town all day." "I know you said you had everything." She pulled out a plastic container of greens from the bag and handed it to him. "I just got a few necessities." A few necessities were more than he had expected when he helped her empty the bags with milk, soda, chocolate chips, vanilla, baking soda, cereal, bread, flour, and a variety of fruits. "Thanks for shopping." He didn't need flour or vanilla, but he wasn't going to complain. Of course he'd have to pay, and he made it clear. "Oh no," she wagged her finger. "You're not paying me. I'll make us breakfast tomorrow." He had to look at her to see if he had heard her right. With her painted fingernails and posh appearance, she didn't seem like the kind who would cook. Plus, she had admitted she ate from the deli or microwave dinners often. "I'm not half the cook you are," she said, as if reading his mind, "but I can fix a couple of things." "I have no doubt you can cook." He was already anticipating a morning with her in his kitchen. "We better eat before the pizza gets cold." She pulled out the 6-pack of Sprite he had put in the fridge. Would you and Ace like some soda?" Ace loved soda, but Tucker was content with water. However, since she was having one herself, why not? "We love soda." Intending to keep Cooper outside, Tucker left for the sliding door to get Ace. If his son hadn't already felt comfortable around Kayla, a pizza dinner and soda would do it. When Ace came in, his eyes lit up at the pizza Kayla was putting on plates. "Cheese pizza?" "It's my favorite pizza, too." She gave a gentle shrug. She liked burgers and pizza. Kayla was a hidden secret his heart was slowly revealing. Ace darted for the table, and Tucker pulled him back. "Let's wash your hands first." Ace climbed the step stool and skipped through the ABCs while he washed his hands. Tucker had taught him with his friends to use the ABCs to get through the hand-washing ritual. "I'm going to eat the whole wide pizza," Ace declared when they returned to join Kayla at the dining table. Tucker had to tell him to wait so they could pray for the food. Then he led the briefest prayer. "Someone's hungry," Kayla smiled as Ace bit into the slice as soon as they had said a collective amen. "It's been 2 weeks since we had pizza." Perhaps they had it to eat once a week. Tucker touched Ace's arm as the kid was now drinking soda to down the pizza. "We have to thank Kayla for dinner." "Thank you," he spoke over a mouthful. Kayla grinned at Ace with sweet tenderness. "It's my pleasure." While they ate, Tucker asked what else she did in town. "I met Lara, the trainer. I'll check out her gym tomorrow." She continued with all her stops that day, including Eileen's Pastries and Ivy on Spruce's bookstore. She was so nice, and the brioche in the coffee shop was heavenly. But that parrot of hers is a beast. Silverware tapped on the plate where she cut a butter knife through her pizza. With the bird shouting silly things in the store and those dogs barking upstairs, the loud place still somehow managed to have a restful, bookish atmosphere. "I bought plenty of books to last me the next 2 months and some crosswords. It's been so long since I did any." Animated now, she discussed the home decor magazine she had purchased, then how inspired she had been to decorate. "I hope you don't mind. I bought a couple of flower plants and I put them on your front porch. It's not that your house is plain or anything. We don't mind at all. The shrubs could use some color contrast." Ace asked for more pizza, and Kayla handed him another slice while she relayed her plans for tomorrow. "Maybe Ace can join me." "I'm the fastest runner ever," Ace said, and even if she didn't seem serious about the invitation, Tucker wished he was invited too. She continued breaking down her long to-do list, and her excitement suggested she intended to stay longer than 2 weeks. "Is it okay if I do some laundry after dinner? I have the washer downstairs." "I might need to go shopping for more clothes." The overhead lights cast a sheen to her thick hair and dark eyes and caressed the full curve of her cheeks. "The country store has some, but not a variety. If they don't have what I need, I know where to borrow some shirts." She hadn't returned his yet. She probably wanted to wash it first. He wouldn't mind loaning her shirts. "I'm sure the owner will be honored, pleased, rather." "Just stop talking! Stop talking!" As his face heated, he reached for his soda and gulped it. "I'm glad to hear that." Her voice was a whisper, and he didn't dare look at her. After reaching for another slice of pizza he didn't need, he bit into it and chewed. Thankfully, Ace was now demanding his attention and leaning toward him. He wanted to go to the workshop after dinner. Tucker swallowed his pizza bite before talking to Ace. "You need to shower, pal." His shoulders sagged. "But you said we'd make a toolbox today." Tucker scratched his scraggly jaw. "I did, didn't I?" Not that Ace needed one more toolbox. Tucker glanced at the stove across the room, where the numbers lit 613 in green. "It's getting late to start a project right now, okay?" By the time they took their evening walk on the beach, which was way past due, got Ace showered, gave him tickles, and read bedtime stories, It would be past the Tykes' bedtime. Tucker pulled Ace to him. "We'll start early tomorrow, after daycare, okay?" Ace nodded. "We didn't take our walk." Tucker was counting on it. "We had better get going." He resisted inviting her after they cleared the table. She had been gone all day, and he had invited her to their previous outings. There was no need to impose. Plus, Cooper desperately needed a walk. "We'll be back in a few." He then reminded her where the washer was. "Feel free to eat some of the cookies Mom sent with us." She touched her forehead. "I had forgotten. You two better hurry back before I eat everything." "I want a cookie," Ace whined, almost forgetting about the walk. "You'll have one when we come back." Ace stamped his little foot. "But she said she'd eat them all." Laughing, Tucker directed his son from the house, while she promised to save him a cookie. As they walked along the beach under the late evening sun, hours of daylight remained. But the sun had lost its heat, and its low slanting rays caught the choppy waves beyond the bay. "Why didn't Kayla come?" Ace's question caught Tucker unaware, and he regretted not inviting her. She might have been okay now that he had Cooper on a leash. Next time, he assured Ace, intending to invite Kayla on more evening walks. Chapter 6. By the time Tucker finished getting Ace showered and off to bed, movement rustled downstairs. When they returned from their walk, Ace had forgotten about the cookies and was complaining about his feet hurting, more from growing pains than anything. Tucker had given him a bath as opposed to a shower, and they had gone through their bedtime ritual of story time, bedtime tickles, a favorite Bible song, and prayers. The little guy was out in no time. Tucker had no reason to step out of his room and creep downstairs other than to check on Kayla. Okay, he had a good reason. For one, he never went to bed early, and listening to Ace's steady breathing while Tucker tossed and turned wasn't helping his restlessness. Cooper was snoring in his doggy bed in the corner, the two cute invaders having never slept in his room until this week. As he stepped over the threshold, the kitchen highlighted Kayla by the refrigerator. She turned upon hearing his footsteps and winced. "Did I keep you from sleeping?" He dismissed her with a wave of his hand. "I don't go to bed this early." His bare feet slapped against the hardwood kitchen floor until he stopped by the counter and leaned against it. The sweat shorts and a t-shirt she had changed into hung loosely on her. "Did the washer work okay for you?" "Better than the laundromat." She opened the fridge and pulled out the half-gallon of milk. "I'll let you know if the dryer works as good." She ambled toward the island where she set the milk. "We talked about cookies earlier." Ace forgot to remind me, but surely she had already had some by the time they had returned from their walk. No, not a walk. Technically a run, since he had had to jog to keep up with Ace and Cooper sprinting. "You like milk with your cookies too?" Her chin jerked up, her eyes bright under the light. "What other way can you eat cookies?" "I know, right?" Man, Kayla would fit perfectly into his and Ace's world. If only she weren't leaving. "Let's eat some." Since that was his best course of action, he pulled out the container from the top shelf and set it on the table while she found 2 glasses. "These won't do if we're dunking." Her eyes widened. "You mean like dipping cookies in milk?" He smirked. "You mean you've never dunked cookies before?" She gave a soft shrug of her shoulder, her eyes hinting at a challenge. "I've heard I'm a fast learner." No doubt she was referencing his comment from yesterday during the game of charades. "That you are." He replaced the glasses with wide-mouthed mugs and filled them halfway with milk. Then he chortled when Kayla pulled out a plate, butter knife, and a fork. "Please don't tell me you use a fork to eat cookies." She smiled shyly, nodding and biting her lower lip. She was so sweet, with no indication of the harm she'd inflict should he forget all the reasons they couldn't be together. In traditional dunking, we don't use silverware. He ushered her to one of the chairs at the island, and once she sat, he opened Mom's Tupperware and handed it to her to select a cookie. Oreos were best for dunking, but Mom's cookies would do just fine. She waved it at him. "I'll let you go first. Remember, I'm watching and learning." Leaving her mug in front of her, he took a chocolate chip cookie and moved to the chair across from her. 2 seconds. He lowered the cookie, letting a portion of it touch the milk as he voiced the details. When he pulled it out and put the damp part in his mouth, the chocolate in the cookie all but melted in his mouth. "You make it look like it tastes so good." She reached for a cookie and dipped it in the milk, squishing up her face, clearly uncomfortable without a fork. She was adorable as she bit into the cookie, then reached for a napkin from the center and dabbed her round lips. "It's good, but so messy." "That's the fun of dunking." Tucker dipped his half-eaten cookie and she did the same, then lifted it to her mouth. Her jaw moved quite articulately as she chewed, and he tried to focus on his cookie so he didn't swallow his tongue in the process. The more she repeated the process, the less she complained about the mess. "I have to admit that was the most unusual thing I've ever done," she said several minutes later as she wiped the counter and he put away the cups and leftover cookies. "More unusual than eating cookies with a fork?" "My parents own a restaurant." A twinge of something pinched her brows. "It was important to them that I learn to use silverware." Somehow, something in him needed to know what brought the change to her jovial spirit. "Your parents have a restaurant, but you don't like to cook?" "I was literally born in a restaurant." She let out a mirthless laugh, then retrieved their milk mugs from the sink and put them in the dishwasher. "Can you blame me for dreading cooking?" There must be unpleasant memories to the story. With how she had talked about work being a memory she had with her family, it seemed like a sore subject. Instead of asking further about her parents, he let a moment pass, giving her a chance to share more if she wanted to, but she closed the dishwasher and faced him. So he made easy conversation, and she seemed perfectly fine. He should leave while they were on a good note. Instead, he asked if he could wait with her in the living room while her clothes dried. They were probably dry by now, but it was only 8:45, according to the stove clock. Of course, she ducked her head and fiddled with her t-shirt hem, but the softest trace of a smile suggested she was pleased he had asked. "Can I get you some water?" He didn't need water, but it might come in handy when he needed a buffer after he said something stupid or wanted a distraction. "I'll pour us some." They moved to the living room to the right of the kitchen, and he turned on the lamp by his chair while she settled on the rocker across from him. On the small curvy square table separating their chairs, he put their water. "You have very unique furniture." She ran her hand along the acacia's smooth walnut-finished surface. "Thank you." They must have similar tastes because she seemed genuine with her compliments. She looked up at the beige wall where a wooden frame displayed a photo of him, his family, and Ace. Above it hung a matching wooden sign slightly bigger than the frame. He had painted his favorite Bible verse, "Rejoice in the Lord always." "Did you make that too?" It wasn't too hard. He had had the letter templates. Her eyes widened before she stood and walked over to the plaque and pulled it down. "This must have taken you forever." "Some projects take longer when I overthink, but that hadn't been the case with this one. He always found it relaxing and didn't pay attention to the time sometimes." He leaned into his wooden chair, the plush brown corduroy cushion supporting his back. After running her fingers over the navy-inked words, she hung up the plaque and sank onto her chair again. "Did you make this, too?" He shrugged, heat tingling his neck at her obvious wonder. "Let me guess." She waved a hand. "You made all the unique furniture I see in the house." not the cabinets. He had tried to redo a few things and would do more when he had time. I can't do a lot with a toddler to take care of. Your furniture belongs in a showroom. Now she was being nice, and laughing he told her so. But she shook her head, her eyes searching his. Please tell me you sell it somewhere. That used to be my job before the daycare. She flipped her hair over one shoulder, gathered it into a ponytail as if it was in her way, and released it to hang down her back. Do you enjoy carving and making things? I do. That was why he had built a workshop in the backyard outside the fence. I tried to ease into it by taking custom orders, but now I'm stuck with a 3-month project. She scooted to the edge of her seat, her serious scrutiny almost making him uncomfortable. I would like to see your project sometime. Surprised, he sucked in a quick breath. She really meant it. I'll show you tomorrow when I take Ace to work on our toolbox. He seems excited about that. Her lips twitched up, and she wagged a finger at him. I'm curious to see what you two are up to. Zena had never been curious about his work or even raved about any of the furniture he had made. It never bothered him. After all, it wasn't her hobby, but Kayla's genuineness and compliments made him want to delve into a new piece right now. No, more than that. Something about her made him want to cross the lines he had drawn around himself, to take a risk with her, even if it meant crossing a dangerous boundary. Can I ask you something? She tipped her head sideways, pulled her lips inward, and searched his eyes with hers, as if afraid to cross into that territory too. Of course. Leaning forward, she rested her hands on the table, focusing on it as she crossed that barrier. What caused you to adopt Ace? It was almost an easier response if he didn't have to talk about certain people from his past. Adoption had never been part of his plan, but he wouldn't have it any other way. I had a wife. Oh. Her hand flew to her chest, her surprise evident in her now parted lips, but she didn't speak. Tucker scratched his head, stalling while searching for anything to steer him away from that topic, but he found nothing, at least not before Kayla asked, "What happened?" He crossed one leg over the other, gripped the wooden armrests with clenched hands, and willed himself not to think of the agonizing years before their divorce. We talked about having kids, and she tried taking fertility pills. For 2 years she had stressed about the ovulation pills and having the ovulation cycle just right. He had had to leave work early on those days, and he had been okay with it during the first year. But as the second year rolled in, it didn't feel romantic to have a conditional intimacy to have a baby. It didn't work, and it messed with her mind. He loosened his grasp on the armrests while releasing a grip on something inside himself, too. Without meaning to, he found himself sharing how they had argued more often. All we talked about was the baby, and how unhappy she was without a child. She had forced him to test for infertility, and thankfully the results indicated he was perfectly capable. I told her there were ways we could still have a child. Adopting, yes. Kayla's brows were drawn, her gaze intent on him. By the time we got Ace, she had changed her mind about adoption. Her words stabbed his heart anew, ricocheting through his whole being. Apparently, parenting someone else's child would only remind her she couldn't bear children of her own. He ran a hand over his face as that exhausting time hammered him, one blow after another, until he had been so raw and misshapen he could scarcely hold up against it. We had this 1-year-old, and she wanted to leave. He had pleaded with her to stay through the caseworker's visits, but she had only stayed for 3 months. In the end, I was more stressed about her complaints than worried about the child and the new responsibility upon us. The child in their care while they were not prepared to be parents. Yet, he was the cutest thing. His throat closed up when images of Ace's first smile for him flashed in his mind. His chest tightened as he felt again the first time he held Ace, how he had collapsed his little head on Tucker's shoulder, automatically comfortable with him. He shook his head, fought off the burn of tears almost blinding his vision when he spoke over a lump. I fell in love with him right away. I can see that, Kayla spoke softly. When Zena asked for a divorce, as much as he was against the idea, he was mentally exhausted, and letting her go felt right. Since then, she had never bothered to call and check on them. I was left fighting a legal battle to prove I could take care of Ace by myself. Is that why you quit your job? The whisper of Kayla's voice drifted over him. He clenched his fists, fighting off the pain and anger he had held against Zena. Our caseworker thought I'd have a better chance of keeping Ace if I lived close to family to prove he'd have strong family support. That had been after they had gone through a detailed background check for Tucker and all his family members. When Ace was 2.5, I wanted him to interact with some kids. He hadn't encountered many parents with kids his son's age. He had asked Penny if she knew of any kids in the neighborhood, and she had sparked the daycare idea when she had commented about knowing 2 families who worked and had to take their kids with them. She had then encouraged him to start a daycare, saying he might as well make some money while Ace played with his friends. Thankfully, she had offered not only to help spread the word, but also to work with him since she never went back to work after her husband died. I didn't want anyone babysitting Ace while I went to work. When he looked at Kayla, her shoulders had fallen. It would have felt like I was abandoning him, too. Oh, Tucker! She knelt in front of the table and leaned forward, outstretching her hand toward his lap where he was resting his hand. Her warm hand covered his. I'm so sorry this happened. Her heartfelt words wrapped around his insides as comfortingly as her hand wrapped around his fingers. He exhaled a ragged breath, seeking the good from those years. At least I learned marriage wasn't going to work for me. I'm sure it will. Her thick hair swished to the side with her headshake. Your ex wasn't the right person for you. He turned his fingers to tighten his grip on her hand. You think so? She nodded, sending her hair swishing again. You're such a nice person. He struggled to breathe as they looked at each other. The smell of her mint conditioner teased his senses, and the fingers on his free hand twitched while he fought the urge to push the loose hair from her face. You were so beautiful, was what he wanted to say. Instead, he said, You're nice, too. Was that his voice? It sounded strained. She slid her hand from his and sat back in her chair. Thirsty after the brief interaction, he reached for his glass of water, grateful he had brought it as he took a couple of sips. She did the same. He had talked a lot about himself, so when he set the glass down, he asked, How about you? She didn't have a ring, but that didn't mean she was available. Are you dating anyone? Was that too direct? If so, it was too late to take the question back. I'm married to my job. At least she wasn't attached to anyone, but she had used the term married. In other words, her job was her priority, and he had best steer away from her. You're in marketing, right? Her face fell, and her shoulders hunched inward when she talked about her job stress and her type A personality. Thing is, I started working for the company as an interior designer, but I filled in for someone on maternity leave. The next thing I knew, I was shoved into marketing. You were good at it. She must be if they had made her the director. If I'm given an assignment, it's in my nature to push hard and be the best. They had that in common. Except she didn't know how to find balance if she worked herself to the extent of high stress. Being good at something and being passionate are 2 different things. She ducked her head, her forehead puckering up again as she directed the low words to the carpet. She obviously wasn't passionate about marketing. Why don't you find a firm that can hire you as an interior designer? Waving a hand, she laughed. That's another problem I have. I want to work for the most reputable companies. For the best. He had been there, done that. When I started my own business, I was terrified to be my own boss and compete with big chains. He had had too many clients to please, and he never knew when to slow down. It's the happy customers who spread the word for me. Her smile didn't meet her eyes. I don't have what it takes to run a business. Why was she doubting herself after pointing out how driven she was? You have what it takes. If she trusted God to guide her, with God's help, of course. Priorities. She rubbed at the creases on her forehead, ironing them out as she raised her head, and surprised him with the pastor's topic from church. I needed that message. She shared her faith journey and how her work had consumed her mind, leaving no room for God or anything else not work-related. My parents were poor and worked until they got rich, but they didn't stop working hard after that. Sure, they always took me to church on Sunday mornings, but by Sunday evening they'd be at the restaurant getting things ready for Monday. God was a micro moment in their week, never their life focus. She shared her fear of failing at work, her struggle in her faith, and her release in surrendering those gadgets. And with each topic, his heart beat faster. Maybe he could take a chance with her. Forget the boundaries. He could waste the rest of his life drawing lines because of his past mistakes, or he could start over by crossing those lines. What if God had sent Kayla into his life? In the Bible story where the Israelites were headed to the Promised Land while being chased by their enemies, it wasn't until they reached the Red Sea that God split a dry passage for them to walk through. In other words, while praying, Tucker needed to take the first step, put one foot ahead, and let God guide him in what to do next. Perhaps he could start by convincing Kayla to stay in Chapel Cove. Chapter 7. It was going to be a wonderful day. Kayla felt it when she woke and started the day with a prayer of gratitude, something she hadn't done in a long time. Usually she voiced a random prayer as she sat in traffic on the way to work, but now she had all this extra time on her hands. Renewed strength empowered her, urging her to seek God, thanks to Tucker inviting her to church. He had shared his loving sacrifices for his son, but surely only someone filled with God's love could pour such dedication into a child they weren't related to by blood. Yet he also credited God for guidance in his parenting ace. In those same years, what had she accomplished? Anxiety and stress? Downstairs, brewing coffee enticed her to start with a cup before cooking, but she was on a mission. Even though she had been cooking breakfast, she had picked out her stretchy designer jeans with a ripped knee and a flowy beige top with blue and red flowers. The soft material fit her snugly. The stove clock showed 5:40, and the house was quiet, perfect for her to cook without an audience if she made a mess. As she walked toward the fridge, her gaze darted to the living room. Tucker was sitting in the rocker she had sat in last night. He lifted his gaze from the Bible in his hand and looked at her with a softness that made her toes curl. Morning. Her voice was off, very different from her usual no-nonsense attitude. Good morning. Like hers, his voice was relaxed, the kind she wanted to hear every day for the rest of her life. But she didn't want to interfere with his Bible reading. I'm just going to start breakfast here, if it's okay. I'll be there to help. That's what she didn't want, him distracting her while she cooked something she hadn't made in a long time. She swung open the fridge and pulled out the eggs. I'll be fine. Last night, before they had parted, he had opened the drawers and cabinets, showing her where he kept all the kitchen utensils and how to unlock the child's safety locks from the lower cabinet with cleaning supplies. With the flour she had bought yesterday, she measured 2 cups and poured them into the mixing bowl and added sugar, baking soda, and baking powder before mixing the dry ingredients. Next, she added the wet ingredients, eggs, milk, melted butter, a hint of vinegar and vanilla, and stirred it with a wooden spoon. She was whipping away when the dog started barking. She jerked and spun as Cooper bounded from the stairs and launched toward her. Shaking all over, she dropped the wooden spoon in an attempt to run for her life. Her heart was pounding as she raced toward the living room and fell right into a hard chest, Tucker's. Of course, he was coming to her rescue, but she wasn't watching. "He's not going to hurt you." His strong arms gripped her shoulders as he straightened and stilled her. She gazed into his eyes. "Are you sure?" His lips quirked as he nodded. Then Cooper barked at her feet. She jumped and ran behind Tucker's back, keeping a strong grip on his shoulder. She jumped and ran behind Tucker's back, keeping a strong grip on his shoulder. If she was skilled in rock climbing, she'd be on his back by now. Tucker turned around to face her. He placed his warm hands on her shoulders, and she soaked in the comfort. "He's harmless." The day's worth of dark stubble accentuated his jaw and matched his equally dark brows. Lost in the blue eyes beneath those brows, she ignored the barking dog. After all, it wasn't biting her. She tried not to look at her feet when the critter stopped barking and something wet tickled her ankle. Maybe Tucker was right about Cooper. He wasn't biting her yet. As long as she stared into those soft eyes, she couldn't care less about the puppy. "I'm going to take him outside." Tucker's chest rose and fell, and watching his Adam's apple gyrations when he swallowed, she could only nod. When he slid his hands off her, she staggered back to the kitchen, somehow thankful the dog had pushed her into Tucker's arms. She picked up the spoon from the floor. Batter dribbled on the wood before she tossed it in the sink. With a damp paper towel, she wiped the batter from the floor. By the time Tucker returned to the kitchen, she was measuring pancakes and pouring them on the griddle. "Sorry about that." He tried to sidestep her, and they ended up in a dance of her getting out of his way and him trying to do the same. "Excuse me," they said simultaneously, until she stilled and closed her eyes. "I'm not going to move until you get past." It was a safer alternative, yet closing her eyes was dangerous, since her mind began playing scenarios of him staring at her lips. "I'm good now." A lower cabinet clattered closed, and when she opened her eyes, he had a bottle of dish soap. He poured a dollop in his hand and moved to the sink. She let out a strained breath, then refocused on the griddle. The pancakes looked overly done, yet she hadn't put the vanilla chocolate chips on them. She moved to flip them, intending to toss them and start another round. "How can I help?" he asked. "Maybe leave the kitchen so I can breathe normally?" She didn't dare look at him. "Slice the berries, please?" Focus. That's what she needed to do, and she did while listening to the knife tapping on the board as he diced strawberries. Now and then she snuck glances at him while he moved the knife with such ease. He sure was familiar with the kitchen. They worked side by side in comfortable silence, but a sizzle buzzed between them, hotter than cakes on the griddle. "Daddy!" A high-pitched voice sounded from the stairs, and Tucker turned, calling Ace. Good. His voice was a bit strained, so she wasn't the only one affected by all this. Ace's tiny feet scrambled on the floor when he walked toward them and wrapped his arms around Tucker's sweats. "You woke up early today." "I'm not tired," Ace said. "Kayla is making some yummy pancakes." Tucker ruffled Ace's messy blonde hair. "Pancakes!" Ace's eyes brightened, and he ran from his dad to her, surprising her when he wrapped his little arms around her legs. Her chest tightened, and she crouched to pull him into an embrace. She didn't remember hugging a child before, but it felt good. "Are you excited to see your friends today?" "I get to eat pancakes," he beamed. Tucker put the cutting board in the sink. "Do you want to eat with us or your friends today?" Ace lifted his hands in two-fisted triumph. "Both." The pancakes tasted the way she remembered, like her grandma's. Ace polished off 2 pancakes and fruit, then asked if he could have pancakes for his lunch, making the memory even sweeter. "If we have any leftovers," Tucker dabbed his mouth with a napkin. He had commented throughout their breakfast about how good they tasted. "Will it be okay if you join Team Ace and Tucker for the pancake competition Saturday?" She only vaguely remembered the worship pastor's announcement, but she had heard him say something about the pancake fest. "Does that have to do with the announcement in church?" Tucker pointed a fork at her. "Exactly. Only we're supposed to cook the pancakes." Ace hopped down and scurried to the daycare area. Assuming Tucker wanted her company, she wouldn't turn down any chance to spend time with him and Ace. "Is this something you do every year?" He forked another pancake from the serving tray and put it on his syrupy plate. "This is the first year the pancake shop is hosting it. I thought Ace would have fun." What wouldn't he do for his son? He clasped his hands together and made puppy eyes so handsome and cute her heart somersaulted. "Will you please team with us and make your recipe?" Honored he thought her pancakes were that good, she still had to warn him, "I don't think my pancakes will win you a competition. I don't care if we lose. People will enjoy your pancakes more than mine." If winning wasn't what he cared about, "It's Grandma's recipe." Her heart warmed. "I'll do it in her memory." "Deal," he beamed, his lips twitching. "We'll even celebrate that day to honor your grandma." Her own pancakes forgotten, she needed to know his expectations. "What's the process like?" "I was told people will be testing pancakes." The more he explained what he knew about the event and the number of people estimated to come, the more she started looking forward to Saturday. "But if she was making a lot of pancakes, we'll need to shop for more ingredients." "That won't be a problem." He pushed back his chair and stood. "We'll go into town tomorrow, since I'd promised Ace I'd work on his toolbox tonight." After seeing his furniture, she was also looking forward to investigating his paid products. "You promised to show me your project, too." He smiled shyly as he slid his chair back into place. "I can't break that promise." Standing there, gripping the back of his chair, he eyed her. "So what are you going to do today?" She relayed her plans to work on crossword puzzles while she sat on the balcony, browse the home staging magazines, and perhaps read a novel while listening to the surf. "I will spend most of my afternoon at the beach until you guys finish with the daycare." "Sounds like you have a full day." "Not as full as yours." On second thought, she'd be emotionally busy with him occupying her mind as she anticipated an evening with him, his son, and his rowdy puppy. The dim sun lingered high in the sky, peeking through thinning clouds, when Kayla jogged along the sandy beach. It wasn't the perfect beach day she had envisioned to sit and read while she relaxed on a towel. After the pancake breakfast, she had felt too sluggish to do anything. Sitting on the balcony as she did crosswords and listened to the kids' happy voices downstairs had felt different. Oddly comforting to be surrounded by loud people. She still wasn't hungry for lunch, and even if she were, she couldn't go rummaging in the fridge where the kids and Tucker whizzed past her. She had nothing against kids, but she sure had no clue how to interact with them. Thanks to her parents for the training they had given her. Who needed kids if they had no time to take care of them? Tucker had the time, mainly because he knew when to stop his projects and spend quality time with his son. After jogging for some time, she headed back toward the house. With the blanketing cloud cover and crisp ocean breeze, good thing she had decided against bringing a book to read on the beach. With no one else around, she listened to the waves whoosh in as she slumped toward the water to catch her breath. Bending over, she pressed her palms to her knees and panted, and pebbles clattered in some kind of eager race with each other as outgoing waves pulled them toward the ocean. Then she reached her palm to one outstretched leg, then another. The stretchy leggings moved with her as she did her simple stretches, and seagulls winging overhead eyed her askance. She'd have to go to Lara's gym for a full workout next time, so she didn't quit when she felt like it. At a sudden yipping, she stilled and shaded a hand over her eyes, peering over the water, then to the side along the shore. The yipping came again. It was a dog, a little dog, jumping and trying to bite the waves. What was it doing here alone? She walked closer. The puppy resembled Cooper, but again, she hadn't stared at Cooper long enough to know what he looked like. Of course, this wasn't Cooper. No way would Tucker let him escape. "Come on," she called after the dog, hoping it wouldn't go any further. Not only could she not swim, but also she had never carried a dog. She'd have to scoop it out of the water. She crouched down and urged it closer with her hands. "Come, little dog." If it were Cooper, he'd be launching at her by now. This dog didn't even turn to her voice. Instead, it jumped to catch another wave when it hit. Oh no! The stupid dog charged out further beyond the surf, and now it was struggling to stay afloat. Great! Now what was she going to do? She slid off her tennis shoes, hesitating. Then she looked to the left, then to the right, for anyone in sight. But it was just her, the dog's only hope. She dashed closer to the water, and another wave splashed her at hip level, shocking her with the coldness and knocking her back a step. Her heart thudding, she searched for a bobbing black head. Where was it? Her heart was in her throat when she called, "Come on, dog!" Another wave hit, catching her unaware when it washed right over the top of her head. The sting of the cold water was the least of her worries when she came up, sputtering and coughing from the salty water that had gushed into her mouth. Could she survive long enough to save the dog? She shivered, wiping the water from her face. She didn't move further, but by some miracle her peripheral vision caught something. When she turned to her left, the dog was there, still struggling as it paddled in the water. What a little fighter! Relief surged through her as she waded through the water, pleading for God not to send another wave. "I don't deserve an answer from you." Not since she had drifted away from God, but thankfully he didn't hold grudges, since he answered her prayer as she reached the terrified puppy. Seeing the dog alive nearly brought her to her knees, making her forget all the reasons she was terrified of dogs. Even when she pulled it out and it snipped at her on the cheek, she jerked her face away, but she gripped the critter tight so it didn't slide out of her hand should another wave hit them. "Sorry, little dog," she said once they had emerged on the sand, and she sank down, still afraid to let go. The dog was breathing louder than she was and squirmy in her arms. She read the white tag around his neck. Cooper? Suddenly hot with an emotional wave, she snuggled the dog on her chest and tried not to imagine how crushed Tucker and Ace would be. "I'm so glad you didn't drown." And her, too. As if understanding her, Cooper swiped his wet tongue on her cheek. Ew! It felt gross. Yet the gesture caused her heart to squeeze. She set Cooper on her lap and patted at his damp black fur, then peered into his eyes, light blue-green. "You have such striking eyes." He was a beautiful dog. She had never looked at him closely until he now sat breathless on her lap. She had no idea how Cooper came into Tucker and Ace's lives, but he had to be special to them. Just then a deep, deflated voice called out, "Cooper!" It called again, "Cooper!" Her gaze moved over the shore to where a familiar figure came into view, scrambling over driftwood and scanning the water as he moved with one slow step in front of the other. He must have been searching for a while and almost given up. "I better get you to your boss." Cooper wagged his tail, and since he had no leash, she shifted him in the crook of her arm and stood, leaving her shoes behind. "Cooper!" "Tucker!" she called, and when he peered toward her, he rubbed at his eyes before sprinting. Panting and beaming, he stood before them. His hair was tousled, probably from running a hand through it several times, and his eyes were lined with exhaustion. "Where did you—" He stopped himself and took her in, then Cooper, who was barking. The dog jumped out of her arms and fell on the sand. Tucker kept his gaze on Kayla, one brow arching. She raised a shoulder. "Seems I'm not scared of Cooper any more." "You pulled him out of the ocean?" His voice was a whisper. Cooper, now digging through the sand, seemed to have recovered. "I had no idea what I was doing." She might have accidentally drowned Cooper in an attempt to save his life. The way Tucker was staring at her made her cool body tingle. He closed the gap between them and wrapped his arms around her, not seeming to care about her wet clothes. She hugged him back, soaking up the warmth of him, radiating through his navy T-shirt and his words as he thanked her. But she was quick to shake her head. "I'm no hero by any means." "In my book you are." He stepped out of the embrace and pressed a soft kiss on her cheek. It left her wanting more, but he was looking at her, his warm eyes searching hers as if to gauge her reaction. She managed to swallow. It had been a while since she had been kissed, way back in high school. "Sorry you got wet." He scooped up Cooper. Her heart was beating against her ribs. Did he think she was worried about being wet right now? "You were such a bad boy for running away." He brushed sand from the dog's fur. She sucked in a breath of cool air to compose herself. How did he escape? "I was playing with some of the kids at the sandbox while 2 of them were tinkering with the gate." They went back to retrieve her shoes as he shared his panicked search for Cooper through both his neighbors' backyards, and she relayed her story from when she saw Cooper trying to catch the waves until she got him out of the water. She also told him how he had snipped at her jaw. He gasped and stopped walking. His fingers touched her chin. The gentle caress left her breathless. "It doesn't hurt," she said, her gaze darting to his mouth, and she stepped back to resume their walk. This was getting out of hand, and she needed to get her feelings under control. They walked in silence, listening to the ocean and perhaps her rapid breathing. Blowing out a breath, she bent to grab her shoes, and as they strolled toward the house, she asked more about Cooper. Apparently, Ace had picked him out of the puppies up for adoption a month ago. Of course, Tucker was a tender-hearted man who took in strays. "We had better teach him how to swim." "I'll learn with Cooper," she admitted as they approached the house. The kids' cheerful shouts escaped through the front window. "It might come in handy some day when I have to face a threatening wave." He stopped at the lower step, and his eyes widened as he touched her shoulder. "You don't know how to swim?" Surprise, fear, and something else etched in his voice. Her parents never had time to sign her up for swimming lessons. "I never thought it was necessary to learn. Until today." "You dove in the water to save a dog you didn't even know at the time?" His obvious amazement made her weak in the knees. Having no idea what to do with his praise, she pointed toward the path on the side of the house. "I'm going to enter through the back door," so she could sneak upstairs, shower, and head into town. She needed to think, away from Tucker. "I'm looking forward to seeing your project tonight." He winked. "It's a date." He then shook his head, his forehead reddening as he rubbed the dog. Ace will be with us." "A date it is." Even if Ace would be there, the 2 were starting to grow on her. She had even bonded with their dog in the waves. Cooper can come too. Tucker laughed as he rubbed at the dog's neck and spoke to it. "You're not going anywhere after being naughty like that, and there will be no treats for you." With his voice gentle, he wasn't planning on giving the dog any consequences. But that was okay. He lifted his hand to wave, and she waved back before turning and almost stumbling into the shrubs. She was in so much trouble. Chapter 8. Having Kayla in his workshop was like letting her into his life. This was his personal space where he relaxed, and didn't worry about keeping things organized. With Ace tinkering and sanding the scrap wood on a nearby table, Tucker pressed his hand to the small of Kayla's back so she didn't trip over the unfinished furniture spread throughout the area. Perhaps not such a smart move, because her silk top simply melted into the warmth beneath his fingertips. "I want to see everything." She spun around, looking up at the built-in shelves, her eyes aglow beneath the fluorescent light. "Let's start with my current project." He nodded to it before she got sidetracked by the spontaneous pieces he worked on. The tangy scent of wood tinged the air as he lifted the covering from a table closer to the wall. "Wow!" At her voice, he stared at her widened eyes as she took in the table. The clear coat satin finish and sealer had soaked in. Now the table shone under the light, though its glow couldn't possibly match her eyes. "This is beautiful." "You are more beautiful." "Thanks," he said instead, and leaned against the workbench across from the table. Kayla touched the table's edge where he had scorched it with a unique look to make it stand out. She then moved around the table, her shoes leaving small prints on the sawdust-covered floor. He didn't move, but simply watched her. When she stopped at the swirly chair at the end of the table, she touched the curvy top he had spent hours perfecting. Her thumb followed the intricate design on the back post. Acacia was indeed beautiful when cured right. "This is something you would find in a showroom." Her odd voice made him feel like a pro. She then fixed her wandering eyes on him. "Is it okay if I test it out?" "Of course." She settled in the chair, crossed one leg over the other. "It's very comfortable," she nodded. "The owner will approve." "I hope so." A previous client had decided he needed to upgrade to something contemporary. "I want to make my clients happy, except the order is past due." "Except the order is past due." "How many more chairs do you need to make?" 5. "You should work on it after daycare." If only he could guarantee a couple of hours in the workshop. Ace can only last here for 30 minutes or so. He could take him to his parents, but he'd feel like he was abandoning his son. Unless Mom came and watched Ace at Tucker's house. But after the first year of having Ace, when Mom moved in to help, Tucker didn't want to bother her with constant babysitting requests. "I can watch Ace while you work." Kayla's response pulled him out of his thoughts. "That's if you think I could manage." His chest tightened. She had no kids and had mentioned her inexperience with them, yet she was willing to watch Ace? He didn't want to impose, especially with an energetic 3-year-old. "I don't want to ruin your vacation." She gave a gentle roll of her eyes and stood. "If you give me ideas on what to play, I'm sure we will be just fine." She then tapped on the table. "Plus, we'll stay at the house where you can check on us now and then. Or we can check on you." He rubbed his chin. She may be on to something. She did look genuine with the offer, after all. "I might take you up on that." "How long will it take you to finish?" He could work late nights after Ace and Kayla went to bed, but who knew how tired he'd be at the end of the day. "If I push myself, maybe 2 weeks?" She beamed. "Good, then. Let's go see what your helper is up to." But then she got sidetracked when she picked up tiny, spiny wooden pieces he had assembled on one of the tables. "What are you making here?" He had no idea yet. "Sometimes I have projects I make with scrap wood when I procrastinate." "It doesn't look like you have time to procrastinate with your order." He had to agree. When they joined Ace, he asked if she wanted to help them, and she gave a little clap and a low squeal, saying she was thrilled he had asked. From the wall, Tucker reached for an apron and handed it to her. "You'll need this." He then grabbed another apron for him and the small one for Ace. Once they all had their aprons on, he gripped a hammer. Since he already had the pieces pre-cut, they just needed to be assembled. Assembling is the fun part, but we're going to sand the board some more. I have no idea what sanding is. You may have to walk me. You scratched the wood. Ace gave her his abrasive piece of sandpaper. You can use mine. Thanks, Ace. Thank you, pal. Tucker touched his son's shoulder. But we're going to let Kayla have a fresh piece of sandpaper, okay? Can I show her how to sand? I'd like you to teach me. Kayla sat on the workbench next to Ace. Tucker found her a piece of fresh paper, and man, she took the time to lean toward his son, paying special attention to Ace as he showed her how to sand wood. Tucker's chest tightened again. He didn't want this night to end. The soft, minty scent wafting from her hair mixed with the natural wood. Breathing in deeply, he savored the most perfect smell in the world. Whether or not she knew what she was doing with wood or kids, she was open to learning and trying new things. What further sign would he need to see that Kayla was sent here by God? Later that night, before they went to bed, Tucker decided to send Ace and Cooper back into Ace's room. Kayla had risked her life to save a dog. If he couldn't trust her near his family, then he had no reason to be falling for her. As he shifted, restless in his bed, he had to admit he was dealing with two things where she was concerned. He was falling in love with her, and deep down he trusted her. Maybe that's what got him into trouble with Zena. He had trusted her too fast, if dating her for 2 years before getting married counted. He almost had to laugh out loud. How was it he had known Kayla for less than a week and he was already acting like a teenager in love? Terrified about Cooper and noticing her damp clothes with Cooper in her arms, he had sensed a new desire washing over him and had been compelled to sweep her in his arms and kiss her senseless. But again, that would be the teenage Tucker. A gentle tap sounded on his door. The digital clock on his night showed 10:40. It was probably Cooper. Even if Kayla said she wasn't afraid of Cooper anymore, he walked to the door to get the dog before it wandered off to where it shouldn't. Kayla! His breath quickened and he could scarcely breathe at the sight of her in a loose pink t-shirt. Despite the dim hall light, he could see her face clearly as she stepped back, wincing and gathering her hair into a ponytail over her shoulder. So sorry I woke you. He leaned against the door jamb. He doubted he would sleep, not for a while at least. I don't know what I'm going to do with a guest who can't sleep. She laughed and folded her hands to her chest. Gesturing down the hall to her room, she said, Do you have a table lamp or something like that? Odd that she was asking for a lamp when she hadn't needed one since she had arrived. But he had one Ace didn't use anymore. I can grab you one. I can't sleep and I want to read. She didn't have to explain, but he loved seeing her seem uncomfortable because it proved she was affected by him, too. I'll go grab what was he grabbing again? He pointed at her. A lamp. Got it. When he retrieved the lamp from Ace's room, he somehow succeeded in not waking Cooper up. Tucker nearly snorted. Maybe the bad boy was worn out from his big adventure. Here you go. Her touch as she took the lamp from him shot a tingle up his arm. I also had an idea. Yes, he raised a brow. What kind of ideas could one get this late? You should think of getting a website for your furniture. He chuckled. You think a lot at night? She shrugged. Only when I have a stellar idea. And my furniture is a stellar idea? One that makes me glad I do marketing. He shook his head, surprised they were having a somewhat serious conversation in the hallway. I have a daycare, Ace. He could barely finish the one project he had. Shrugging, she ducked her head and wrapped both hands around the lightweight lamp. Someday Ace will start school and you won't run a daycare anymore. He lifted a hand and touched her cheek to tilt her face his way. You have an active mind. You know that? Only when I'm excited. Her eyes flared at the edges, their depths animated. She didn't look tired, so she clearly wouldn't be sleeping any time soon either. Good night, Tucker. She slipped away without looking back. Tucker gripped the door jamb on either side of himself and stared at her lithe body until it vanished into the room across the hall, where she closed the door behind herself. Kayla, she was something else. Chapter 9. On Thursday morning, Kayla ran downstairs for a glass of water and found Tucker reading his Bible, his daily morning routine. He invited her to read with him. He had an organized Bible reading regimen where he read 2 chapters in the Old Testament, a psalm, and a chapter in the New Testament. As they took turns reading, she could see herself maintaining the routine back in Seattle. While they made oatmeal for breakfast, she didn't mind when Cooper showed up and put his paws on her. Instead, she lowered herself to touch him the way she had noticed Ace and Tucker do. How do you pet a dog? Tucker squatted next to her, reaching for her hand, shocking it with tingly waves when he placed it behind the dog's ear. This is his favorite spot. Oh! She sucked in a breath as his breath tickled her neck. Try to move your hand as if tickling him. When Tucker stood, she folded her hands under the dog's ear, unsure of what else to do. I need to take him out so he doesn't potty in the house, though, Tucker said after a few moments. She washed her hands and chopped up the apples and berries Tucker enjoyed adding to his oatmeal. Okay, she did too. She had no right or wrong way to eat things. She rarely cooked, after all. As they sat down to eat, his phone rang and he spoke with drawn brows, then rubbed at his scruffy jaw. Oh, no, I hope you feel better. He was silent again, then shook his head. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. He grimaced as he told the caller to get some rest. When he set the phone on the counter, his brows crinkled further, so it must have something to do with his daycare plans. Everything okay? He drew out a breath. Penny has never been sick since we started the daycare. He spoke distantly as he reached for his coffee. I'm sorry to hear that. Too bad about his helper being sick, but he'd need a hand. Silly me, I've never had a backup plan for daycare. He set his coffee down without drinking it, ran a hand over his face, then hair. I can call the parents. Sounded like he was working out a plan as he spoke. She wanted to help, but she had no experience. Weren't there rules and qualifications for people to take care of someone's kids? I'd help, but I don't. You would? His hopeful gaze met hers across the table. He already knew her experience with kids, as in none. But I'm supposed to be qualified. I'd be required to do a background check if I had to hire you, but it's an emergency. The shoulders that had inched up near his neck slid back into place. I'll tell the parents about you as they drop off their kids, and if they aren't okay with my temporary helper, then they'll have to keep their kids until Penny returns. Until Penny returns? She wasn't planning on doing this tomorrow. Seriously, she hadn't been thinking when she blurted out that she'd help. Her appetite gone, she tried not to panic as she went back to her room and said a prayer, needing it before the kids showed up. Several minutes later, the parents arrived and he introduced her. Most parents didn't have a problem with her helping Tucker, except for one mom who eyed her. Her hazel eyes were almost judgmental when she looked at Kayla. She's staying at your house? If you have a problem with it, Tucker spoke, you can keep Gabe with you today. The woman touched Tucker's shoulder and he stepped back. The fond way she smiled at him stirred a surge of tension within Kayla, and she was forced to leave Tucker to explain why Kayla was his only choice today. She was leaving in less than 10 days after all. She had better not give him and his family false hope that she'd be there for them when they needed her. Minutes later, she felt like asking Tucker about the woman, though she couldn't recall her name. Plus, the 6 kids kept them busy from then on and throughout the morning. It was a different kind of busy from what she was used to, with loud and happy screams from time to time. The kids needed their attention every moment, especially when little Eli thought it would be fun to squirt glue in his buddy's hair, and Tucker had to take time to wash the boy's hair. Then when little Charlotte yanked another girl's hair, it had taken Kayla a good 20 minutes to comfort the girl while Tucker handled Charlotte and the other kids. Kayla hadn't known better when she had temporarily set her home and garden magazine on the kids' bookshelf. She had thought she would have a moment to browse through it while the kids played with each other. But by the time she remembered, Charlotte had ripped it to shreds. As the day went on, Kayla learned she was terrible at crafts. So was Tucker when they read directions to the printed craft of the day Penny had in the folder. But the toddlers didn't mind the crooked circle of a jellyfish she had cut, and Tucker brought out beads to use as eyes when they couldn't find the baubles the picture showed. In the end, they made some odd crafts, and one of the kids said it didn't look like a jellyfish. Nursery rhymes, sensory activities, and going through their numbers and colors was enjoyable. She mostly loved watching Tucker and the gentle way he interacted with the kids as he sat on the mat with them and read Dr. Seuss's Green Eggs and Ham for their story time. Changing the stinky diapers was the worst. Tucker said Penny always changed the diapers. I get sick when I change a diaper. Shaking her head, Kayla protested while trying to help the toddler on the changing table. Didn't you change Ace? He shrugged. My mom moved in with us until Ace was potty trained. He almost gagged when he talked about the occasional accidents Ace used to have after he was potty trained. You're such a baby. She swung a diaper at him. What do I do now? The cute little girl stared at her as she waited to be changed. You slide off the dirty diaper and then wipe them before putting a clean diaper back on, Tucker said, grimacing and touching the back of his neck. But I think we're out of those. Or he couldn't find them. Start with the wipes. Kayla couldn't help giggling. Seeing this side of Tucker, where he didn't seem to be in his element, was kind of fun. You're not useful at all. She rolled her eyes when the kid asked if she was going to be changed. Kayla and the little cutie survived, thank goodness, and when the kids ate lunch, Tucker took out the trash, including the dirty diapers, while Kayla rounded the kids up to the colorful plastic table and handed them their lunch boxes. At least she could easily locate each one's box, since their parents had written their names on them. I'll share my lunch with you. Ace slid his Spider-Man lunchbox toward her, and her heart melted. You're such a sweetheart. Thank you. She unzipped his lunchbox. She had watched Tucker add crackers, cheese, fruit, and the lunch meat to the bag that morning. But you know what? I'm not hungry right now. She handed him the bag. You can eat, and I'll eat whatever is left. Okay. Then, to her relief, after lunch, Tucker read the kids their nap time story before quiet time. She wanted to jump in the shower right away, but the day wasn't over. Still, she needed a quiet place to hide for a few moments. The closet door underneath the stairs beckoned as the perfect place, so she told Tucker she was going to plan an afternoon strategy. Have fun, a smile carried in his tone. When she opened the door, she turned on the light and closed the door behind her. She then stepped further into a surprisingly spacious closet with a few shelves with diaper boxes. On the hand-carpeted floor, she sank down and leaned against the wall. The door creaked open minutes later, and her heart leaped at the sight of Tucker. "Hi," he whispered, but then entered, closing the door behind him. "Hey." She was breathless when he sat next to her. With their proximity in such an enclosed space, the atmosphere between them became charged with an electric, exhilarating anticipation. Her breathing faltered as her heart raced. Your work is a lot harder than mine. She meant it, if he could hear her through her whispered breathlessness. Pleasing preschoolers wasn't easy. His shoulder brushed against hers. It gets easier with practice, says the man who couldn't change a diaper. His scrunched face during the diaper change came to mind, and she laughed. You have a beautiful laugh. He tucked loose hair away from her face. His fingertips on her skin felt so intimate, and her heart thumped so loudly he could probably hear it. You did a great job with the kids. I'm still thinking of a strategy, how to deal with her feelings for him. Her mind was too foggy to process anything with him so close, and his woody scent filling her nostrils. Have you thought of anything yet? His warm breath teased her face, his lips so close. If she accidentally shifted, her mouth would be touching his. She had to close her eyes. Redirecting the conversation to the kids was the best option. If we can keep them napping until their parents pick them up. I like that plan. She could sense him looking at her mouth. Any other strategy? Kissing you? She shook her head. That was all she could manage. Thank you, his voice was strained, for coming to my rescue. She sucked in a breath. Why was he affecting her so powerfully? Is it strange that I feel like I've known you for a long time? She asked. Yes. Her shoulders fell at his answer. Of course, she was awed. Then he nudged her shoulder with his again. But I feel the same way about you. Relieved to know she wasn't the only one feeling things, she let out a rush of breath and confessed, I like you a lot. His thumb swept across her cheek, leaving a trail of heat. Maybe she moved, or maybe he did, but the moment their lips touched, every nerve in her body awakened, and her eyelids popped open. No. She felt deflated that he had stopped. Please don't. With his hand touching her chin, she could see her longing reflected in his eyes. So she curled her hand around his neck, easing him down until their lips touched. His long calloused fingers cupped her chin, and warmth ran through her as his lips moved against hers with a genuine and sincere tenderness. She had been kissed before in high school, but she didn't remember her heart rate skyrocketing like this. Oh, Kayla. Tucker spoke through a raggedy breath when they tore apart, their foreheads still touching. You're ruining me. With the affection in his eyes, she knew what he meant. The feeling is mutual, especially after he had told her earlier that he liked her. They both weren't thinking straight. But again, being in an enclosed space didn't give them much room to think about their future and her vacation ending. Instead, the cozy space trapped them in the moment. That kiss in the closet had shifted things too quickly. It was all Kayla thought about as they waited for the parents to pick up the kids, and she struggled to keep her focus off Tucker during the kids' afternoon crafts and snack time. The afternoon went fast, thankfully, and soon parents were filing in to get their kids. At least most of them had snagged their kids and left, except for Gabe's mom. That woman caused Kayla's head to spin. Jody? Jackie? What was her name anyway? Kayla tried to ignore her as she ran the dust vacuum on the already clean surface. Yep, she had vacuumed it twice, needing to torture herself and stay within sight and see how far the woman could go as she kept laughing at her own words and touching Tucker's shoulder. If Ace hadn't taken Gabe to his room upstairs, Kayla would take Ace and the dog for a walk so that woman could get the message that it was time to leave. Anyway, I had this great idea. The boys would love it. The woman flipped her silky blonde hair. Ugh, Kayla was going to throw up if she stayed here any longer. We should take them to the fire station this weekend. Tucker's gaze drifted toward the daycare area where Kayla was, his disinterest in the woman's flirting clear. Although Kayla didn't mean to roll her eyes, he surely saw it. Burning with embarrassment, she turned off the vacuum, wrapped the cord, and carried the machine to the closet. She needed to leave. This writhing jealousy was something she had never experienced. She had no reason to, since she had never had time to fall in love. She had gone on a few dates with a couple of colleagues, but she had never been drawn to them enough to continue those relationships. She had already loaded the kids' cups in the dishwasher and wiped the kitchen surface with disinfectant, so she scurried through the kitchen and slid open the door to the backyard. Cooper bounded toward her, and when she squatted to pet him, his paws scratched through her brown leggings as he jumped on her. "Sit," she tried a command she had heard Tucker use on him, and although he didn't sit, he got up on her lap and stood still while she rubbed his neck. "Good boy." The dog wagged his tail. "Would you like to go for a walk?" Cooper leaned in and swiped his tongue at her hand. Tenderness for the animal filled her. Yes, Cooper was the right distraction. I could use company right now. She stood, scooping him up, and when she walked outside the gate, she reached for his leash from the hook above the fence. She also took one of the bags from a plastic dispenser next to the hook so she could pick up after Cooper's potty like Tucker had when they had taken a walk last night. While at the beach, she ran across a couple of people jogging with their dogs, and Cooper barked at the bigger dogs as if he owned the beach. They had to be residents in the community. The few times she had come with Tucker, Ace, and Cooper, they hadn't encountered anyone. But again, it was still breezy, and tourists hadn't taken over the town, based on what Tucker had said. Instead of exploring all the way to the boats she could see in the distance, she picked a bleached piece of driftwood for a bench when they arrived at the spot where she and Cooper had almost drowned. "Let's study some water. What do you think?" Wagging his tail, he gave a big, happy bark. So she tugged his collar, pulling him closer. "Since I'm alone, I'll keep this leash on you." Her hand clasped the leash. The water was calm, choppy little waves stretching out as far as she could see, but in case a bigger wave chose to sweep the shore, she wouldn't risk a repeat of last time. With her legs pulled up to her chest, she listened to the water's rhythmic swooshing and breathed in the briny kelp scent. The ocean's color, changing from iron gray to orange, stunned her where sunlight reflected on the water. She had meant to ask Tucker about the overturned rowboats on the far side, but between Ace's questions about sharks and Cooper's barking at seagulls, she had ended up forgetting what she wanted to ask. He was a busy man. All the more reason she had no business being bothered by the flirtatious local woman. Besides, she had no desire to start something she couldn't finish. "Too late for that," said the little voice inside her, a voice that sounded like Mandy. Now that they had kissed, what next? She let out a breath. "Oh, Kayla, you've put yourself in a pickle." A seagull squealed, careening overhead, and Cooper barked and leaped as if getting ready to fly. Good thing she had him on a leash. He barked several times even after the seagull left as he tried to pull away, and she pulled him closer, then glanced back to where the barking dog was looking. A breeze lifted Ace's hair as he sprinted ahead of Tucker. Kayla's chest warmed and her breathing quickened at the sight of Ace's dad. Ace, too. Since Cooper would be more interested in Ace and Tucker, she took the leash off as Ace approached. The dog leaped in Ace's face, but he was just giggling. Ace patted the dog, then turned a serious gaze her way. "Did you see any seashells?" "No, I did not." "I'll show you my seashells." He spread out his palm and ticked off his fingers. "I have this many, 5 and 5 and 5. Kayla lifted both her palms. "Plus this many too?" "Yes." His nod was so serious. "I can't wait to see your seashells." "Okay. Cooper and I are going to build a sand pile." "Have fun, okay?" And he was off, a few feet behind her where Cooper was digging through the sand. Through the side of her eye, she watched Tucker approach, even as she kept her expression neutral to hide how eager she was to see him. Plus, she was still mad at him for allowing Gabe's mom to flirt. What was taking him so long to get here? Restless, she stood and brushed off the sand from her pants, still keeping her gaze on the water. "Hello, Kayla." Goosebumps scattered up her arms at the smooth way he said her name. She spun around, and his sheepish grin heated her cheeks. "You vanished." He shoved his hands in his shorts pocket. Her gaze drifted to Ace over there, patting the small sand pile, while Cooper's paws worked at digging a hole. I didn't want to interfere with you and your, Jody? She had rather not remember the woman's name. Jackie. Her son is Ace's friend. He moved closer, then took her hand in his, clasping them together. He was always warm, and she felt secure holding him. She likes to stay and talk. Kayla had to force a chuckle, but she wouldn't stare at him, not when she needed to be clear about his status. The mom is clearly into you. He was quiet, then lifted her hand to his mouth and planted a chaste kiss. Maybe she is, but the feelings aren't mutual. You didn't seem to mind when she touched your shoulder. Trust me when I say her touching my shoulder doesn't affect me the way your touch does. She gasped at such a bold statement and managed to look at him. His face was quite serious, despite that mischief glinting in his blue eyes, the same spark she had seen in his sister's eyes. Given our strategy discussion in the closet, you know what I mean. She shifted, making sure her knees stayed locked. Thinking about what happened then might make her forget about Ace's and Cooper's presence. Oh, by the way, he unclasped her hand and dug the phone out of his pocket. Mandy texted you. Her neck heated. Please don't tell me Mandy texted anything related to you. As if reading her mind, he handed her the phone. I didn't read it since the opening stated, "This is Kayla's friend, Mandy." And when she took the phone from him and read the text, she smiled at Mandy's simple emoji of seagulls flying. She then added, "Don't let the landlord fly away." Kayla stifled a chuckle and fired a quick response, while Tucker shouted at Ace not to put sand in his pants pockets. "Kayla, your texts need to be basic." The phone beeped instantly with an incoming text. Mandy, "What's he like? Is he with you?" Kayla, "Shouldn't you be running a kitchen?" Mandy, "Still waiting on that promotion." By the way, the doctor's office called. At Tucker's voice, she typed Mandy a brief message. Kayla, "We'll text later. Gotta go." What did they say? She'd requested they leave a message with him, but he didn't say they had. Why didn't they leave you a message? His brows drew together. You trusted me with your medical information? Just because she didn't hang out with people didn't mean she was a secretive person, but something about him made it easy to trust him. Maybe because you saw me at my worst moment? Breaking down in front of someone wasn't something she had experienced before. You look trustworthy, let's just say. Oh. He rubbed the back of his neck, and a sheepish grin spread up his lips. You look trustworthy, too. He then relayed the doctor's message. I tried to tell Juana to call you back, but she insisted on leaving the message. Kayla moved her fingers to speed him up. Another slight smile lifted his cheeks, his stubble folding to follow the lines of a smile. I told her I didn't think you had had an episode again. Is that correct? Yes. She said the results were negative. As long as you slow down, you should be okay. He added that the doctor wanted her to go to her doctor if an episode happened back in Seattle. Tucker had made her stay relaxing. Relief that she didn't have an anxiety attack surged through her, and she stopped short of throwing her arms around him. I don't want Ace to get any ideas and ask questions. He scratched his head. Right. He then nodded toward where he had come from. That's why I called my mom to come and watch him tonight. Her stomach somersaulted. Why? I want to take you out to dinner and hold your hand. He shrugged. Maybe kiss you again, without worrying about answering questions we're not sure of the answers yet. How terrifying to talk about the uncertain fate of their relationship before they even dated. For now, all she wanted was to hold his hand. Answers? Perhaps we can start with why you vacuumed the same room 3 times. She dug her teeth in her lower lip. You were keeping track? Me? He gave a playful nod. Absolutely not. Embarrassed to discuss her jealous outburst, or whatever it was, she had to find something else to talk about. The wind had kicked up, tossing her hair into her face. She grabbed it into a ponytail over her shoulder, holding on like a lifeline, then huffed and let it fall down her back. Do you think we should go shopping for Saturday's pancakes? We can do anything you want. He took her hand in his again. It's just the two of us this evening. She liked his family being around, but having him to herself, well, she was looking forward to that too. Spending the evening alone with Tucker meant taking another step in their friendship, or relationship in this case, as they held hands and walked on the boardwalk, while he gave her a tour of the town. He seemed proud, talking about the nearby lavender farm he thought she'd enjoy if she stayed longer, and the whale-watching tours while she took in the view of the lit-up Ferris wheel to the south. Each bright-colored building carried a homey character, welcoming and inviting, yet as if she had stepped into another world, another time. A Hallmark show. With linked arms they investigated one tourist shop, then another, as she contemplated what souvenirs to buy for Mandy and farewell presents for Tucker, Ace, and Cooper. Now they were prowling through a charming store aptly named Sea Artsy, a beachcomber's wonderland where everything crafted had been churned up from the sea. This would look nice on you. Tucker lifted a drop necklace of glowy sea glass and delicate seashells to her chest. Although she rarely wore necklaces, the artistic style captivated her. It was just the kind of necklace she'd want to wear with her Sunday dresses. It's beautiful, but let's take it. He handed the cashier his credit card. She doubted he made much running a daycare, and he had already bought her a wildflower bouquet the moment they got into town. Tucker, you can't just blow money on me like that. I haven't been on a date in a while. His jovial voice carried the same thrill she felt for their time together. He was already sliding the necklace around her neck, the cool shells and glass warming to her throat as the movement of his fingers on her skin left a trail of heat. As they stopped at more shops, he introduced her to their proprietors, and she made sure to remember Sharon from the pancake shop, since they'd be seeing her again on Saturday during the festival. I think we worked off those burritos, don't you think? He asked as they walked back to the parking lot. What time are we planning to go grocery shopping? The sky was darkening already. She had no idea what time it was. That's what gadget-free had been like these last few days. Why are you in such a hurry? He hooked her arm through the crook of his. I'm that boring? He was anything but. Laughing, she nudged him with her arm. Didn't you say the shops close early? The country store doesn't. She had shopped there for groceries last time. Okay, I'm ready to check out Eileen's pastries. Now you're speaking my language. He slid his arm around her waist as they walked through the parking lot to get to Main Street. Then they strolled a few blocks past budding out flower pots, decorative lamp posts, and old Victorian buildings, the street names suiting the darling town. They were both still full from dinner, so they agreed to share a slice of the triple chocolate mousse cake. She insisted on paying since he had paid for dinner. When he argued that it was a date and he had to pay, she reminded him that they were partners. The place welcomed them with enticing scents, while buttery yellow walls boasted white frame photos of colorful cookies, cupcakes, scones, macarons, fritters, and, of course, the cake Eileen was apparently famous for. Crisp white tables and chairs beckoned them to settle in and enjoy. With 3 people in line, Kayla stared at the decadent pastries and cakes on display. The goodies made her think of Ace. He had been so thrilled about cake and candy during his party. She pulled out her wallet and card. What treat do you think Ace would like? Tucker's brows rose. She glanced back to the options displayed. A roll? Croissant? With all the candy from last Sunday, he's okay without treats. He probably didn't want his son to eat a lot of sugar, so she insisted they get something for his mom, since she was watching Ace and Cooper during their date. Still, when it was their turn to order, he agreed they get a roll for Ace, too. Once they took their cake to a table by the window, he asked about Mandy. She was my roommate when I moved to Seattle. Kayla waved a hand. When I looked at the church bulletin board during my first Sunday in the city, I found Mandy's announcement for a roommate. She's a chef at a steakhouse. He laughed, unfolding the silverware from the napkin and setting a fork on her side of the plate. Your parents are chefs, your best friend is a chef, but you can't stand cooking? She gazed at the people coming in and out of the shop. Sometimes when I think about my childhood, all I remember is greasy food and banging pots and pans. She grimaced, remembering how much she had wanted to play outside and how she had been stuck coloring at a table in the kitchen's back corner. Some of her school friends' families would stop by to eat as a family while she was either helping dice tomatoes or coloring. She then met Tucker's gaze. She had been around people like him, people like Mandy, whose families were close. Hanging out with your family and knowing you sacrificed your passion for your son continues to convince me I was never important enough to my parents for them to sacrifice time for me. He slid their cake to the side, reached across the table, and covered her hand with his warm one. I'm sure your parents thought they were doing what was best for you. At the compassion and kindness in his gaze, her chest tightened, and heat burned behind her eyes. He didn't understand. How could he? Are you angry at them? Not really, although she had wished her family was as normal as Mandy's family. We go so many weeks without calling each other, and it's normal to us. Not to her, though. He squeezed her hand. The things we hate when growing up help us become stronger in those areas. She hated it when her parents worked all the time. Looks like I'm working as hard as my parents. Workaholic. She was still holding on to the hope that someday she'd go back to her previous position as one of the firm's interior designers. Rumor was that Blair was moving to North Carolina after her wedding. Kayla could ask to be switched to her department then. Instead of adding to her work comment, Tucker said, You will be an excellent parent. You'll avoid the mistakes your parents made. He then took his hand away and slid the cake plate back to the middle. Maybe Tucker was right. Maybe someday Kayla would make a good parent. But if she were to be a parent, she'd want to parent his child, his kids. She reached for her fork, wanting to ask how things were going to work out for them. When he forked the first piece of moist cake and lifted it toward her mouth, she forgot all the reasons things may not work out as her lips parted. She had never tasted such a flavorful cake. What was it? Melted chocolate inside and outside, plus almonds, pecans, and some unidentifiable ingredients. I think we're going to order another piece. With an amused smile, he forked another bite. She's the best baker I know. Setting the fork back on the plate, he leaned forward and almost whispered, Don't tell my mom I said that. Remembering her first night at his house, she used his words when she had told him she never cried. It'll be our secret. He grinned, his eyes twinkling under the gleaming light. I thought so. Chapter 10. As morning light streamed through the big windows, the pancake shop sizzled like the cakes on the griddles with the excitement of people moving from one table to another, sampling pancakes from all the contestants. Cinnamon, syrup, and bacon lent the room their tantalizing aromas, creating a perfect backdrop for the offerings. Despite the competition, Sharon still served her usual breakfast, minus the pancakes. Some people sat at the tables, and beyond the window, young and old judges milled around the boardwalk, plates in hand. Tucker hadn't expected over 100 people to show up, but in such a small town with minimal events, people took any activity seriously. So, with their folding table against the wall and the griddle plugged into the extension cord, he couldn't flip the pancakes fast enough. Good thing Kayla was a surprising natural at whipping the batter. She didn't want them to run out, and while the table on their right had run out of batter, their booth hadn't since they started 2 hours ago. Whenever her elbow brushed against his body while she mixed the batter, a tingle sizzled through him. After their date on Thursday, they had barely made it to the country store before it closed. Once they had shopped, she had wanted to return to the boardwalk to see the ocean at night. With the nearby shops' lights reflecting on the water, they had taken in the calm sea as they talked about their fond memories and future plans. While Kayla's fondest memories revolved around her time with her grandma, Tucker's had been the first road trip he remembered taking with his family to Niagara Falls. Kayla's plans included becoming an interior designer for her firm, and hearing it again stung and made him forget his plans. She was leaving, and despite her clarity, he had pulled her into his arms and kissed her with passion and pain over being attached to her. Silverware clanged on the floor, and his gaze returned to his table to make sure Ace wasn't dropping things. Kayla was crouched, rearranging the cooler under the table, while Ace stood on her other side, squeezing Cool Whip to anyone who sampled pancakes from their table and requested the topping. Her lessons had paid off. She had spent several minutes guiding Ace through the process of squeezing the Cool Whip from the bottle. "What did you put in your pancakes?" A feminine Hispanic accent pulled Tucker out of his daze. "Carmela." With a nod, he addressed the petite, gray-haired woman. "I'm guessing you liked our pancakes." "These are good." Carmela's husband, Antonio, gestured with his half-empty plate. His bald head shone under the fluorescent lights as he stood behind his wife, forking clear through his pancake to the disposable plate in his haste to devour it. After practicing how to make a batch last night, Tucker knew the ingredients, but this was Kayla's grandma's recipe, not his to blurt out. So he nodded to Kayla as she stood and smoothed down the green apron that resembled his and Ace's, looking like a pro chef. "She's the chef." "Hi there." She gave a little wave. "Hola, Kayla, right?" Carmela pointed her plastic fork at her. Kayla nodded, and a soft smile showed off the heart shape of her face. "Your pancakes, they are very good." Carmela's dark eyes twinkled in her elfin face, her energy eclipsing her almost 90 years. "Por favor, the secret ingredient." Kayla tapped at her chin, then gave him a secretive glance as if searching for her answers from him. Deciding to answer Carmela, he waggled a finger. "Oh, no, you don't. If we give you the recipe, there will be no reason for you to come back to the Pancake Fest next year." Kayla's smile assured him he had given the right answer before she reached across the table to touch Carmela's age-spotted hand. "If we win today, I'll know the recipe is worth sharing." Antonio licked his mouth and held his plate toward Tucker. "I'll have some more, please." "If they win," Carmela tucked her hand in the crook of her husband's arm, "she gives me the recipe." "You've got our votes," Antonio winked. "We had to vote for our grandson, too." Although blind, Jesse didn't let much stop him, and the man's intelligence still daunted Tucker. His wife, Bronte, was doing most of the cooking when Tucker glanced across the room at the contestants there. "I'm so glad you love our pancakes." Kayla rubbed her gloved hands together. Tucker tried not to dwell on the hour in her response as he flipped pancakes onto Antonio's syrupy plate. "Make it 3. Carmela leaned closer with a stage whisper. "I'm going to share it with him." Kayla asked if they wanted fruit before she scooped mixed berries onto their plate. Tucker should have known that, whenever a 3-year-old was quiet, they were up to no good. When they all looked down at Ace, who was supposed to be serving Cool Whip, white foam covered the boy's mouth, and he tilted his head back as he squeezed more Cool Whip in his mouth. "Ace!" Laughter broke up Kayla's question. Ace dropped the bottle at the end of the table and covered his mouth with both hands, but foam oozed between his fingertips. Carmela and Antonio started chuckling, and another couple nearing their table laughed. "Ace?" Tucker shook his head. Why, exactly, had he trusted his son not to yield to that temptation while he served it to everyone? Ace should be playing with the other kids, but his friends from daycare weren't at the pancake shop. Their parents must be sleeping in on their day off from work. At least he knew why Jackie and Gabe didn't show. When Jackie had come to pick up Gabe and lingered as usual, Tucker had told her he had a date with Kayla. Not an official date, since they were just going to make practice pancakes, But he didn't tell Jackie all the details. She had gone from smiling to pale. He hoped Ace still had a buddy come Monday. Trying to refocus on the mess he had let his son get into, Tucker told the people waiting for pancakes to give him a second to clean his son up. But Kayla raised a hand to him. "Go ahead and serve the pancakes. I'll get him some napkins." It was his responsibility to clean up Ace, but as usual, Kayla seemed genuine in her offer. "We don't need Cool Whip with all the syrup we've already eaten," Carmela said. Then she leaned in to whisper to Ace, "I'm glad you're helping, though." "We still have a bottle of Cool Whip in the cooler." Kayla pulled it out and handed it to Carmela before she soaked a dry paper towel in the cooler, then wiped Ace's mouth and sticky fingers. Toward the last 30 minutes, a new wave of people walked in who hadn't sampled pancakes. His parents, as usual, were latecomers, and when they showed up, Mom swooped up Ace in a warm embrace. Then Dad scooped him up and squeezed him. "There's my buddy." Ace wrapped his arms around Dad's neck before he set him down. When Mom spread her hands wide to Kayla, she walked around the table to hug her. "You saved me by helping my boys." Mom kissed Kayla's cheek after their embrace, her fondness evident in her kind smile. "Tucker would have done fine without me." Kayla eyed him with a secretive smile that played havoc with his insides. Mom then walked to his side, and when he expected a kiss, she whispered, "Have you convinced her to stay yet? You better eat some pancakes before they run out." He gestured to the griddle, hopefully before Kayla could hear Mom's involvement in their relationship. Besides, how could he answer when he didn't know if he wanted to be responsible for stopping Kayla from pursuing her dreams? Both Mom and Dad raved about Kayla's pancakes. By the time Sharon, the restaurant owner, read the final winners, the crowd had thinned. But everyone had dropped off their votes in the designated baskets. The bright, bubbly blonde thanked all the people for coming and the contestants for participating. "We had so many delicious pancakes." Her brows drew together, sympathy evident in her face. "Unfortunately, I'll only recognize 2 winners." People clapped before Sharon glanced at the paper in her hand and read, "Creativity goes to Bronte and Jessie Buckley." Those left in the room clapped for Bronte and her husband, who tapped forward with the aid of his white cane. When they made it to the counter, Sharon handed them a set of mixing spoons and a ceramic salad bowl. For presentation, proper cooking methods, proper balance, taste. With Kayla's moist hand tightening in his, Tucker could sense her nervousness. "I don't think we're going to win," she whispered as Sharon kept reading all the things of whoever was the winner. Kayla's pancakes were the best he had ever tasted, but who knew what other people's preferences were? "We already won." He squeezed her hand back, meaning it. "Having you makes me a winner." She slid her arm around his waist and leaned into him, her shoulders relaxing. She didn't have to say anything for him to know she felt the same about him. Team Tucker, Kayla, and Ace. Kayla jolted and lifted her head, her smile priceless as Sharon added, "Our first place winners." As Kayla squealed, wrapping both arms around him, Tucker lifted her off her feet and spun her around. Ace was already running toward Sharon in the front. People clapped and cheered while Sharon presented them with a box displaying a fancy new griddle inside. They also got a set of serving bowls and a gift certificate to the pancake shop. Sharon handed Ace a huge, colorful lollipop. Most likely she'd have given him the lollipop whether they won or not. She had been thrilled when Tucker told her Ace would be cooking with them. "We won! We won!" Ace jumped up and down. Kayla crouched and hugged him, then pressed a finger on his nose. "All because of your help." Tucker high-fived his son, his chest warming as he accepted their prizes. Not for the win, but the sparkle in Kayla's eyes and the radiance shining through Ace as he hugged her. These joyful moments gave Tucker hope for the uncertain future. He nearly stumbled, suddenly hit by a radiant pang of longing, a desire to hold on to love, to have a full family once more. Please, God, can Kayla stay in our lives forever? Perhaps she would, but there might be some serious waiting. She might have to go back to Seattle and chase her dream first. Tucker didn't have a choice but to wait, feeling this special connection with someone who felt the same way about him, wasn't something he could take lightly or give up. He had been young and distant from God when he had fallen for Zena. This time, though, he felt God had dropped Kayla into their lives, their very home. They stayed at the pancake shop and used their certificate to eat breakfast overlooking the ocean with his parents. After the Cool Whip and now a lollipop, Ace only ate one sausage. Before they left, Mom offered to watch Ace so they could go on a date. "We need to honor Kayla's grandma," Tucker said, accepting her offer. By honoring Kayla's grandma, he wanted to hear more about one of the most important people in her life. "How about tomorrow after church?" Kayla said to Mom. Slightly unsettled that she was turning down a date, Tucker stiffened. But then she touched her hand to his back. "I promise to watch Ace while you work on your project. After all, you're not the kind of person to work on Sundays. Let's postpone the date until tomorrow so you can get work done now on Saturday." His heart squeezed over how well she knew and understood him, even as he caught Mom nodding and exchanging a knowing glance with Dad. "We don't want you to break your promise." Mom hugged them goodbye. Just after 11:30, they walked on the boardwalk back to the car. Ace was chatting nonstop on his sugar high, skipping backward as he talked about his shell collection, cars, and blocks, when Kayla asked what he wanted to play that afternoon. But plenty of time remained in the day. As much as Tucker wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to fulfill his project, he was tempted to put everything on hold and spend the sunny day with Kayla and Ace while dreaming of the family they could become. Chapter 11. Playing with Ace was almost easier than she had expected. Kayla let him choose whatever games he preferred. Once they got home, Tucker reminded Ace to clean his room before she could play with him. But the moment Tucker left for his workshop, Ace brought his treasure box with his shell collection to show her. He stood there so sweet and serious when he cupped a shell to her ear for her to listen to the ocean's swoosh. After that, they put together several puzzles, something Ace was good at, and Kayla told him so. "Daddy taught me," he beamed, and again admiration for Tucker warmed her. With Ace's guidance, she learned how to blow bubbles in the backyard. As she did so, Ace and Cooper tried to leap and catch them. While outside, she cleaned up Cooper's potty from the grass. Ugh! She hadn't realized how stinky the dog potty was until it was up to her to clean it up. "We're going to play Pillow Ninja next," Ace declared once she had washed her hands in the house. Wiping them on a towel, she made big eyes at the boy. "What's Pillow Ninja?" With Cooper hanging out in the backyard, Ace was already pulling pillows from the couch. That sounded fun and messy if they threw the pillow in the wrong place. However, a quick survey of the kitchen showed nothing in the way, except for the coffee mugs hanging on wooden hooks above the counter. However, she needed a moment to catch her breath. Since he was eager to pillow fight, she used it as a motivation for him to clean his room. His chin lowered to his chest as he crossed his arms. "That's not fun. I'll help you." Perhaps she could sit and watch while he picked up toys, but when they entered his room, her bare foot stepped on something sharp. Ouch! The wooden block's hard corner cut into her foot before she leaped back. Duplos littered the carpeted floor, adding color among the wooden toys. Ace already started pulling out a cape to tie around his neck. "Let's clean up," she reminded him. His cleaning style was way different from hers. He'd pick one block and put it in the toy bin, but then pull out 3 cars he wanted to play with. Letting him alone, she picked up the toolbox they had made the other night. "Ace, what happened to all your tools?" Vroom! Making car noises, he moved the cars on a carpeted track. She called him again and asked, He glanced around the floor. "I think in the toy bins?" Tucker had put effort into making a toolbox. It needed to be well cared for. Hit by the urge to clean, she pulled out all the bins from the compartmentalized storage unit and dumped them on the floor. As she sorted the cars from the darts and costumes, she found the hammer, wrench, and saw that belonged to the toolbox. Then she found 2 more toolboxes, both different from the new one. No doubt Tucker had made them, too. Several minutes later, she had finished organizing the toys, made Ace's bed, tucking in the edges, and vacuumed the floor. She walked to the door and took in the room. It looked much better. She shook her head, content with the outcome. Ace was full of surprises, she realized when he stripped off his shirt, then pants, and the bathroom door. "Hey, bud." She lifted her hand to stop him before he yanked off his underwear. "Why are you taking off your clothes?" "I take off my clothes when I go number 2. He would probably need to be wiped." "Let me go get your dad." "Daddy taught me how to wipe myself, and I sing the ABC song when I wash my hands." She hoped so. She told him to meet her downstairs for their pillow fight whenever he was done with his bathroom ritual. Ace was the brightest kid she had ever met. Okay, she never met any kids, but he was the brightest and acted much older than the other kids Tucker took care of. Some kids could barely keep their diapers dry, yet Ace took himself to the bathroom and knew how to clean after himself. It would make sense, though. Tucker was grossed out by children's messy diapers, so he had definitely trained his son to fend for himself. When Ace returned fully dressed, Kayla double-checked to make sure he had washed his hands. "I sang the ABC song 2 times. She chuckled before they tossed pillows back and forth at each other. Ace's shrieks filled the house, and hearing his so-sweet laughter warmed her, softening parts inside her she didn't know had frozen hard and cold. Kayla ducked when a pillow flew over her head while she ran to the main room. She then picked up the pillow, and a thrill ran through her as she got the hang of the game. She hurled a pillow at Ace, who was now beyond the kitchen and close to the sliding door. "Did you just throw a pillow at me?" That relaxed, deep voice was not Ace's. So focused on finding another pillow to throw, she hadn't heard the door open, and she hadn't assumed Tucker would show up so soon. She covered her mouth, acting sorry, but she wasn't at all. Her breath caught as they took in each other. He was strikingly handsome, even with his black T-shirt and faded jeans, covered in sawdust, and the reddened indentation his safety glasses left on his nose and by his ears. A pillow shot straight to his head. "Got you!" Ace shouted, and Tucker tore his gaze off Kayla to chase his son. Ace threw another at him as he ran to the living room before Tucker caught up. "Kayla, help me, please!" Ace could barely speak through his happy squeals. "You think Kayla will save you?" Tucker had his son on the couch, tickling under his armpits and then neck. "Here I come!" Contentment expanded her chest as she paced to the living room, and as soon as she approached, Tucker pulled her down. "Are you sure you're going to rescue him?" he said, seeming to forget Ace, who wiggled out of his hold and off the couch. How could she not melt as she looked into Tucker's eyes? "Yes, I am." "Don't say I never warned you." At that, he pressed his fingers into her ribs, and her body automatically responded when she squealed. She pulled herself to stand, but Tucker, too strong for her to escape his hold, simply hoisted her on the couch and tickled her harder. He was kneeling, and pillows flew over his head while Ace tried to rescue her. But Tucker wasn't easily distracted. "Stop!" She laughed harder. Her ribs hurt from the laughter now that he was finding all the tormenting spots on her neck, sides of her torso, and under her armpits. "Please, stop!" She gasped out the words, breathlessly trying to wiggle free. He did finally, and she lay there, breathing hard and staring up at his beautiful face. She did find him beautiful, the hidden gem who could be the most extraordinary display piece in any show home or showroom magazine. She was glad he was hidden in a small town. Otherwise, he'd be way off the market by now. They stared at each other, both breathing and grinning, until Ace leaped on Tucker's back. He held stacked Duplos he called a sword. "I got him!" Laughter bubbled inside Kayla's chest. Ace looked so pleased with what he considered a rescue as he wrapped his little arms around Tucker's neck. Thank you, Ace, for rescuing me. So, Tucker looked up to Ace. You taught Kayla Pillow Ninja, huh? I want to do that again. I'm looking forward to another ninja fight tonight. Tucker swung Ace off his neck into his arms and eyed her where she lay still, recuperating. Her heart was so full just being carefree in his presence and listening to his tender voice. I can't wait. Daddy, my room is the cleanest ever. Tucker set Ace down to look at him, and his eyes crinkled up at their edges in that way a smile overtook his whole face. Your way of cleaning is different from everyone else's, Bud. I didn't clean it. Ace seemed to grow taller as he beamed. Kayla did. Tucker eyed Ace with warning, then Kayla. Were his ears reddening? He ducked his head, then put his hand on the back of his neck. I'm embarrassed you had to go in his room. Ha! He was blushing. After watching how painfully slow Ace cleaned up, she could see how getting the kid to clean his room would be a chore. You shouldn't be embarrassed. He then stared at Ace. Did you tell Kayla thank you? Thank you. Ace then started running toward the kitchen, saying he was fetching Mr. Piggy from his room. They had rediscovered the small stuffed animal in the mound of toys. Kayla sat up, and as Tucker knelt before her, looking exhausted, it took what was left of her willpower to keep from reaching to rub his shoulders. Instead, she tugged at his T-shirt sleeve, shaking loose sawdust. Did you get some work done? I did, but I wanted to see if you need a break. She had had training when she helped him watch the preschoolers those 2 days. Ace is easygoing. Tucker eased onto the couch and drew her in his arms, and she all but melted in them as she savored the smell of wood and hard work. If her mouth was suddenly dry for no reason, he would have to be thirsty since he had been working. Can I get you something to drink? Instead of answering her, he slowly slid his hand across her body and then rested one hand on her cheek, giving her butterflies. Before she could savor his touch, he was leaning in and kissing her with such tenderness and emotion he caused her toes to curl and made her forget her surroundings. If their closet kiss had made her hot, this kiss set her on fire. It didn't last long, and it saddened her when he ended it. Oh, right, they had a kid in the house. What's that for? She asked, her lips still hovering near his, her heart thrumming in a wild rhythm. Thank you for taking care of Ace. His voice was low. You didn't have to clean his room. Her fingers twitched, and she gave in and let them slip through his hair, brushing short strands back from his forehead. What were they talking about? Oh, Ace's room. It was no big deal. Definitely not something you should feel guilty about. I need to get better at being consistent with him. A slight wince crossed his face. I know he should stay on top of things, but this parenting thing is still tricky. You're teaching him things that matter. She pressed a soft kiss on his lips. God, she kissed his cheek. How to use the bathroom so you don't throw up if you had to change his diaper yourself. His breath teased her lips when he laughed, and she continued. You're teaching him how to behave and showing him love. What better way to mold love than expressing it? He had plenty of love in his heart for God and his family. Looking at his warm blue eyes as they softened toward her, she had no doubt he could read into her soul. She could also see he still had more room in his heart to love her, if she let him. The weather couldn't have been more perfect for a Sunday mid-morning date. After they had all attended worship at his parents' church, his parents had taken Ace, and Tucker had driven Kayla from Chapel Cove to Portland. A 90-minute drive. Kayla's presence made time move too fast, and with each passing day, their uncertain future together pressed on him with a weight that made his whole body ache, as if every muscle fought to stand against reality. He had done his part and opened his heart to love her. Now his only hope was to let God do the rest. Regardless of the random seeds of doubt sprouting in the back of his mind, he tried not to let anything dampen his spirits as he kept his promise to honor Kayla's grandma like he had promised. Their first stop was a game store where they each picked out a crossword puzzle booklet. He chose the fill-in crossword, and Kayla chose the cryptic. He then let Kayla select a restaurant that would serve the kind of meal her grandma would like, and she had chosen a diner in the city. With peppy pop music in the background and energetic conversations overplaying that, they worked on the crosswords while they ate country potatoes and chicken steaks. Never one to drink iced tea, Tucker tried it, and learned there was a reason he never drank tea. Although it wasn't tasty, it was his idea, and he wanted to know everything about Kayla, including the most important role model in her life. As they worked on finding clues to the cryptic puzzle, he found it challenging, while she aced through the clues. By the time they finished it, he had gotten the hang of it and told her they'd try another one. They then worked on his fill-in crosswords, which were much easier than the cryptic. Overall, he found the brain activity more entertaining than he had thought. Still intrigued by her deceased grandma, he asked about her favorite moments with her grandma as he drove them to the state park, another hour and a half outside Portland. She wasn't a professional interior designer, but she had great taste in mixing paint, patterns, and decorating. With the road straight ahead of them, Tucker risked a glance at her, and her eyes brightened when she talked about the open houses she had gone to with her grandma for decorating inspiration. She also talked about the bookshelf of puzzles in her grandma's house. His heart ached as she spoke fondly about her grandma during the whole drive to the park. He swallowed hard to force down the sadness creeping up his throat as he parked. Too bad her grandma wasn't still alive. As Kayla slid her backpack over her shoulder, they crossed the parking lot next to each other with the sun warm on their shoulders. Tucker wove his fingers through Kayla's as they started down a trail, and a lush spruce forest cast dark shadows over them and those strolling around them. The air smelled sweet with the trees' tang while dappled light splashed the forest floor, and a brave squirrel chastised them for invading its world. "Why do you think your grandma liked word puzzles so much?" "She always loved anything that challenged her brain. She told him how she used to hate crosswords whenever she spent time with her grandma, but she preferred hanging out with grandma than staying at her parents' restaurant or at home alone. It wasn't until after she died that I started liking puzzles." He squeezed her hand. "I can tell you have so much of your grandma in you." She gave him a sideways glance, swinging their arms as she stepped further away to eye him. Her dark leggings and teal top fit her in all the right places. Her hair swished over her shoulders, and her brows lifted playfully. "I hope you don't mean my wrinkle marks." Heat tingled his cheeks. Ugh! Despite her playful tone, he now regretted his statement. Mom always said women didn't feel comfortable talking about their age, but Kayla, a year younger than he was, had freely told him hers. Either way, he needed to clarify his statement. She elbow-bumped him before he could speak. "I was just teasing, but I guess I'm not good at it." He drew her closer. "You're very good at it." Her personality and everything about her seemed to click with him. He further explained, "You like word puzzles, decorating, and I like you." The feeling was mutual, and he told her so, then gave her a fleeting kiss on the cheek. He was sure he more than liked her, loved her even, but saying those words would mean he was ready to pop the question. What? That would be insane to think of anything serious. Didn't he learn anything from Zena? If she had left him even after the many years they had been together, what would Kayla find so special about him that she would want forever? What are you doing here with her if you're not serious? His inner logical self sparked the question. Deep down, he was determined to stay in touch with her after she left. But would she want to stay in touch? Soon their path opened up to a grassy bluff, and he released her hand when they stopped to take in the Pacific Ocean views. Her jaw dropped as she stared at the sea stacks. They punctuated the long sweep of the shoreline beyond the ridge of coastal mountains. Tucker crossed his arms, deciding not to stare at the view while he could see it through the awe in her face. He could smell her on his shirt, which had become a favorite ever since she had worn it the day she got into town. He didn't need it with the 70-degree weather, but he liked her subtle scent that emanated from it even after she had washed it. Leaving the buttons undone still sent a breeze through the white undershirt, so he was comfortable. Her low voice caught his attention. "If I lived close, I'd come here often." "Then stay." But saying that, keeping her from pursuing her dreams, wouldn't be right. She turned to him, catching him staring at her, but he wasn't embarrassed. After all, they had kissed, and she should know how he felt about her. Despite people snapping photos around them, nothing else mattered as his world narrowed to just him and Kayla in the park. She bit her lower lip and pushed her hair away from her neck. "Do you come here often?" It had been on his list of places to come to, but he hadn't. First time. Her brows lifted. Why? If she was asking questions, it was time to explore other parts of the park. He held out his hand and she took it. Then he started walking along the sandy path. "I was always busy working, and then Ace came along. There'd been enough years before Ace when he could have brought Xena here, but again, he didn't want to admit his past workaholic lifestyle." "Did you always know about this place?" Either she liked the park so much, or she was prying more about his life. The part of his past he didn't want to admit to himself or to anyone else. "If you want to know whether I do fun things often, I don't." He tugged her closer to let a couple with 2 kids bounding down the path in the opposite direction pass. "I always see this park in published photographs, and I thought it would be a good place to come one day." She stopped walking and stared at him with deep intensity as her fingers tinkered with her backpack straps. "Today is your first day here? With me?" He nodded, touching her soft cheek. "I feel so special," he finished her sentence. "You are." So special, so selfless among the many qualities he was drawn to. When he worked in his workshop while she watched Ace yesterday, he had thought about her and ended up starting a Kayla project instead of fulfilling the past due order. He had also thought of where to take her, and the park came to mind. Now he was glad he brought her here. When they resumed their stroll and turned to branch off to another trail, a younger couple asked if they could help snap a photo on their phone. Tucker unclasped his hand from Kayla's to take a photo of the cheerful couple. He zoomed in the forested bluffs and glittering waters beyond. But he also wanted to capture the abandoned lighthouse he had read about in the paper about the park. "Here we go," he said, when the couple extended what had seemed like a fleeting kiss. He felt the urge to do the same to Kayla, but they were probably too old for public affection. Not too old to have their photo taken, though. He had asked after he finished taking the photo of the couple. He snapped 2 photos. Then, while he handed the woman her phone, she asked if they wanted their photo taken. "That would be great," he and Kayla said simultaneously. He retrieved his phone from his cargo shorts and handed it to the woman. Drawing Kayla into his arms, he could feel her muscles relax as they took sideways photos while they gazed into each other's eyes. He could see why the younger couple ended up making out for their photo shoot. Kayla's waist was so slender, and she fit so perfectly in his arms. Her tenderness and trust as she came into his arms made him feel as if he could accomplish anything. Without warning from their photographer, the phone's camera shutter went off. Kayla chuckled and tilted her head toward their photographer. "Do we need to look at the camera?" she whispered. No. This time next week she'd be back in Seattle. "I enjoy looking at you the most." And he wanted to do so every single moment he still had with her this week. "All right, you guys," the woman said, and the shutter snapped about 2 times. After the photo session, they thanked the couple and then took a moment to look at the photos. Something tightened his chest, comforting him and making him ache at seeing they both had the same affection and longing for each other through the photos. "I'm going to send these to my phone." Kayla started punching numbers on the phone while he retrieved the tiny paper map from his other pocket. Plenty of trails branched off to different coves. Even if it was the beginning of the tourist season with a decent amount of people, one of the mini coves should be less crowded, so he took her to another trail that opened up to a cliffside viewpoint of a secluded cove. When they reached the sandy cove, he stepped out of his shoes and stripped off his button-down, remaining in his t-shirt. Kayla dropped her backpack on the sand and tossed her shoes beside it. She pulled out the rest of the necklace from under her shirt. "Can you help me with my necklace, please?" She had worn it to church that morning with a yellow summer dress that stunningly offset her darker hair and skin and flawless figure. He hadn't realized she had kept it on after they stopped by the house to change. But, pleased she liked it, he couldn't help grinning now as the little shells and sea glass clattered with his clumsy movements. Her muscles tensed, and an outbreak of goosebumps pebbled her neck as he unclasped the necklace. "Okay, maybe." His fingers trailed on her skin a little longer than necessary. A guy could only help himself so much. "Done." He cleared his throat, handing her the necklace, and stepping back as she tucked it in her backpack. Breathing in the salty air and being with Kayla with no crowd, he let his shoulders relax. Then he took her hand and raced with her along the shore and toward the big rocks, cool, wet sand slapping their feet. Soon they sat on the soft, dry sand above the tide line and faced the endless water. Swooping overhead, a gull chided them as lolling surf broke over the beach. It was hard to believe they were in the same park now that he couldn't hear people, just the ocean's roar and their breathing. "How did we end up just the two of us here?" Kayla scooped her hair over one shoulder, taking on that adorable, playful look he loved. Now that he thought of it, just the two of them here felt a bit scandalous. But it was a public park with sailboats gliding by in the distance. He wove his arm around her waist and leaned to kiss her neck. "I wanted to kidnap you." She shivered when he kissed her cheek. "I like when you kidnap me." "You do now?" She nodded, then looked at him. Something deep in her eyes escalated his heartbeat. In the silence, he pushed soft hair from her face, feeling safe and whole, until she asked a question out of the blue. "Tell me more about your ex." "Huh?" Stiffening his spine, he blinked. He then set his hands in the sand, bracing on his palms. Just when he had thought he could forget the sting of rejection and move on with Kayla, she had to open up his past for further investigation. "I mean, what if she walked back into your life?" "Of all the—" His jaw twitched, but Kayla must be making sure she wasn't falling for someone unavailable. He turned his gaze back to the ocean and dug his heels into the soft, warm sand, needing to compose himself before responding. Clearing his throat, he spoke. She moved on. He had been so angry with her, but then about a year after their divorce, there had been a time when he had thought he could forgive her and ask God's help to start over with her. "I tried to find her in Portland, and her parents said she moved in with her boyfriend." Kayla lifted his hand from the sand and threaded comforting fingers through his, but she stayed quiet. The simple act erased any creeping doubts. The uncertainty of why Kayla loved and trusted him shouldn't be a question. She had proved she cared for him and his family when she had risked her life to save the dog, when she went shopping and bought them groceries, when she filled in for Penny and put up with the stench of diaper changing. The list went on. He had closed off his heart to trust, but it was time to open it. A part of me was relieved I didn't have to trek a mountain to fall in love with her again. He cringed over having thought of something like that, yet it was the truth. He had only gone for her after he had drawn near to God. He had felt it was the right thing to do, but I just lost respect for her when she quit on us. I guess that snatched away the love I had for her. "You're the most loving man I've ever met." Humbled by her genuine words, Tucker shook his head. His heart had its struggles. "I used to work a lot." His chest rose with a deep breath, then plummeted at the admission he hadn't wanted to think about. He had worked for a corporation, and whenever he was at home, he had thrown himself into his hobby. He had turned the garage of their first home into a workshop, and when he started his own business, he had gotten even busier. Maybe if I'd been available more often, we could have had enough time to, Having no way to put it into words, he did his best to talk about the romantic moments and alone time that could have happened naturally for them to make a baby rather than the forced intimacy they had had at the time. Kayla's fingers were so soothing as she squeezed his, her voice soft when she spoke. Regardless, she made a commitment when she married you. She quit when she shouldn't have. He closed his eyes. Kayla was right, but those commitments could only be tested for so long. How much of his wife abandoning him and Ace had been his fault? Would he drive Kayla away too? As if understanding his fears, Kayla went on with a tinge of protectiveness in her voice as she defended him, pointing out how taking a break and quitting were two different things. And as the last of his murky doubt ebbed from his mind, he knew then that, besides their attraction to each other, he and Kayla had perseverance in common. And he sensed a stronger bond between them, deepening to a new level. I would never make a commitment to you if I couldn't keep it. Her words terrified and thrilled him at the same time. Her statement could mean two things. She loved him, but she wouldn't commit since she wasn't sure if she could keep that commitment. Or she didn't love him enough to make a commitment. The second one had him twisting his neck to look at her, and those deep brown eyes staring back at him stirred a surge of hope that maybe, just maybe, there was a way for them to spend a lifetime together. But first, he had to admit he wasn't perfect by any means. Being responsible for a helpless 1-year-old at the time had compelled Tucker to do whatever it took to give Ace a healthy family environment. God used Ace to help me get my priorities straight. He fisted a handful of sand in his free hand and let it slip through his fingertips before closing his grip over it, displaying how he had learned from his mistakes in the first marriage, and, given the opportunity to marry again, wouldn't let something so precious slip away. She unclasped her hand from his and touched his cheek. I know, with all my heart, that you're kind, loving, special. Why did he sense she was going to say something else rather than special? The truth still remained of what they both knew but didn't want to talk about. Deciding not to ruin the moment, he traced a finger across the hollow at the base of her throat. I'm having a wonderful time with you here. She frowned, seeming confused by his sudden change of topic. I don't want to talk about my ex. I have less than 7 days left with you. A splinter of sadness pierced through his chest at that realistic reminder. I don't want to talk about my past or my future. I just want to enjoy each day and each moment I have left with you. She mouthed, okay. With the sun high above, not burning, but warm enough to ignite the heat between them, their eyes locked. There was no better way to transition their conversation than him leaning in. When she wound her arm around his neck, their lips met. Her lips were soft, warm, and tender as they moved against his. She smelled of flowers, mint, and the fresh sea. He forgot the world around him as he kissed her with all his heart, threading his fingers through her thick hair. They rolled on the sand, heat rising between them as she melted in his arms. By the time they pulled apart for air, she was on top of him, both breathing louder than the crashing waves. The corners of her lips lifted into a shy smile that brightened her eyes and collapsed something heavy inside him. He grinned while they studied each other. You're a bad influence on me. He brushed her face with the back of his knuckles, leaving a trail of sand on her cheek. Trust me, I know. She lowered herself and brushed him with a chaste kiss. What am I going to do with you? That was the question looming like a dark cloud. They'd have to address it sooner or later. Chapter 12. The following days, Kayla spent rearranging Tucker's living and main rooms. She also moved the kids' toy bins in ways to create more open space and simplify Tucker's and Penny's lives when kids ran around. She then worked on creating a website for Tucker's furniture. She had asked for her computer back so she could use it to work on a website on Monday night once he decided what name he wanted to call his furniture shop. "I'm in no hurry to start a website," he had said, but she had been thrilled by the idea of working on a new project and said he didn't have to launch it until he was ready. On Tuesday, she went back to Ivy's bookstore and to the pancake shop to visit Sharon while Tucker and Penny worked at the daycare. Kayla wasn't just falling in love with Tucker and his family, but also with the town and its welcoming people. She had visited with Laura while checking out her gym the other day, and hearing how Laura stayed when she fell in love with her husband, Jason, comforted Kayla. She even planted an idea for Kayla to start an interior design firm in one of the vacant buildings not far from Laura's gym, but running a business didn't appeal to Kayla. Even if it did, where would she get clients in such a small town? Tourists were only interested in the food, scenery, and souvenirs, and the locals were already loyal to the designer who had decorated Eileen's pastries. Still, Kayla couldn't help entertaining the idea of staying in town, although she had no reason to. In the evenings, she watched Ace and Cooper, except for Wednesday when she took Ace to the playground and left Cooper at home. Tucker worked hard, and she continued to admire his devotion to Ace, and lately to her. As soon as the daycare was over, he showered and ate dinner with them, then went to his workshop before joining them for evening strolls on the beach. He had taken them to the workshop last night, and while he worked on the chairs, Kayla and Ace built a simple log cabin from scrap wood. Each night after Ace went to sleep, Tucker stayed and talked to her before he went back to his workshop. Tonight, before he left for his workshop, she asked if she could have her phone back. It was Thursday, and with her leaving on Saturday, her mind was starting to think, rather stressed about work. "You're sure?" he asked while handing it to her. She kissed his cheek. "I'm going to call Mandy and respond to some emails until you return from the workshop." He looked at her with saddened eyes, then blew her a kiss before he left. She didn't ask why he looked sad. She knew. They'd both ignored talking about Saturday. As much as she wanted to talk about it, there'd be no satisfying results. All options involved her leaving and him staying. After the random text she had exchanged with Mandy on Tucker's phone, it was time she called her friend. Sitting on the rocker she favored in the living room, Kayla turned on her phone. It beeped with several missed calls and texts that made her dread next week already. When she dialed Mandy's number, her friend answered on the first ring. "It's about time we get past the texting," curiosity squealed in Mandy's voice, raising it a pitch above normal. "Let me guess. You're calling to tell me you're not coming back." Kayla chuckled, yet surprised Mandy knew a lot about her and Tucker, even if Kayla hadn't told her much about their budding romance. "It's complicated." "I knew it! I knew it!" Mandy squealed through the phone. Kayla could just picture her almost twirling around. Only a year younger than Kayla, Mandy was a child at heart. "Please tell me you have a picture of him on your phone." Remembering the photos she had texted to herself, Kayla curled her hair with her finger as she whispered through the phone, "Yes? Text me the photos so we can talk about him while I look." Knowing how they looked at each other during the photo session made Kayla's stomach somersault. "We went to the beach on Sunday," she rushed to explain. "Don't read too much into the photos, though." "With your tone, I already have a visual." Kayla tossed her head back, almost rethinking texting her photos to Mandy. But she needed to tell someone about her once-in-a-lifetime romance story, and without Grandma, she only had Mandy. Keeping the phone on, she browsed her unread texts and found an unfamiliar number that must be Tucker's. She'd have to save the contact once she hung up with Mandy. After forwarding the photos to Mandy, Kayla clamped the phone back to her ear. "Hello?" Silence. She must have pressed something and lost the call. "Hello?" "Oh, my world!" Mandy's boisterous voice rang out loud enough it would have woken Ace upstairs. "You're sure this guy hasn't been on TV before?" "I know, right?" Kayla bit her lower lip when her honest response registered. "I mean, he's a good dad and handsome, hello!" Kayla curled deeper into the rocker he had made. "What dreamy eyes, and oh, how you both look at each other. I can't even imagine what it must feel like to look at someone like that. And he's looking at you the same way, too. Ooh, start from day one up until now." Kayla told her again about the rescue from the road and the messed-up reservations she had already told her about. With Mandy, not the least bit shy about asking all sorts of details about every day with Tucker, Kayla soon told her about Ace and Cooper and all she remembered during her stay in Chapel Cove. His parents, you would love them. The twinge pinched Kayla's chest again, given that Mandy came from a family as transparent and affectionate for each other. "I can already tell they're wonderful," Mandy let out a sigh. "Do you realize this is the longest we've ever talked on the phone?" Right. It was also the first time in a long time Kayla initiated the call, too. Another sigh whispered through the speakers. "Once you come back to your busy life, it'll be another month before I can drag you to a cup of coffee." Not wanting to talk about her work life in Seattle, not now, Kayla asked about Mandy's work. "Has your boss noticed you deserve to be head chef yet? Since you stay busy enough for both of us, I've decided not to press for head chef." Not that Kayla was staying in Chapel Cove, but Mandy wasn't eager to make money. She just wanted to cook and have people appreciate her food. "They could use some new restaurants in this town, you know." "Ha! That town is too small." Mandy had visited Chapel Cove with her parents several years ago, staying at Penny's house. "Even if I gave the food away for free, I doubt enough people would show up to eat it." "They get lots of tourists, for the summer at least." "If you stay, maybe I can entertain the idea." From the challenge in that, Mandy must be aware Kayla wouldn't stay. Kayla tucked her knees tighter to her chest and ran a hand over the rocker's smooth wooden armrest, feeling as if she were holding Tucker's hand when she caressed his handiwork. "Too bad you haven't had a boyfriend in like forever," Mandy said after a stretched silence. "And a shame you're giving up on a guy who might have been an excellent husband." "We've not known each other that long." Kayla's voice was weak as she rubbed her forehead. An oncoming headache already knotted something up beneath her fingers. How was it that, with Tucker, it felt like they had always known each other and just needed the 2 weeks to reunite? "Aha!" Mandy snorted as if reading her internal battle. "Work, work, and more work." She kept bringing up those words as Kayla tried to redirect the conversation to Mandy's job and family and whatever she had been up to. When Kayla hung up, she thought about Mandy's observation, then Tucker's conversation about his life before Ace, how he had worked nonstop and wished he would have been a good husband. But then Kayla wouldn't have met him if he was still married. "I learned a lot from mistakes," his words echoed in the back of her mind. If she didn't quit, didn't learn from his mistakes too, did that mean she'd lose him? She shuddered. No way was she ready to end things with him. They could date, and she could come and visit. Not wanting to figure everything out in one night, she listened to her voicemails, the work-related calls she had expected, given the life she had built in Seattle. "Jones, call me back ASAP." Her boss, Vivian's voice grated. Things were always urgent at the biggest design firm in the state. "I need you to lead a project." Kayla listened to another urgent voice message from Vivian. Kayla was already leading marketing. She doubted any lead project would be for interior designing. She continued listening to her messages and let her assistant's friendly voice calm her after Vivian's frantic messages. The Devonshire and the Howells called. We got both gigs. Great job. Yes. A thrill ran through Kayla. Even if she had cost the company their main client, her pitch to those two clients didn't go to waste. It would now be up to the designers to do their jobs. She'd still have to connect the designers to the clients, but after the first meeting, her job with those clients would be done. The next message was from her assistant again. Vivian is going ballistic if you don't call her back soon. Something to do with the Holland brothers. They want you to redesign the Victorian mansion. The Holland brothers sounded familiar, but she kept listening to messages to see if one could give her more details. The more she scrolled and listened, the more she realized the messages were out of order. Otherwise, everything would have made sense if she had first heard the message from Thomas Holland. You designed our club 10 years ago. A deep voice rang through the phone as Kayla's cheeks lifted, taking her back to her first 3 years as an interior designer with the firm. Vivian had put her on a test to take over the project. We have this family house we want to turn into a museum. As she listened to Thomas, she couldn't remember his features, but she remembered how pleased he had been when she had redesigned the club. Kayla wasn't into clubbing, but she had done a lot of research on what the best clubs looked like for her inspiration. When Thomas Holland had promised to reach out if he ever needed anything else redesigned, she hadn't expected to see or hear from him again. He had kept her cell number 2? He must be one of the few people who kept their promises. Vivian never kept her promise when she had pulled Kayla out of her position as a designer. Marketing was supposed to be temporary until her colleague returned from maternity leave, but when she didn't return, Kayla got stuck doing something out of necessity rather than passion. This was her chance to ask for her position back if Vivian wanted her to lead the museum project. Kayla turned off her phone and set it on the wavy table under the lamp. She wasn't ready to talk to Vivian just yet if she called again. Instead, Kayla sank into the chair as the reality that her dream was coming true hit her. Yet this vague dissatisfaction accompanied the news. Shouldn't she feel lighthearted about such news? She tilted her head back, trying to ignore the misgiving and worsening migraine. A museum. She had never designed one before, but she loved challenges. Except it would take plenty of time for her to research and meet with architects and engineers and form a team for the project. The Holland Mansion was a popular landmark in the Seattle area, one of the oldest family mansions in the city. Leading that project would be a dream come true. Once she was done with however long it took, she might even get her position back. Then what? She fisted her hair into a ponytail, tugging at it hard enough to yank her neck, while struggling to listen to that inner voice. When she closed her eyes, Tucker's soft eyes appeared. His words when they went to the beach rang in her mind. If I had the chance to marry again, I'd do my best. No, she wanted this job. Tucker would wait for her to finish this project while they dated long distance. Everything okay? His voice sounded as the sliding door closed. She popped open her eyelids and winced at the concern on his sawdusted face. Did she look frazzled enough to make him look at her like that? She stood and pointed to her phone, her chest tightening. Too tight. She rubbed at it. Oh, sweetie. Tucker took off his cap and tossed it on the carpet, then walked to her. What's wrong? His warm hand resting on her shoulder reminded her of their first encounter. She was slightly dizzy, but not as much as she had felt the day they had met. She had better not have a nervous breakdown or panic attack or whatever it was called. He eased her into his arms, and she went freely, resting her head on his chest, ignoring the sawdust rubbing at her face. With his woody smell so comforting, she wished it could take away her indecision. Did something happen with your friend? At his tender voice, her throat squeezed, closing over any words she would have said. So she shook her head, and his strong hand stroked her back while he stayed quiet. Her throat on fire, tears burned the backs of her eyes, but she didn't let one fall. Maybe later, alone in her room, she had let herself fall apart. After several moments, when she thought she could manage, she whispered, "I get to design a museum when I get back." "That's wonderful," his voice cracked, then lowered. "It's what you wanted." Yes, but being here in his arms, the dream job didn't sound as appealing as how she felt with him. He mattered more than a career, and a sharp pain penetrated her chest. As if sensing her struggle, he spoke, his voice calm. "I want to ask you to stay, but that wouldn't be fair to you." His sweet selflessness intensified the thick lump in her throat. The hand stroking her back pressed her closer as if he had never let her go. "I don't want you to go, but it's important you pursue your dream, your passion." They stayed silent in each other's arms, his heart against hers. After several moments, he stepped out of the embrace and cupped his hands on each side of her face. They studied each other before he said, "I have something for you." She drew in a deep breath to buoy herself. Maybe whatever he had would cheer her up. He left for the backyard, then returned with something in his hand, something made with wood and stained with an oil she could smell, a natural scent. "What's this?" "A table lamp." She turned the tower-shaped lamp, inspecting it in the light. Cut from a single piece of wood that he had carved to appear somehow splayed apart and expanded accordion style, the piece seemed to cradle the bulb inside it. His smooth sanding emphasized the wood grain as it traveled from one fin to the next. From the fresh wood and oil smell, he must have made it recently. She didn't remember seeing it during her 2 trips to his workshop. She sat down as gratitude weakened her knees. "When did you make this?" He gave a slow shrug. "Last Saturday when you watched Ace. I started it then." He took it from her and pulled out the cord from the bottom before setting the lamp on the end table. "I happen to have scraps of cherry wood." He had made something this outstanding from scraps of wood? She swallowed hard, but amazement still closed her throat. If by some miracle she ever stayed in town, she'd work for him in his workshop so she could learn how to make things with her hands. He'd be a great teacher, no doubt. When he plugged the cord into the outlet and turned off the living room lights, the central LED bulb seemed to diffuse light outward in every direction, accentuating his handsome face. On the wall, rays illuminated beautiful shadows created by the lamp. "You were supposed to make chairs and finish your project." "I'll eventually find time to finish my project, but I wanted to get this done before you left." Nobody ever gave her such a generous gift. "You," her throat closed and she stood to embrace him, "are the best thing that had happened to her lately." "That's nothing." She had souvenirs for him and Ace too, but she'd wait until Saturday morning. Giving gifts today might make her feel like her days in town were over. The next day flew by, and soon it was Friday evening. While the daycare kids were being picked up, Kayla stayed in the kitchen cleaning cups and wiping down counters while Penny vacuumed. As usual, Tucker talked to the parents to relay their kids' day. Kayla hadn't encountered Jackie over the last week, perhaps because she had stopped chatting to Tucker whenever she picked up her son. Kayla tried to feel bad that she had interfered with a woman's possible romantic life. Okay, so she was selfish and wanted Tucker to herself, even if she wasn't willing to stay in town. Deep down, she knew what she was walking away from. Tucker hadn't promised he'd wait for her to chase her dreams. He had said he wanted to ask her to stay, but didn't want to keep her from her passions. Her career, in other words, since that seemed to be her passion. Tucker was the man who had sacrificed anything for those he loved, but he had committed to taking care of Ace. She didn't expect him to move Ace to Seattle, and she wouldn't allow it, not when Ace was surrounded by all the family he had. The moment the final kid left, Ace sang out, "I get to eat marshmallows." "You better go get your beach ball and pack a sweater," Tucker spoke. Then Ace's footsteps pounded past as he bounded upstairs. Kayla wrung the washcloth to squeeze out the water before putting it with the other kitchen towels she had tossed in the washer soon. "Hey, beautiful." Tucker walked into the kitchen with open arms. In 2 steps, she was wrapping her arms around him. "Hi, honey." She squeezed him tight, which she intended to do for her remaining hours with him. It wasn't much, since they were meeting with his family soon. Tucker ran a hand over her back, and she felt her muscles relaxing. "Are you sure you're up to getting together with my family tonight?" She liked his mom and dad, but on her last day she had rather hang out with Tucker and Ace. But she had agreed to it when Sonia asked if they could all share a final dinner before Kayla left town. Pulling out of his embrace, she assured him it would be nice to say goodbye. He kissed her lips. "I'm going to shower and we'll get going." "You two lovebirds." Penny walked past them, carrying the vacuum to the closet. "I'll see you at the beach." "See you," Tucker spoke without his gaze leaving Kayla. With his fingers now touching her cheek, he asked, "Ready?" "You said you were going to shower." Kayla had already showered. She had also packed the cooler with drinks and Ace's favorite popsicles. Sonia was bringing all the food they'd need for their dinner. Kayla and Tucker were responsible for bringing marshmallows and crackers and getting the bonfire ready. Almost 30 minutes later, they met Tucker's parents at the beach. As soon as Ace hugged his grandparents, he and Cooper broke out in a run along the shore. Kayla worked with Tucker to help his parents set up the folding table with all the food they had brought. Just like Tucker, his dad, Eddie, had an F-150 truck they had parked on the street across from Tucker's home. They had brought folding chairs and now unfolded them in a circle. "Kayla," Ace called as he sprinted back toward them. "Can you build a sandcastle with me?" She had never built sandcastles before. "You don't have to," Tucker said, creating space between 2 chairs too close to each other. The stirring breeze lifted his hair. Sandcastles are quite messy. If she wanted to be part of Tucker's life, she had better learn to be messy. Ace loved messes. "I'd like to try," she told Tucker her lack of experience at the skill before she turned to Ace, now in front of her and jumping in excitement. "How about we do it after dinner?" His chin fell. "I want to do it now." Tucker's jean-clad knees hit the sand and looked his son in the eyes. "If you want to build this sandcastle, you're going to do as Kayla said. Wait." Ace nodded slowly, as if understanding what his dad was saying, but his folded lips didn't indicate his cooperation. "Grandma made your favorite," Tucker slapped Ace on the back. "Mac and cheese?" A wide grin replaced Ace's downcast expression when Tucker nodded and stood. "You handled that well," she whispered in Tucker's ear as they walked toward the table to join his parents. Penny joined them before they started eating, and she embraced Sonia and Eddie. After praying for their food, they dug into the feast, the enticing scents of fried food and grilled meat mingling with the salty sea smell and the tang of drying kelp left abandoned by an outgoing tide. "Kayla, we brought burgers just for you," Sonia said when Kayla was scooping salad on her plate. "Tucker said it's your favorite food." One of her favorites, but maybe her favorite since she didn't have an exact favorite. "Thank you, Sonia." If she wasn't so fond of Tucker, she'd still want to marry him just to be a part of his family. She turned to him beside her, scooping similar foods to his plate. When his gaze met hers and locked, she didn't need to say anything, but gave him her best smile. During dinner, Cooper barked, not seeming happy on a leash, with the cord anchored under one of the big stones. They shared recaps of their week and the day, and they talked and laughed while Penny relayed her 2 days she had been sick and missed work. Penny shared what Tucker had told her when he had had to let Kayla change diapers. Then Sonia laughed and wiped tears from her eyes while she talked about the first time Tucker had changed Ace's diaper. Kayla laughed too, remembering Tucker telling her about his reaction to messy diapers. Ew, he shook his head, his face squished. This is the worst conversation we could have during dinner. Glad you said that, son. I was starting to worry I was the only normal person in the group. Eddie took a bite of his hamburger. In the hour following dinner, Kayla and Tucker worked with Ace to build a sandcastle. Tucker's building skills shone even in the sand construction when he walked Kayla through the steps of packing different shaped buckets with dampened sand to make the castle. Relaxing, she tilted her face to the ocean breeze and breathed deeply, every muscle loose and her heart rate calm as she savored doing something she had never done before. Ace had helped, but barely. Since the boy was more interested in digging up sand than building the castle, Tucker set him on digging out a moat and filling it with seawater. Laughing, Kayla shoved a sand dollar into one side of the castle, creating a perfect window in the tower. You're good at everything. Tucker put his hand on hers, his blue eyes piercing deep into hers. I wish I was. She could get lost in his eyes and never tire of looking at him. To everything that matters, you are. When they were done, Ace laid down, his back in the sand, and asked Tucker and Kayla to bury him. We can't cover your hair in sand, pal, Tucker said, surprising Kayla when he handed her a small plastic shovel. We better cover the boy with sand. He then reached for the second shovel and started digging the sand to cover Ace's feet. Isn't he going to be messy? Even as she asked, a memory of their kiss popped in the back of her mind. They had rolled in the sand, not caring about the mess. As if reading her thoughts, his lips teased with a smile. Sometimes a mess is necessary. She couldn't agree more. The sun was sinking lower over the horizon when Kayla offered to help Tucker look for a perfect spot to build a bonfire. The trick is to find a spot above the line where the water stops at high tide. He dug his tennis shoe into the projected area. How can you tell where the tide stops? She wanted to remember everything Tucker taught her, especially this night. He squatted and ushered her toward him. When she squatted next to him, he took her hand in his. See all this debris? He ran her fingers in the soft, damp sand along the line on the beach where the kelp, seaweed, driftwood, and even some litter had collected. I see. The gritty sand stuck to her fingers. When he stood and helped her up, he kept her hand in his as they walked back to his parents. Ace was playing catch with his grandpa, while Cooper tried leaping for the ball. Penny and Sonia were seated together, lost in conversation. Would you like to help me dig? Tucker reached for a shovel from the ground. Yes. She wanted to tell him she liked all of him and everything he loved. But like he had avoided talking about her job offer or any talk about tomorrow, she had best live in the moment. Out of the middle of a 3-foot area, Tucker dug the shovel and pushed out the sand before handing it to her to take a turn. How deep? She asked, panting after digging out the sand only 4 times. About 2 feet. You're doing wonderful. Well, with that kind of praise, how could she stop unless the hole was deep enough? While she dug, he explained why they needed the elevation difference to protect the flames from the wind. Then he offered to take a turn, but she wouldn't give up. She dug until he said it was deep enough. The bonfire provided work for everyone when they all gathered the rocks from the beach and lined them around the pit. Tucker secured the rocks each time, wedging them into the sand around the rim. Then they stacked the wood, and Kayla started the fire with Tucker's guidance. The flames consumed the kindling, curling up and disintegrating the dried leaves and crackly seaweed he had used to feed them. But when she stole a glance at Tucker beside her, his smile was hotter than the fire. With everyone gathered on the chairs around the fire, there was something magical about watching the sunset. Tucker sat next to her, and they held the same stick with 2 marshmallows, turning it over the flickering flames. Ace, on Kayla's other side, chattered in excitement while his grandpa helped roast his marshmallow. As she basked more in his tiny voice than the fire, Kayla felt in her heart there was no place in this world she'd rather be than here, or wherever Tucker and Ace were. They came as a package, and she had known that from the beginning. She still had no experience in parenting, but if she could learn new projects at work, surely she could find the proper training offered to first-time parents. When Ace's grandpa handed him the marshmallow stick with a golden marshmallow, Ace lifted it toward Kayla's face. "Here you go, Kayla." Her heart squeezed at such a thoughtful gesture. She didn't want to take his marshmallow while he had chattered throughout the day over his excitement about eating them. There were plenty more, but he needed that first marshmallow more than she did. "Thank you, sweetheart." She accepted it long enough to put it on the cracker and top it with the chocolate Penny passed to her. "But I want you to eat first." "Oh!" The fire lit in his face, showcasing his open mouth as he licked his lips. "All right." "Thank you," Tucker reminded his son, and Ace responded as requested. Kayla tucked her feet underneath her, settling in more comfortably to fully enjoy eating s'mores, which she had eaten once in college when she had gone on her only camping trip with friends. It was even better having Tucker's family and Penny around tonight. Otherwise, Kayla might have fallen apart with just Ace and Tucker on their final night together. Sitting around the campfire with the ocean feet away and the stars miles above, Kayla listened to the pounding surf and stole glances at Tucker as the firelight played with the creases of his cheeks and around his eyes and glowed on his tanned skin. Except he seemed lost. Like hers, his mind was probably marveling through endless thoughts. Yet tonight she had no commitments and no work to demand her attention. Just this moment with these people to soak in this world. The thought of work brought a familiar sharp pain in her chest again, an ache of reality. It would have been good to dream, but the night was getting away from them as the sky's thin light slipped away. Chapter 13. Either everyone grew tired or they wanted to give them space, but Mom claimed they were walking back to Tucker's house to take Ace and Cooper to bed. Kayla hugged and squeezed Ace, giving him a final farewell. "I'll come and visit soon, okay?" "In 2 days?" Ace asked, and Tucker's heart constricted with the simple question. He doubted his son understood the concept of timelines. "I don't know yet, Bud, but I hope it will be soon enough." Kayla ruffled Ace's hair. With Ace, things would register after Kayla left, and he didn't see her around any more. Tucker would then explain what the farewell meant. Penny said she was exhausted and apologized for leaving him and Kayla to douse the fire and clean the mess. "We'll be fine," he promised her, regretting he could only say it about the bonfire and their last night together, not their future. Then he draped a light throw over Kayla's shoulders when, with sagging shoulders, she sank back into the chair. Even with the fire's warmth, she rubbed her hands together, then wrapped her arms around herself. "Thank you." She pulled the throw tight on her shoulders. After he walked her back to the house, he would return and take his time putting out the fire. By this time tomorrow she'd be gone and out of their lives, for either a long time or forever. As if their chairs weren't close enough, he shifted his closer to hers until their legs touched. He then snuggled her under his arm, drawing her closer still. She was quiet as she rested her head on his shoulder. In these last hours since she had shared news about her dream job, they had both not been themselves around each other as they avoided talking about what was ahead. Burying his nose in her hair, he savored its subtle scent of evaporating mint. He could feel her escalated and louder breaths as she kept her gaze on the fire. It was too early to say what was on his heart, something he had wanted to tell her over the last days, but feared scaring her. He was terrified, too, given his experience in the romance department. But again, everything with Kayla happened naturally. He had been sure he was too closed off to pursue a relationship, but Kayla had proved him wrong in just 2 weeks. And now he couldn't imagine closing himself off again, couldn't imagine life without her. At this point, though, it didn't matter what she would think or how she would react. He didn't care any more about what he feared, because the last 2 weeks with Kayla had been some of his best and most exhilarating moments. She had to know what she meant to him. She was leaving, after all. His heart pounded, each beat pumping harder with the undeniable knowledge that he was stepping over lines, but he could no more stop himself than he could erase or deny the last 2 weeks of falling for Kayla. Not trusting himself to utter that many words, he had best just sum it up. Clearing his throat, he released the words clogging it. "You know, I love you." There, he said it, and his chest felt light for admitting what he had wanted to say before she left. "I love you too," sincerity girded her shaky voice. "But we'll be fine." He sat straight, and when she lifted her head and studied him, her face revealed an inner struggle, a pain he felt too. The glowing bonfire reflected in her bright, tear-shiny eyes. He didn't want her to cry, so to comfort her, he said, "We'll find a way to be together, if it's part of God's plan." If Kayla hadn't stumbled into their lives, Tucker would still be running his daycare and trudging along with his normal life. Except she had come into his world, and now she was taking a piece of his heart with her. With tears closing up his throat, he pulled her back to his side, closer, and she rested her head on the center of his chest, one arm around his waist. His chest was beating in a panicked dread for the coming days. The churning waves and the crackling fire dominated the night sounds before she asked, "When did you decide I was your girlfriend?" Fair enough question. He couldn't even remember how, since it all happened so fast. With her, he had gone with his gut instinct, as opposed to the first time he had seriously dated. If things had ended badly after he had had a long, logical courtship with Zena before they got married, why not follow instinct this time around? But he had better answer Kayla's question, since she seemed to be waiting, while she rubbed her smooth thumb over the back of his hand. "The day I decided, whether we both knew it or not, you are my girlfriend." That probably didn't make sense, but her chin rubbed against his checkered shirt while she laughed. The sensation filled the empty recesses of his heart. He would miss hearing that laugh. He gazed at the ocean where porch lights and street lamps streamed their wavy glows across the water like enchanted pathways. Minutes passed, 1 hour, then maybe 2, while they stayed there, absorbing comfort from each other, as if this exchanged energy would fortify them for what lay ahead. As if they could stop time and have their summer all in one night. When they returned to the house, after Kayla insisted on helping him put out the fire, Mom and Dad hugged her farewell. Tucker waved goodnight to Kayla, his chest heavy. He ran a hand through his hair before bidding his parents good night. His mom gave him a sad smile. Then she hugged him, and Dad gave him a comforting slap on the shoulder. "It doesn't have to end now," Dad whispered, but Tucker didn't want to discuss Kayla now with her upstairs. Even if she weren't upstairs, he wouldn't want to talk about anything that didn't involve keeping her in town. Good night. He then thanked them again for getting Ace to bed and taking care of the dog, who was obviously sleeping too. He didn't ever remember dreading going to sleep more than he did that night, and even if there was no sense in going to bed, he went to his room and laid down. Being separated from Kayla filled him with an anxiety that kept him pressing his face into the pillow. Could anything change Saturday's events? Tired of pressing his face into the pillow, he burrowed under it and covered it over his head. But every thought came back to letting her go. He had been married before and tried to go after Zena, But that had backfired when he learned she had moved on without him and their son. It had only reminded him how terrible a husband he must have been if his wife hadn't bothered to think she had made a mistake in leaving. He must be the kind of guy who attracted women who weren't ready to commit to forever. He had been so sure he'd never take that risk again, but these last weeks changed everything. Now he would wait for Kayla to test her passion in the real world. She was different from Zena because she had a career she had been waiting for. In a way, she was like him, both being passionate and not quitters. What if she became popular after this glamorous contract? What if it ended up landing her a guy who worked with her? Tucker buried his head further under the pillow and tried to rid his mind of any unwelcome thoughts. If God sent Kayla into his life, then God would find a way to bring her back, or bring them together. He and Ace could follow her, but that would mean snatching Ace from his grandparents and the only stable home he had ever known. Being a parent meant foregoing his desires and interests to create a stable and loving environment. He had committed to that when Zena hadn't. He wouldn't change his commitment now, not while Ace needed stability and loving attention after being abandoned and uprooted before. Morning took forever to come, and at some point when the digital clock lit 3, Tucker stripped off the covers and made his way downstairs to the living room to read his Bible. He didn't feel like following his usual pattern of reading a chapter from the Old Testament and the New Testament and then a psalm. So he just read one of his favorite psalms, Psalm 103, "Bless the Lord, O my soul." Comforted with the reminder that God would satisfy Tucker's desires with good things and renew his youth like the eagles, he settled in deeper. Being 40 was far from youthfulness, but how he felt about Kayla made him feel young again. He desired to be loved by someone once again, to embrace and wake up each morning with Kayla's beautiful smile right there beside him. Realizing she had planned an early start, he made a breakfast of eggs and bacon and oatmeal. For some reason she had loved his oatmeal, even said it was the best she had ever had. Hours later, when she appeared at the threshold with her luggage, his heart sank, but he put on a smile for good measure, while dying inside. She looked gorgeous in everything she wore, but something about the sundresses made her look, well, she was always stunning. But in her dresses, she looked carefree, as if she had shed her work persona to become the vacation girl at Chapel Cove. This one soft peach fabric highlighted the glow on her cheeks, while its high-waisted belt showed off her figure. "Good morning." She set her luggage down and tilted her head to the side, studying him. "Why didn't you sleep?" "I slept." He crossed his arms, determined to remain where he was. "Might as well get used to not touching her. I heard you moving around the house last night." "Someone else didn't sleep." He turned to ladle her oatmeal. When he reached to get a plate out for the other breakfast items, she held up a hand. "I'll just have oatmeal today." She walked toward him and reached for a coffee mug. "I'm not hungry." "Same here." She filled 2 mugs of coffee and carried them to the island. For several minutes after he prayed for their food, they stared at each other, and whenever they managed, they both stirred their oatmeal, but neither of them tasted a bite. Their appetite decreased further as the hours they had left together slid by. He then reminded her to eat, since she had a long journey ahead. "I'll come and visit. I'm not breaking up with you." Her eyes searched his, so warm and brown, he knew she meant every word. He took comfort in her words as her statement a week ago, during their date, rang in his mind. "I would never make a commitment to you if I couldn't keep it." It felt like a promise that she wanted to date long distance. He could make it work. After all, she had captured his heart. "Ace and I will come too." He had her number from when she had texted herself the photos of them at the beach. As a matter of fact, he already saved one of the photos on his phone screen as the background. They drank their coffee in silence, neither touching the oatmeal again before she excused herself to go upstairs. Tucker put away their untouched breakfast. She returned as he was reaching for their coffee mugs. She was carrying a brown bag, and his red flannel shirt in her other hand was all folded. She had ended up borrowing it last night as their evening at the beach grew colder. "You should keep it," he said when she handed it to him. She looked at her bare forearms, then him. "I was secretly hoping you would say that." She set the bag on the table and unfolded the shirt, then slid her arms into it. "How do I look?" As her expression grew soft, he felt the urge to cup her cheek, but he instead smiled while feeling like crying at the same time, although the red and black plaid in no way matched her feminine peach dress. "It looks better on you." She then retrieved some items from the bag. "I got you and Ace something." She pulled out a navy blue cap and walked toward him, stepping on tiptoes and putting it on his head. Her minty scent teased him, and he stopped just short of touching her. She looked up at him, and his deep longing reflected clearly in her eyes. He swallowed. "Thank you." "It has a flashlight underneath it." Her voice came in barely a whisper. "If you have to work in the dark or something." What a thoughtful gift. His throat closed, choking him with unshed tears. She had taken the time to think about his gift and get something he would use in his workshop. He took off his hat and read the embroidered words, "I heart my carpenter." His cheeks stretched into a smile as he pictured, if he ever got back into serious carpentry, how she'd be the perfect designer for his showroom. But now wasn't the best time to dream. "Watch this." Her face lit up as she turned the cap and flicked the switch, and light streamed from the hidden bulb. This will come in handy. When he worked on tiny details, even during the day, such a direct light would help. While he continued admiring the cap, she removed a black coffee mug with the bold red words, "I can fix anything." If he could fix anything, he had managed to convince her to stay. He'd fix his heart right now and let her walk away from her dream. But no, that would be selfish. His smile returned and broadened when he read, "I love the smell of sawdust" on a gray T-shirt she spread out for him. "I can tell you do." Tucker gripped the shirt, trying not to fist up the fabric in his effort to hold on to it instead of holding on to her. "You're so nice to give me such special gifts. Thank you." She lifted the bag. "I have something in there for Ace. Please give it to him whenever he wakes up. I hope he likes it." He didn't have to look right away to know Ace would love whatever toy she gave him. He loved plenty of toys. "Thank you." Her lips then pressed into a thin line before she pushed out the agonizing 3 words, "I better leave." At that, he walked past her and carried her luggage. She had already loaded her lamp yesterday. She had said she didn't want to risk forgetting it, so she had put it in her car. It was 6:45 as he walked her out, the front door closing behind them seconds later. The dent on her front bumper brought back memories of their first encounter. He tried to keep his tone light. "Too bad you're leaving town with a dent." "It's a precious dent." After he hoisted the luggage in the back and closed the trunk, Kayla was standing by the driver's side door, gripping the handle. With her dark eyes brimming with tears, she smiled, then waved. Her watery smile collapsed something heavy inside him. Several beats of silence passed. Then, in one long stride, he was at her side and capturing her face in his hand. The emotion in his heart reflected on him from her darkened eyes. "There are so many things I want to say." "I know." She put a finger to his lips. "But you can't." He swallowed, stifling a frustrated groan as their situation's hopelessness nearly undid his nerve. She leaned in then and lifted her face to his. He lowered his head at the same time, and they kissed with a kind of desperate longing, dampened with the unspoken awareness that this was goodbye for a long time. He pulled away first, fully aware that, if he didn't, he might never bring himself to do so. Tears were streaming down her cheeks, and her chest rose and fell with emotion. He let out a shuddered breath to try to comfort her, but who was he kidding? His heart was falling apart. When he managed, he brushed her face with the back of his knuckles. "We'll get through this." There was no other way but to adapt to reality as usual. She shivered and gasped out, "I don't want to leave you." He wasn't making it any easier for either of them. "It's only an hour's flight away." He tried to smile. They could visit each other often. Yeah, right. If they were both busy, that could be impossible. He dropped his hand and took a step back. "Text me when you arrive." I will." Her eyelashes dipped as her voice cracked. She ducked her head, her thick hair swallowing up the side of her face. Without looking at her, he forced himself to turn and walk back to the door. He then watched her get in the car, drive away, and vanish through the morning mist as if she had never been there. Yet her very presence lingered when he glanced at the big flower pots on his porch steps. That was just the slice of the cake. She had taken a piece of his heart with her, if this melancholy feeling was any indication. Chapter 14. Tucker was so grateful it was a Saturday. Feeling like he had been run over by a truck, he had no strength to take care of Ace, let alone a bunch of kids. When Ace woke 15 minutes later, his first question was if Kayla was still sleeping. For the last few days, whenever Ace woke up, Kayla was around to greet him. "Remember," Tucker struggled to speak the rest of the sentence with the lump of emotion clogging his throat. "She said goodbye to you last night." "Oh." Ace's shoulders drooped as he wiped at his sleepy eyes. "She won't have dinner with us?" A lot of dinners? No. Not ready to come undone in front of his son, Tucker swooped in to cheer Ace up, dropping onto the boy's bed and handing him the gift Kayla left for him. Ace tore the bag and grabbed the box with the red words "Classic Railway Set" arched over a picture of a train set. His face brightened. "This is a cool train, Daddy." Thankfully, Tucker hadn't had time to build a wooden train for Ace. With such excitement, and the box promising working lights and a whistle, the boy would be forgetting about Tucker's wooden train set. "I want to play with it now." That might help Tucker not dwell on his desolation. "After we eat breakfast, okay?" He should have Ace get dressed first, but today might be better for pajama day. So Tucker just brought him downstairs and reheated the oatmeal he hadn't eaten that morning and scooped out some eggs for him. Just as Ace polished off his eggs, Tucker's phone rang, and he reached for it from the kitchen counter. His hands shook when he saw Kayla's name. "Hi." He could scarcely breathe, and his tongue froze. I kind of got into an accident." His blood ran cold, and while the rest of him froze, his tongue thawed. "Are you okay?" Her chuckle through the phone eased his heart rate a notch. "I wouldn't be calling if I'm not okay." That helped. "Can you please come and pick me up?" She was okay? A burst of adrenaline surged through him. The accident might even mean she'd stay another day or two. "Where are you?" "On the interstate." Before she could finish, Tucker was grabbing his keys from the top cabinet and rushing Ace to stand and follow him out to the garage. Not trusting himself to drive safely as they backed out of his garage, he stopped by Penny's house and requested she watch Ace. He had almost forgotten about Cooper in the backyard, and he told Penny. An early riser, even on the weekend, Penny was happy to watch his son. "Whatever you do," she wagged a finger at him before he started jogging back to the truck he had left running, her words rising as they followed him down the driveway. "Don't let her leave town." He hoped none of Mateo's officers ticketed him for going over the speed limit, but if they did, he'd tell them it was a matter of life and death. His driving today was to rescue Kayla, and if she were hurt, he was just as hurt. Good thing there were a few cars on the interstate. But with traffic so light, what kind of accident Kayla had gotten into? With eyes narrowing and glancing to the roadside as he drove, he soon spotted her white Maxima, where it had sideswiped a guardrail. Where was she? He still had to take her to get checked out if she had smashed her car into the rail. As he slowed to pull over and park, her passenger door swung open, and Kayla scrambled from the driver's seat to climb out the other door. Then she leaped out of the car and started sprinting toward him. With release sluicing through him, he pushed his door open. Not bothering to turn off the engine nor close the door, he met her in one long stride and swooped her up in his arms. She flung her arms around his neck, holding him tight. "Are you okay?" He kissed the top of her head, then looked at her cheek and forehead, assessing if she had any bruises. "Did anyone stop to help you?" "They did, but I said help was on the way." Man, she was awfully relaxed for someone who had just veered across the oncoming lane and crashed into a guardrail. He asked if she called the police. "I'm more than okay." She was peering up at him, her face shining. "I've decided to stay." The refreshment of her words pulled her name to his lips. He probably didn't hear her right. Setting her down, he cupped his hands to the sides of the face he loved, looking into her soft brown eyes. "What did you just say?" She started talking too fast, tears streaming down her cheek. "I was thinking about you and Ace and Cooper and the priorities the pastor talked about on my first Sunday in church. I wasn't paying attention as I drove, and when I slammed into the metal thingy, reality slammed into me too. That was an answer from God. He doesn't want me to leave. He needs me to reconsider my priorities." In case she meant staying for the weekend, Tucker tried to get clarity without acting disinterested in her staying. "We can get your car fixed." But she was shaking her head and tightening her arms around him. "I want to stay with you and your family." Lowering his head, he pressed his mouth to hers. Not calm and patient as he had before, but urgent, hungry. Her hand gripped the front of his T-shirt, the other pulling at his waist. She kissed him just as fervently. Around them, the morning came alive with random cars whizzing past the road, and their hearts beating faster and louder as they both deepened the kiss like a seal to their commitment to one another. When he pulled back, she was gulping air as breathless as he was. With their foreheads touching, her expression was one of wonder. He ran his thumb against her cheek, the feel of her skin like home to him. "Do you think I'm crazy to stay?" "Yes, but that makes the two of us." He kept his gaze on her, afraid that, if he closed his eyes, she might vanish or change her mind. "We're two crazy people, crazy in love with each other." She drew back and her eyes dimmed, but surely she hadn't changed her mind. "I'll still have to go back and give my notice." He could live with that. Knowing how long to wait made the wait bearable. "If Penny doesn't have guests by then, I'll rent one of her bedrooms for a while." He fingered through her hair, understanding settling in his heart about her reasons to move into Penny's house. He was well aware of the temptation that could occur with her staying in his house now that their hormones were like those of teenagers. But despite his urgency for her to stay in town, he had to think of her future. His hands fisted in the thick hair on either side of her face as he tipped her head up to look at him and anchored her there. "What about your job and your dream?" A hint of challenge raised her brow, and her radiant smile was his alone. "Someday I want to work in your workshop. Why do you think I was getting your website set up?" "Is that so?" His heart expanded with gratitude, his joy overflowing as he pulled her closer in his arms and tightened his hold around her. He could feel her heart beating against his as they held each other like that. And just like that, God decided to change the course of Tucker's day, his summer, and his future. Epilogue. A smile warmed Kayla's heart as she read the email from the engineer confirming he had received the final ceiling types from the architect. After Kayla put in her resignation, Vivian insisted the Holland brothers didn't want anyone but Kayla to design their museum. In the end, Kayla had agreed to take on the project as long as she worked in Chapel Cove and only traveled if it was necessary to meet the architect and engineers in person. Besides their first meeting, Kayla had managed to conduct weekly team meetings virtually. She had meetings with the junior designers and then another meeting with the engineer and architects to ensure mistakes didn't happen in the project's early stages. She had had to go to the museum 3 times to oversee that everything was in place as per the designs they had agreed on. Now, natural light streamed into the room through the big window before her desk, the murmur of the waves registering. Although waning October boasted fewer days of sunshine, today looked sunny. Whether it would be warm by the time she and Tucker took their afternoon walk would be another thing entirely. Happy squeals echoed up the stairwell from the preschoolers downstairs, followed by the deeper resonance of Tucker's cheerful voice as he made sounds. From the time she had helped, she knew he was putting on a puppet show for the kids. Once a guest in this house, this current bedroom actually, she had now converted it to her home office. Shifting in her swivel chair, she reached for the photo of her and Tucker on their wedding day, and her cheeks bunched up under her eyes as she stared at his wide grin. His happiness was always so contagious. She touched the glass over his handsome face, and her heart ached trying to contain her love for him. There was a vibrancy in his eyes, a spark, while he gazed into her eyes in the photo. His mother had snapped the photo during the ceremony, while the pastor taught about the power of love and vows and marriage. Kayla could still remember how Tucker looked at her with such love and desire, as if she were the best thing that happened to him. He still looked at her in a way that warmed her body and made her feel special. Okay, her expression forever captured in the photo was no different. Whenever she was around Tucker, she almost forgot her own name. Them being crazy about each other could explain why he had proposed to her 2 weeks after her supposed accident into the guardrail. After she had called to file an accident report and Tucker called the tow truck to haul her car to the mechanic, he had driven her back to his house. Then on Monday she had flown back to Seattle to give her 2-week notice. Not having many things in her apartment, Kayla had only needed Mandy to help her pack, and they had spent their evenings together, most of which Kayla dedicated to convincing her friend to move to Chapel Cove and start a restaurant. "You're less than 5 hours away. Of course I'll come and visit," Mandy had said happily. "In that small town, I can guarantee you won't be too busy to turn down girl time." After Kayla's time in Seattle, Tucker had picked her up in his truck, and instead of his usual chattiness, he had been awfully quiet, which alarmed her and made her wonder if he didn't want her to move to town, especially since they were going to be neighbors. Penny had agreed to rent Kayla one of her spare rooms after her Airbnb guests left during Kayla's 2-week period in Seattle. When they arrived in Chapel Cove, Tucker pulled over on the side of the road and said he needed to make a call. Finding it odd that he stepped out of the truck as if he didn't want her to hear his call, she had started fretting again. She smiled now, thinking of her fears that she had wrecked their relationship as she replayed their conversations for her workaholic ways that might have resurfaced and discouraged him. When he got back into the truck, his smile didn't meet his eyes. Then, instead of driving her to Penny's house, he drove past it to his house and parked on the street, not his driveway. He still hadn't met her eye as he opened the truck door for her and helped her climb down from the F-150. Still downcast, he had walked her up to his driveway, a driveway strewn with red rose petals on the concrete. Each step, through velvety petals kissing her sandals and toes, emitted a spicy, sweet fragrance and evoked deeper feelings for the man guiding her along this magical path. Then he opened the door to an eerie quiet. Such quiet shouldn't have surprised her, since his parents were watching Ace. But with her memories of the place filled to eardrum bursting with cheerful and homey noise, the silent emptiness somehow hollowed out her heart, left her aching and wanting more, afraid to breathe until the life returned. "Stay right here," he said, then ran upstairs after flipping on a light. And she nearly gasped because red petals carpeted the entire main room floor, and although she suspected what was about to happen, the moment Tucker returned with Ace beside him, anticipation tingled through her blood. When Ace ran up and flung his arms around her in a sweet embrace, she squatted to hug him. "Do you like my shirt?" He stepped back, pinched the hem, and spread the white T-shirt wide. Across his chest and heart, red puff-printed rose petals formed magical uppercase words. "Will you marry Daddy?" Kayla gasped and spun toward Tucker. He had tucked in the plaid shirt he had been wearing when he picked her up. Now he pulled out a small red velvet box from his shirt pocket and knelt in front of her. "I've never been as sure of anything in my life as I am." As he spoke, emotion overcame her, and tears pooled in her eyes, joyous tears that might explode through her expanding chest. She nodded, wiping at her eyes. "Yes." She wasn't even listening to the rest of what he was saying, since she was overcome by the intense adrenaline of love she had never felt for anyone before. "She said yes. You can come now," Ace shouted, likely calling the dog. Good luck having Cooper come from wherever he was locked up. After sliding the sparkly ring on her finger, Tucker pulled her in his arms, and her heart raced when he pressed a gentle kiss to her lips and whispered, "I have another surprise for you." There couldn't be a better surprise than this proposal. He walked to the closet where they had shared their first kiss, and when he opened the door, her parents, Mandy, and all his family stormed out. "Surprise!" Somehow he had talked her parents into taking several days off work to fly up from Arizona. If that didn't prove she was with the right man, nothing would. When she asked him later how he had gotten her parents' contact, he had said Mandy had helped. That had been the second best day of her life, especially when Tucker said he didn't want to wait long to marry her. Kayla couldn't agree more. A soft tap on the half-open door pulled her out of her thoughts, and her racing heart quickened as Tucker stood peeking through before letting himself in. He was always careful coming into her office, since she had been busy lately with virtual meetings. "Hi, sweetheart." She set their photo down and waved him in, both into the room and the heart he had long since claimed as his own. "You don't look tired at all today." His breath warmed her ear as he bent and wrapped his arms around her waist. An outbreak of goosebumps shivered over her skin, even as warm anticipation ran through her body. Almost 3 months since they had been married, and her love for Tucker still deepened each day. "I'm not running around with preschoolers." She had helped yesterday afternoon when Penny had to leave early for her doctor's appointment. "Everyone is down for their naps?" "Except for Ace and Gabe." She nearly snorted. Little surprise there. The 2 boys were getting too old for naps. But Tucker and Penny still made everyone have a quiet time at 2. He planted a kiss on her cheek. "I couldn't wait to see you." Then he spun her chair around to face him, and she stood, overcome with the urge to wrap her arms around him. "I couldn't wait to see you either." Having not grown up much of a hugger, she felt warm and fuzzy whenever she embraced Tucker. "Ready for our walk?" she asked, knowing his break wouldn't last much longer. During the kids' nap time, Penny always offered to stay and keep an eye on them so Tucker and Kayla could have lunch together. They would take sandwiches to the beach and eat there, or have a snack during their walk while they talked. "I was born ready where you're concerned." He gave her a chaste kiss, then led her down the hall to get her shoes and his flannel. No doubt the air was crisp this time of year. Most of the time the beach was cold. As they walked out of the house and he clasped their hands together, her heart felt full with contentment. They were still in the honeymoon phase. Yes, the unfinished canned sodas she forgot on the counters bothered him when the preschoolers got into them, just like she got tired of picking up the shoes he left in the middle of their bedroom every so often. They still had a lot to learn about each other, but they had decided to get married anyway and learn together as they sought God's help along the way. Never one to be spontaneous, she had had a whirlwind romance with Tucker and loved their 1-week honeymoon in Hawaii, where he had taught her to swim. She wasn't that great, but at least she knew the basics if she needed to save a dog next time. Their marriage was beyond logic, a marriage built on faith, trust, and love for one another. From Rose. I hope you enjoy reading Trust Me. Join my insider group and download your free copy of Paint My Heart, a short story. You will receive weekly updates, sneak peeks, and work in progress. Stay connected with Rose Fresquez. Facebook, BookBub, Goodreads. Find all Rose's books here, Amazon. Alternatively, email me at rjfresquez@gmail.com. Thank you for reading. I hope you enjoyed reading Trust Me. If you did, please consider leaving a review on Amazon, Goodreads, or BookBub. Positive reviews and word-of-mouth recommendations make such a difference as they give encouragement to authors and, more important, help other readers to find the Christian fiction they want to read. Every review, no matter how short or simple, is very much appreciated. Your opinion counts. Thank you so much. You may also enjoy the other Cove romances. This has been Trust Me, a small-town, single dad, contemporary Christian romance, written by Rose Fresquez, Chapel Cove Romances, narrated by Carmen Shantz. Copyright 2022 by Rose Fresquez. Production copyright by Rose Fresquez.